Dark Retreat. Written by Grace Hamilton. Performed by Andrew Tell. Chapter 1. Megan Wolford stumbled over a rock and nearly dropped her daughter before she quickly regained her footing. The sight of a log cabin through the trees had given her a boost of adrenaline, and she found she was practically running through the damp forest despite her heavy burden. She had fallen several times, bruising her knees and twisting her ankle. Her arms had deep cuts from tree branches that showed no mercy. There wasn't exactly a trail to follow, which meant she was cutting through the heart of the forest and its unforgiving terrain. She was making her own way, as usual, which always seemed to be far harder than it had to be. "Caitlin, hold on, baby. Hold on," she whispered to the lifeless 7-year-old in her arms. Megan was doing her best not to panic, but Caitlin had collapsed a couple miles back, and she had been carrying the sleeping child ever since. Carrying her where, she didn't know, but now that she saw what appeared to be a hunting lodge of some sort in front of her, she had a destination in mind. She had a goal. It gave her something to focus on other than the agony that was tearing through her entire body. Another tree branch slapped her in the face, making her wince in pain. Her physical discomfort was nothing compared to the emotional anguish she felt at the thought of losing her daughter. Caitlin was the only thing she had left in this world. She couldn't lose her. Her arms were burning and her lungs felt like they would collapse, but nothing would stop her from getting her daughter to what she hoped would be medicine. Without it, Megan knew her only child would die. She didn't have a clue what had made her so sick, but Caitlin was gravely ill. In the past 24 hours, her daughter went from bubbly and energetic to lethargic and weak. Megan had left their most recent camp in the hopes of finding something to help her. They'd walked through one small town yesterday and found nothing. Every single place she checked had been emptied already, forcing them to travel for miles. She was afraid to walk through the city streets overrun with looters. Megan knew it wasn't safe for her and definitely not for Caitlin. It wasn't as if she could leave her daughter alone while she went on a scavenging mission. She had to do it with Caitlin or not at all. Common sense told her she didn't have the strength to fight off the hundreds and thousands of other people vying for the same basic supplies. Instead, she had decided to head out of town in the hopes of finding clinics, stores, and homes in more rural areas that weren't as likely to be quite so dangerous. Megan took long strides, slightly shifting her daughter as she kept moving forward. Her sweaty hands were making it difficult for her to hold on to Caitlin. Gripping her hands together under her daughter's backside, Megan pressed on. She tried to protect her daughter's head as best she could from the branches and sharp twigs that seemed to be jumping out and stabbing the intruders in the forest. Another branch hooked her sleeve, scratching painfully at the skin beneath, and she could feel blood trickling down her arm towards her fingers. She wanted to scream at the trees and order them to stop their assault. Her back was killing her with the awkward posture of leaning back to keep her daughter secured against her chest. The weight of her pack helped pull her backwards, but also put more strain on her hips. She was grateful to have had an old hiking pack in the closet. The internal frame made it easier for Megan to carry it and allowed her to carry a lot more without much additional strain. She didn't know if she would have been able to carry her daughter and her supplies without it. Right now, she was grateful the pushy salesman had persuaded her to spend the extra money on the pack. Regardless, everything hurt. She could feel dried blood on her bare arms pulling the fine hairs whenever Caitlin's body rubbed against the cuts, further adding to the misery. Every twist tore open the dried wounds, causing them to start bleeding again. She had fallen several times, catching herself with one arm and holding her daughter with the other. She could tell her left knee was swollen. It was stiff and difficult to bend. It didn't matter. Her daughter's life was all that mattered. "Just a few more steps," Megan chanted more for her own benefit than her unconscious daughter. She was thankful the weather had been mild. It was mid-spring in the northwest, but there were still little piles of snow in the shady areas. Climbing steadily uphill, her overused muscles screamed at her to take a break, but she knew if she did, she wouldn't be able to get back up again. The cabin ahead was growing steadily larger as her strides ate up the distance. Because of the harsh winter storms, mountain residents were prepared to outlast storms for weeks at a time, which meant they would have supplies, including medicine. If it had been more than the mild 70 degrees that it currently was, Megan wasn't sure she could have walked as far as she did. As it was, she was sweating, and the growing fatigue was partly dehydration. Her daughter's feverish body was like carrying a giant lava rock. In addition to finding shelter and medicine, they needed water. The little water she had wouldn't last long, especially if Caitlin woke and needed it. She had eaten the last of the food she had managed to scrounge up at an abandoned home earlier that morning. Megan was now running on empty and knew her collapse would mean her daughter's life. "Push, Megan, push." When she got within 300 feet of the cabin, she stopped to survey the property, staying partially hidden in the surrounding trees. If someone was there, it could go either way. Unfortunately, the new world was not kind. You didn't simply knock on a stranger's door to beg for food and water. Not now. Not after the EMP had plunged the world into the biggest blackout humankind had ever experienced. At least those who had grown up with electricity. Pioneers would do okay in this world, but for those who had never learned how to work with their hands or hunt for food, this was a form of population control that no one wanted to face. Those who didn't know how to perform some of the most basic skills were suffering. Megan had seen more dead in the past few weeks than the living. After the first dozen or so, she thought she'd grow immune to the horror of death and could simply move quickly past, but the smell reminded her what it meant to be alive as her gag reflex kicked in. This new world meant that only the fittest, strongest, and most prepared would survive. Chapter 2. Several years prior, there were outcries of the potential devastation that would occur as a result of an EMP that covered a large geography, but naysayers quickly shot the idea down, despite the very real risk, either naturally occurring or man-made. When the blast did come, no one realized that the blackout was worldwide because there was no way to get global news. In fact, for many, they still don't know what happened or why. If we were going to point fingers, it could be at the overly consumeristic market that pushed for more and better electronics at the cost of potential safeguards. After all, if they built the products too well, that would reduce their consumer base, since consumers wouldn't constantly strive for the biggest and next big thing. Add in aging infrastructure and outdated equipment, and the world was ripe for destruction, even if our enemy was yet unnamed. At first, many treated it as permission to party, but soon looting began to take place. Those in the cities made the mistake of going after what was considered a commodity: precious metals, jewels, electronics. But as starvation began to set in, for many, it was already too late. Those who had figured out what was going on were quickly stocking up on weapons and ammunition, as well as food, water, and medical supplies. That's when the real violence set in, between the haves and have-nots. If you were unlucky enough to be considered weak, you became a casualty of those fighting to survive. Megan had seen it firsthand, coming across fights for canned food and other supplies. She quickly learned not to look as though she had anything of value on her, especially when she had her daughter with her. Those familiar with growing their own food and living off the land were thriving. Megan had seen a few farms on her travels, but despite repeat attempts to get assistance, they were quick to turn her away as she, more than once, found herself on the wrong end of a gun. Strangers were not welcome. Trust was a pricey commodity that most could ill afford. Megan wasn't exactly a survivalist, but she did know how to hunt. She wasn't thriving, but she had been getting by. Until now. In the beginning, Megan and many of her neighbors that stayed put banded together in the hopes of securing their survival, but after one too many groups descended on their small town like locusts in search of supplies, the destruction that followed in their wake grew progressively worse with each new group. The quiet little town she had called home for 2 years became a war zone, and Megan knew she had to get Caitlin out of there. Their very survival depended on it. Her goal was to keep heading north, into the mountains, where those once living in urban settings would likely avoid. Living in the northern mountains was hard. Both the climate and the land was unforgiving, making it seem less amenable to the large numbers of urban and suburban survivors. Granted, that didn't mean they would be safe. She knew that eventually looters would make their way into less accessible environments, but hopefully by then, Caitlin would be better and they would have moved on. Not seeing anyone around, Megan moved closer to the cabin, praying it was empty. Shuffling Caitlin in her arms, she looked frantically about to find a way in. There were no large windows on the ground floor that she could see. They didn't need any, considering the entire front of the second story was windows that stretched to a high peak in the center. She imagined high cathedral ceilings with plenty of natural light pouring in. The cabin was built in front of a large hill. Megan assumed she was looking at the front of the home, but she was perplexed there wasn't a door. Scouting around, she didn't see a door on the side either. Who would put a door in the back, facing the hill? Carrying Caitlin, she walked closer to the oversized cabin and finally saw a door. It was made to look like the log walls of the cabin, making it tough to see from a distance. Under different circumstances, Megan had to admire the work they put into making the cabin appear inaccessible, but right now, all she wanted was to find an easy way in. Hoping for a miracle, Megan awkwardly used one hand to try the doorknob while holding Caitlin close against her chest. Locked. Of course. Sure, the end of the world as they all knew it had happened, but people still locked their doors. Actually, it was more important than ever that people locked up their belongings. Looters, starving and desperate for the most basic supplies, were ruthless. Megan understood the locked door, but it still ticked her off. The door was solid, and Megan knew there was no way she was getting through it. She quickly scanned the area and spotted a copse of birch trees off to the left of the property. Megan quickly walked over and carefully placed her daughter on the ground, next to an iron bench. She imagined that once upon a time, this would have been a beautiful place to sit and read a good book. For most, reading had become a luxury, and for those who only read digital books, it was now impossible. From the looks of the overgrown plants around the cabin, it had clearly not been taken care of for years, which gave her hope the place was abandoned. Abandoned meant there wouldn't be anyone to harass or hurt them. It would be a struggle with her only daughter for company or help, but it was safer than what was going on in the more populated areas. Megan rubbed her arms to ward off the shiver at how dangerous the world had become in a matter of weeks and how much worse it was going to get. She brushed the dark hair back from Caitlin's brow. "I will be right back. You stay right here." The words were out of habit because it was obvious Caitlin wasn't going anywhere and wouldn't even know her mother was gone. Dropping her pack next to her daughter, Megan instinctively crouched low and stayed light on her feet as she crept towards the cabin. It was only 2 stories high, but the huge peak in the center made it appear much bigger. As she rounded the corner, her heart sank. The place had clearly been looted already. Garbage was strewn about, and it appeared there had actually been a fire. Someone had already come through this area and taken all the food. There were glass shards all over the ground and a piece of plywood over what was apparently a broken window. She quickly glanced back to check on Caitlin before going around the back. There were some broken chairs lying on the ground. Megan spotted a door with 2 pieces of plywood on either side, covering more broken windows. Someone had gone through the effort to board them up. Why? She scanned the back wall and saw a couple of small circular windows that were far too small for a person to fit through, which was probably why the glass was still in place. Had the boarding up been completed recently, or was it done before the EMP struck 3 months ago? She hesitated. What if someone was living here and waiting inside? Megan took a split second to make her decision. Her daughter's life was at stake. She would take her chances. She tried the handle, knowing it wouldn't budge, but twisted it anyway. She could always hope fate was kind. This time, she wasn't going to let a locked door stop her. It wasn't solid like the one in the front. She had to try. Standing on her left leg, she raised her right leg and gave the door a good, hard kick. Her boots added more force to the kick. The door held. Megan kicked again and again. She could not give up. Her knee and ankle felt as if someone had stuck a knife into the joints with each kick, but she didn't care. This was her only hope to get help for her daughter. They had been traveling all day, and with nightfall coming and the temperature dropping, she was going to get inside, one way or another. After another kick that proved futile, Megan took a step back. She bent over at the waist, taking a few deep breaths. "Please, God, help me get this door open." Ever since she was a little girl, she had been called stubborn. Her ex-husband, Derek, repeatedly told her he hated how obstinate she could be. In the almost 32 years she had been on this earth, her stubbornness had only gotten stronger. This was the one time she was very happy to be stubborn. She was not going to give up. She stood up, stared at the door for a moment before taking several steps back. Megan ran for the door, turned at the last second, and threw her entire body against it. The door swung open with a huge crack, toppling Megan to the hardwood floor. It took her a moment to recover and realize she had actually broken through. Whooping with glee, her first thought was to get to Caitlin, but an inner voice stopped her. She needed to make sure no one was inside, waiting to attack the intruder that had just busted down the door. Megan shouted, "Hello? Hello? Is there anyone here? I need help." She was prepared to use the poor, struggling woman card with a sick child in tow. She didn't look threatening, and most people would never assume a woman, alone and unarmed, could do any harm. Let them believe that, she smiled. When no one answered, Megan darted around the bottom floor, which held the kitchen, dining room, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. She didn't want to leave Caitlin outside a second longer and decided to check out the upstairs once she had her daughter tucked into one of the beds. Megan ran back to where she had left Caitlin. The little girl hadn't moved, which scared her more than when the EMP struck and the world stopped moving and went pitch black. That was scary. This was terrifying. Megan thought back to those first few days as she knelt down next to her daughter. She had never heard of an EMP and had no idea it could actually happen. With communication systems down, it wasn't as if she could flip on the news to find out what had happened. Word spread via the few folks that had ham radios. They were able to talk with other people around the country, and some had access to what was left of the government. Apparently, there had been massive solar flares. Megan knew they were relatively common, but the ones that sent their world into the dark ages were big. A day before the darkness consumed the world, there had been some warnings about solar flares. Megan only knew about the warnings because she had gone to the store to pick up bread and milk, and the shelves were empty. One of the employees had joked about how the doomsday people had sparked a panic and there had been a mad rush on basic staples. They were all preparing for the solar flares that were going to result in the apocalypse. Megan had laughed with the clerk. She wasn't laughing now. No one was. Those crazy doomsday people had been smart to prepare for the impending disaster. No one could have predicted how severe it would be or the consequences of such an event. She scooped up her little girl before staggering to her feet, assuring her that everything would be okay. Megan took one last look around before she went back through the broken door. Walking to the closest bedroom that was off to the right of the kitchen, she gently laid Caitlin on the bed. Giving the room a cursory look, she was surprised at how plain it was. While it was obvious to her that a man used this room, it lacked anything personal to identify the owner. Megan wondered if that was intentional or if the owner simply didn't spend much time here. She really hoped that the answer was the latter, and they would both be long gone before the owners did show up. Dropping her pack on the floor next to the bed, she kicked it under so only a strap was exposed. If someone came in, she didn't want them taking the few supplies she did have. She also didn't want to look prepared, or as if she had purposely come here. "I'll be right back," she whispered, and quickly ran back to the broken door. She closed it and pushed a chair in front of the door to secure it. Obviously, if someone wanted to come in, it wouldn't take much, but that was all she could do for now. Rushing to the bathroom next to the bedroom, she opened the medicine cabinet. There was a bottle of ibuprofen with a couple of tablets, toothpaste, and a bottle of eye drops. She was hoping to find prescription antibiotics. Did anyone ever finish all their antibiotics like they were supposed to? Apparently, people in this house did. Megan sighed. Please, there has to be something. She rifled through the bathroom and came up empty-handed. She didn't even know what she was looking for. Her only idea was that Caitlin had come down with some kind of flu or bacterial infection and needed antibiotics. What kind, she didn't know and didn't care. She needed to feel like she was doing something. A long time ago, some old war vet had told her the antibiotics you bought for a fish tank were good for people, too. Back then, she thought the dude was a little crazy. He had been a bit of a hoarder and an eccentric. He was always telling her she needed to stockpile food and medicine. She hadn't listened, and she was regretting it now. Unfortunately, she didn't see any fish tanks in the cabin, so it was doubtful there would be any fish meds. Slamming shut the cupboard under the sink, she went to the kitchen and started opening cupboards and drawers. She was looking for food, as well as any kind of basic first aid supplies. At her own house, she had a small cupboard above the fridge that was filled with a variety of medicines. She kept the stuff they used most right on top of the fridge in a small basket. That wasn't the case here. In fact, there was absolutely nothing that would be useful. A few bulging cans of food that were clearly spoiled were all that remained, which, if Megan remembered her general science class from high school, meant that it had been at least a year since anyone had been there, maybe more, depending on what was in the cans. Continuing her look through the cabinets, she found a few jars of spices and more jars filled with what looked like dried flowers, all of which left her feeling deflated. Anything of use had already been taken. Working her way around the first floor, she opened the door opposite the bathroom to enter the other bedroom. The window had been boarded up, which made it difficult to see in the darkened interior. She rifled around, but found nothing that was of any use. Walking back to the center of the large kitchen with her hands on her hips, defeat threatened to pull her into despair. No, she stated firmly into the air, as if talking to whatever force was making her daughter ill. You won't win. I will fix her. Megan took a moment to appreciate the huge kitchen that boasted more cupboards than she could have ever filled. The kitchen was very modern, with light gray granite counters with the dark wood cupboards, a stark contrast. She admired the dark, real hardwood floors that covered the entire first floor of the home. A large center island had 4 bar stools on one side. She closed her eyes and envisioned herself living here, cooking a meal in the kitchen, while her daughter sat on one of those stools drawing pictures. It was so homey, even if it was empty of anything personal indicating who the owners were. It made Megan long for her past life. She also realized it was very clean. There wasn't any dust. That was a little odd and gave her a sliver of awareness that the place wasn't abandoned after all. Opening her eyes, she was drawn to the beautiful staircase directly in front of her, beckoning her to explore upstairs. The ornate railing looked to be hand-carved with various swirling designs. Wide and elegant, the grand staircase reminded her of a scene from one of her favorite movies, Gone with the Wind. Megan envisioned Scarlett O'Hara coming down those stairs, determined and confident. She admired the character's strength and perseverance. She would persevere as well. Megan climbed the stairs, running her hand along the smooth banister and relishing in the sleek feel of the highly polished wood. She was met by a stunning scene before her. A huge brick fireplace filled the loft area with 2 brown leather couches positioned parallel and facing each other. A fluffy beige rug was between them, with a dark wood rectangular table in the center. The second floor was U-shaped, with the loft area opening out over the first floor. Megan realized this was why the kitchen area had felt so big and airy. The bank of windows in front of her revealed one of the most beautiful sunsets she had ever seen. The view allowed her to see for miles. It wasn't only spectacular, it proved to be a very good vantage point to see anyone coming. A glass chandelier with what looked like 100 lights hung from the high, peaked ceiling, giving the room a majestic feel. Megan sighed. If only there were electricity to light that thing up. Several bookshelves along the opposite wall of the fireplace were filled with books and board games, giving it a family feel. A small table and 2 chairs were positioned in front of the massive windows, which drew her attention. There was a puzzle spread out over the table. Someone had been working on it. Recently? Alarm bells went off inside her head, and her heart started to race. It seemed more obvious than ever that someone was definitely taking refuge here. She had to hurry. Darting into an open door on the right, she found another bedroom. She quickly pulled open drawers and searched the adjoining bathroom. A woman had clearly been here based on bottled skin products she'd found, and there had been a few clothes in the drawers, but not enough to indicate someone lived here full-time. Opposite the staircase was a door, which led to another bedroom. This must be the master, she thought to herself, as she took in the king-size bed and huge adjoining bathroom, complete with a massive tub. The edge of the tub had an assortment of soaps and hair products. Oh, to sink in that tub and forget about the world for a few hours, she thought to herself. This time, she found what appeared to be some kind of prescription painkiller in the medicine cabinet, but the label was torn where the name had been, making Megan wonder if that was intentional. Finding a half-empty box of Band-Aids, Megan grabbed both, even though she certainly wasn't going to give the pain medicine to her daughter, yet. Caitlin didn't seem to be in pain, but good medicine was hard to find, so she would hold on to it. Maybe she could trade it for antibiotics. With the collapse of the banks, money was about as much good as newspaper. She had managed to barter for food with things like half-full bottles of liquor, some of Caitlin's crayons and books. Given how many people had gone digital over the years, people were willing to barter for some of the most basic things, and she was more than willing to part with them to get the food they needed to survive. Bartering was tricky business. People who had what you wanted determined what the value was. It could be a pair of shoes or a roll of toilet paper. You just never knew. She ran back down the stairs and into the bedroom where Caitlin lay. Her daughter looked so peaceful. Megan realized her little girl had some scratches on her arms. Going back to the kitchen, she grabbed a towel. Out of habit, she tried the faucet. Dry, of course. Megan had a bottle of water in her pack, but wanted to conserve that for drinking. Quickly giving the kitchen area a more thorough inspection, she found several 2-liter soda bottles filled with water under the sink. It probably wasn't safe to drink, but she could use it to dampen the towel. Megan grabbed one of the bowls she had found in the cupboard and poured some water into it. Carrying everything back to the room, she gently sponged her daughter's forehead. The fever was low, but it was there. It was probably a result of the dehydration. Her daughter had vomited several times yesterday and had been unable to hold anything down. Megan continued to wipe gently down Caitlin's arms. She put bandages on the deepest cuts, more out of habit than actual necessity. Once she was finished, she covered her with the light blanket that had been neatly folded at the foot of the bed. She didn't want to spike her fever inadvertently by trying to keep her too warm. It was a mistake she had made more than once already and had learned her lesson. Megan quickly wiped away the blood on her own arms, wincing as the numerous cuts and scratches were pulled. Finger-combing her thick black hair, she watched as pine needles and leaves dropped harmlessly to the floor. With her daughter tucked away, the adrenaline that had pushed her to keep going was fading fast. Megan's legs felt like jelly, and her arms were so weak the bowl of water was too heavy to lift. She set it down on the bedside table and reached for her pack. Pulling out the bottle of water, she took a long drink. She used her fingers to dab some on Caitlin's lips. Pouring the water down her throat would only result in her choking. Exhaustion was setting in fast. Most of the day yesterday had been spent caring for her daughter. Caitlin had complained of being thirsty no matter how much she drank. It wasn't long before she was vomiting and complaining of a stomachache. Megan had chalked it up to a tummy bug. They hadn't been exactly eating healthy, and sleeping outside on cold nights probably didn't help. Throughout the night, Caitlin progressively got worse. She kept talking to her dad, who was not in the room. She was convinced she was watching television and giggled at her favorite shows. They hadn't been able to watch TV in 3 months. Megan knew her baby was delirious, but had no idea how to help her. The guilt Megan felt for dragging her daughter into the forest in the first place was overwhelming. When the group of men who had referred to themselves as the New Order had invaded their small town, Megan refused to join. She wanted nothing to do with hurting others, stealing, and God knew what else these people were doing. Some of the few survivors in the area had agreed to follow the rules. The men didn't only take food and water as payment for the so-called protection and security they offered. They were taking people. Any young man capable of fighting was turned into expendable soldiers, and several teenage girls had disappeared. While Megan had assumed they were being raped and abused, no one was talking, but the screams and cries in the night were enough to set her imagination into overdrive. The sad thing was, they thought they were doing something good. They actually thought they were following some new, magnanimous leader who would take care of them. From what she'd been told by others, this new leader was nothing short of charismatic, but Megan wasn't interested in lies and deception. They were all alike. It was like watching sheep led to the slaughter. She didn't trust anyone, and certainly not some faceless person who had minions doing all his dirty work. Megan's instinct and general distrust had kept her from joining. Megan was not about to stick around to see what would happen, and she decided to get out while they could, and they'd been on the move ever since, taking refuge in abandoned homes, barns, and even under the cold night sky. Running for almost a week now, in the last day, Caitlin had grown extremely weary and lethargic, which meant Megan had to carry her. Now she could feel the day's physical and mental strain weighing her down. She was going to lie down and rest with Caitlin for a few minutes so she could think straight and give her overtired muscles a chance to relax, something she'd been unable to do for several days. She would close her eyes for a bit and then figure out what to do next. Megan crawled onto the bed and pulled her daughter in close. "I love you, baby. I promise I will help you get better. You just rest for now. Mommy's here," she whispered. Given the lateness of the day, even if the cabin wasn't abandoned, Megan didn't think anyone would show up after dark. Without foot trails, it would be near impossible to make the trek through the forest without daylight. She only needed one night, and hopefully, Caitlin would start showing signs of getting better tomorrow. In the meantime, the bed really was comfortable, and it had been too long since they had a dry place to sleep. What could one night hurt? Chapter 3. Wyatt Morris crept into the house with his Glock 17 leading the way. When they'd arrived at the cabin, they'd found the back door had been busted in, putting his senses on high alert at the thought of someone inside. He gestured to his younger brother, Jack, to stay quiet. They were expecting looters at some point, and that time was apparently now. Long before the EMP, Wyatt and his father had done their best to make the house look empty and abandoned, hoping to deter any squatters who found their way to the cabin. They had worked too long and too hard to build this place up to make it into the safe retreat his family needed. He was not going to let anyone take it from his family, especially not now. The cabin and all of the preps that were concealed in and around it were a labor of love for him and his father. This was the place they were going to all live out their days when the shit hit the fan. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and now they were forced to improvise without his dad. Jack grabbed his wife's arm. "Take Ryland and hide," he told her quietly. Willow nodded and used her eyes to direct her 12-year-old son to follow her. Wyatt and Jack's mom, Rosie, heard her son and quietly followed them into the thick trees that surrounded the lodge. Wyatt had created a blind beyond the backyard as a designated area for them to hide should intruders show up. He had hung a large burlap cover with a camouflage print between two trees, creating a small space between the rocky hillside and the house. Over time, small bushes had grown in front of it, further masking the safe zone. When you stood at the back door and looked straight ahead, it looked like part of the hillside and trees. The blind allowed them to stay out of sight should potential looters arrive in numbers greater than their own. While now, more than ever, having enough was a matter of survival, it wasn't worth losing another family member. Wyatt had tried to make it look like the place had already been looted by tossing more trash around and littering the area with broken glass to sell the story. Behind the boards, the windows were intact. He only wanted the cabin to appear looted and abandoned. If someone did get in, they wouldn't find anything. Everything was carefully concealed. Once the would-be bandits realized there was nothing there, they would leave and the family could go back to whatever it was they had been doing. That had been the plan, anyway, Wyatt thought to himself. Wyatt designated himself as the one to enter the cabin, with his younger brother standing guard outside. The door had something blocking it. Not a problem, considering Wyatt had the keys to the front door. It seemed silly to carry around keys nowadays, but it was a habit, and a locked door could be enough deterrent to keep some of the less aggressive looters out. He instructed their friends, Chase and Albert, to stay at the back while he and Jack went around to the front. He slowly opened the solid wood door, being careful not to trigger the alarm he had set. A stick, sharpened to a point, was duct-taped to the top of the door on the inside. A balloon was taped to the wall. When the door opened wide enough, it would cause the stick to pop the balloon. It was something he and Jack had done as kids all the time. Now, the silly prank served as their front door alarm. He didn't know why he was being so cautious. The balloon must have deflated months ago and now laid flat against the wall. Using hand gestures, he motioned Jack to go upstairs while he searched below. He walked through the house, not making a sound. His Navy SEAL training kicked in, and he carefully went about, clearing what would be Albert and Chase's room, cringing slightly as he heard his brother shuffling around upstairs. When he walked into his own room, he was stunned by what he found. A woman and child were sleeping in his bed. Wyatt took a few seconds to evaluate the situation. The child was clearly not well. Her face was unnaturally pale, and the area around her eyes was black. A woman was curled around the little girl in a protective gesture, even in sleep. He couldn't see much of her features, but he judged her to be in her late 20s or so. He imagined she must be the girl's mother. The resemblance was plain to see. They both had hair as black as night and the same dainty features. He heard loud footsteps behind him and spun around. Jack was approaching, and he wasn't exactly stealth. "Shh," he said, turning to his brother. It was too late. The woman on the bed was awake. She looked mad, scared, and fierce all at the same time. She stared at them with wide brown eyes. Scratches and bits of dried blood marred what he expected was perfectly smooth skin on her face. Her black hair was a tangled mess with little bits of birch tree seeds and other foliage mixed in. Wyatt took in the rest of her appearance. She had clearly had a rough time of it, judging by the rips in her cargo pants. Her overly large gray t-shirt was threadbare. Despite her roughshod appearance, she was stunning. Her shapely arms revealed she was muscular, but not overly so. The woman was not a wilting flower. He could see that by the look of defiance on her face. Wyatt held up his hands in a universal sign of surrender. "We aren't going to hurt you," he stated slowly and calmly. She stared at his brother, who was still pointing the gun at her. One raised eyebrow was all she needed to do to question his statement. "Jack, put the gun away," Wyatt said in frustration. Wyatt turned back to the weary woman watching them. "Look, we aren't going to hurt you." He paused, holstering his own weapon. "But you are in our house, in our bed, so, well, you need to tell us who you are." His natural instinct was to protect a woman, especially a woman who was clearly on her own. The fact she had a young, sick child with her sealed the deal. He wasn't going to hurt her or kick them out. Call him chivalrous, but he wasn't about to send a woman and child off to fend for themselves. Not in this new world. His dad would never do something so harsh, and he wanted to be like the man who gave his life for his family. The woman opened her mouth, but quickly snapped it shut. It took about 2 seconds for Wyatt to figure out why. "Who is she?" came a harsh voice from behind Wyatt. Before he could answer Albert, there was another voice, much more serious. "Did you check her for weapons?" Wyatt sighed. They weren't making the best first impression. "Chase, Albert, can we give the woman a chance to explain herself before we drag her in front of the firing squad?" Wyatt winced when he heard the sharp intake of breath from the woman he had just inadvertently threatened as she shifted her body to protect her child. His mother always lectured him about his heavy use of sarcasm. It was a character flaw. one that he only remembered he was supposed to be working on in times like these. He turned back to apologize. She had stood and was now stalking towards him with no sign of fear. She stopped about 6 inches from him, pulled her perfect petite shoulders back, and ripped into him. "My name isn't important. Clearly, you Neanderthals were never taught common courtesy or human decency. For you to actually threaten a woman and her obviously ill daughter is despicable." Wyatt took an involuntary step back as she pressed forward. He stepped on Jack's foot, who was also trying to get out of the way of the slight woman bearing down on them. He knew he needed to gain control of the situation, and fast, but the woman appeared to be breathing fire as she came at them. She didn't give him the chance. "Don't you worry about checking me for a weapon," she pointed a finger at Chase. "Unlike you, I don't need to wave a gun about to scare people. Does that make you feel more like a man? Does it make you feel powerful?" Wyatt knew there was a domino effect happening. Jack, Albert, and Chase had all lined up behind him to get into the room. With every step the woman advanced, he was stepping backwards to avoid hurting her. If he didn't stop his retreat, they were all going to fall on their butts. He started to speak again. He wasn't going to let her cut him off. Squaring his shoulders and speaking with as much confidence as he could gather, "I'm sorry. We aren't going to hurt you." Her nostrils flared, and he realized he offended her again. Somehow. "I mean, we aren't like that. He stammered. Am not like that. We aren't," he said in a pleading tone. So much for confidence, he chided himself. He had turned into a blubbering idiot that wasn't making any sense. His eyes became small slits as he could feel her looking him over. It was unnerving. It was exciting. It was completely brazen, but if he was being honest with himself, he loved it. It had been a few months since he experienced the excitement of meeting an attractive woman who showed any kind of interest in him. This interest may be a little on the negative side, but he could see she was passionate. Passionately hating him, but passion was passion. He grinned, which earned him a scowl from her. Once she was finished with a very thorough inspection, she looked him straight in the eyes. "We will leave. Tell your little army to back off," she sneered at Jack. "Stand down, big boy. This big bad lady means you no harm." Wyatt wanted to laugh at the woman, who was probably only a little over 5 feet tall. He actually had to bend his head down to look at her from his 6'1" above. His little brother was just a couple inches shorter than he was, and Chase had often been referred to as the Green Giant throughout high school after he had shot up their sophomore year and hadn't stopped growing. Chase had several inches on him. He felt the guys stiffen behind him and looked over his shoulder to see his mother push her way past Chase and Albert, glaring at the group of them. "Boys, go take care of that door," grumbled a clearly irritated Rosie as she looked pointedly at their friends. "Wyatt, Jack, you know better," she said, stepping into the room. Wyatt flinched when he heard his mother's tone. He was 34, but it didn't mean his mama didn't scare him at times, especially when she used her no-nonsense tone. Rosie marched right over to the opposite side of the bed and sat down. She put her hand out to feel the little girl's head. She wasn't the least bit bothered by the woman who was staring her down. "My name is Rosie Morris. The first 2 Neanderthals," she smiled when she said the word, "those 2 are my boys. The grumpy old guy in the back is Albert, and the one who wants to shoot everyone is Chase." Wyatt watched his mom break down all the walls the woman had erected around her. She seemed to soften right before his very eyes. "I'm Megan Wolford," she said, in a much calmer voice than she spoke to him with. He was only a little offended. "Ryland and Willow are waiting outside. I imagine Ryland will be thrilled to have another kid to hang out with." While Rosie talked, she had pulled the blanket from the little girl and was looking her over. Jack took that as his cue to leave and quickly went to find his wife and son. Wyatt decided it was best to leave his mom alone to do what she did best: mother, nurture, and heal. He turned and used his head to silently gesture to the rest of his group to leave. They did so, and he gently closed the door behind him. Chapter 4. Megan studied the woman, carefully examining her daughter. Her natural instinct told her the woman was safe, but the overprotective mother in her wanted the woman to get away from her little girl. Rosie looked up at Megan as she carefully tucked the blanket back around Caitlin. "What's her name?" Rosie asked softly. "Caitlin." Her manners were deeply ingrained, and despite what the last 3 months had been like, she couldn't help but apologize for her rude behavior. "I'm sorry about earlier. Your sons had guns on me. It startled me." Rosie smiled. "Sweetie, I probably would have tossed the lamp at them myself. Don't you worry about it. How long has Caitlin been sick?" Megan took a deep breath. "She only started acting sick about 2 days ago. She was fine until then." Rosie nodded her head. "How old is she?" 7. Megan found it hard to believe this gentle woman was the mother of the 2 very large men that had pushed their way into the room earlier. This woman's compassion was obvious. Megan imagined she probably was the type of woman who volunteered at children's hospitals and adopted all the neighborhood kids. She probably regularly baked them cookies and knitted them hats at Christmas. "Well, dear," Rosie spoke, interrupting Megan's reverie about days gone by, "let's go into the kitchen, and you can tell me more about her symptoms. How does a cup of coffee sound?" She reached out and put a hand on Megan's bent knee. "You are safe here. I promise. No one will hurt you." Megan was hesitant, but what choice did she have? Options weren't plentiful. She had heard of a hospital on the state line between Idaho and Washington, but there was no way she could carry Caitlin out the door, let alone that far across the rough terrain. There was also the risk it was simply another rumor. Rumors had been rampant, and with no way to communicate to verify the information, relying on those rumors was a serious gamble. "I would appreciate anything you can do to help her," Megan told her appreciatively. "I don't know what happened. I don't." Rosie stopped her. "Let's go get that cup of coffee, and we will go over all her symptoms from the beginning. I may have something on hand to treat her. It could be the flu, which means she will get better in a matter of days." Megan instantly felt guilty. She already knew there was no medicine in the house. She looked down at the floor, trying to avert her eyes. Rosie had that mother's instinct and smiled. "Not that kind of medicine. I've used herbs to treat the boys and myself for years." Megan was instantly intrigued. She had, of course, heard of herbal remedies, but to be honest, in a world where modern medicine was 5 minutes or a phone call away, she had never taken the time to learn about it. Thank God this woman did. Rosie walked to the door, holding it open, waiting for Megan to follow. Megan took a second to give Caitlin a kiss on the forehead. "Mommy will be right back, sweetie. I'm going to go get you some medicine, and we will get you all better soon." She followed Rosie into the kitchen to find the men were in a heated discussion, and it was obvious they were talking about her. "She isn't going anywhere," she heard Wyatt say. She assumed he was the leader of the merry band of misfits, judging by the way the others seemed to listen to him. The old guy, Albert, she remembered, chimed in. "They all look sweet and innocent. You don't know her. She could be here to scout out what we have. Best to send her on her way." The younger brother stood there, shaking his head. "I don't know, Wyatt. We don't have enough food for us, let alone 2 more mouths to feed." Rosie cleared her throat. Jack, can you have Willow and Ryland come in here? She paused and looked at each of the men, making eye contact. Megan and Caitlin are our guests, and you will treat them as such. The look was one that left no room for argument. Megan herself had used a look like that on a number of occasions with her own daughter. Granted, her daughter was 7. These two appeared to be in their 30s. Under different circumstances, she probably would have laughed at how effectively Rosie brought them under her control. Evidently, even as adults, they still listened to Mom. Chase was the first to look away. Wyatt slapped him on the back. "She always gets you with that look, man." Wyatt laughed, but stopped the second Rosie put a hand on her hip. The older woman looked at the man standing next to Wyatt. "Chase Jackson, I have known you since you were 5, and I know you are a good man. Act like it," she said firmly. "Yes, ma'am." Chase glared at Wyatt before stalking out the broken back door. "Mom, are you sure about this?" Jack questioned. The answer was another stern look that told him she wasn't going to argue. Jack turned and quietly headed for the stairs. Megan could hear voices coming from up there and hoped it was only his wife and child. She was already uncomfortable being so outnumbered. Albert spoke up. "You watch your back, Rosie." He glared at Megan. "It don't matter how young and pretty they are. You can't trust anyone these days." Megan had enough. "Look here, old man. I don't trust you. Maybe you're the one people should be worried about. You stay away from me and my daughter, and we will stay out of your way. We stopped to rest and look for medicine, so you needn't worry. We'll be gone as soon as I can get her out of bed." The tall, obscenely handsome Wyatt grinned, revealing a set of straight white teeth. His gleaming smile against his tanned face with a dark 5 o'clock shadow would have probably landed him on the cover of a magazine in the old days. He was gorgeous. Dark hair cut short with steely blue eyes. He must have some Irish in him, she mused. His mom had a full head of strawberry blonde hair, which meant he got his looks from his dad. The younger brother, Jack, favored his mother with light blonde hair, which was a stark contrast to his older brother. He had to be at least 6 feet tall and had clearly been in excellent physical shape before the collapse. He was hard all over. His shirt stretched over a broad chest and what could only be described as a washboard stomach. Oh, this guy was a lady killer, she decided. Megan vowed right then to keep her distance. He stepped around the center island in the kitchen. "I'm Wyatt Morris. I am truly sorry for earlier. I'm sure you know what it's like out there. You can't be too careful." Megan shook his extended hand. "Megan," she said flatly, "it's fine. I don't particularly care to have guns pointed at me or my child. If you could remind your buddies of that, we will get along just fine." He laughed. "Got it. To be fair, you did break into our house, and you were sleeping in my bed," he quickly added. "I don't mind, but it was a little alarming. It isn't like we get a lot of drop-by visitors up here." She glared at him. "Wyatt, that is enough. Use your manners, young man." Rosie had opened a cupboard and grabbed the jars of what looked like dried weeds that Megan had found earlier. "Get some coffee made, would you please? Make extra. I think we could all use an extra cup this morning." Megan watched as Wyatt walked out the door she had busted open last night. Before he did his mother's bidding, he had given her one last look. It was a little unsettling. She hadn't been looked at with what she could only call interest in a long time. She shook off the sensation and turned her focus back to Rosie. In a lowered voice, Rosie asked Megan if she needed to take care of any calls of nature. Megan couldn't help but blush. The luxury of indoor plumbing was a distant memory. She had become very adept at taking care of things outside. Around here, that could be very awkward with so many people roaming about. Rosie grabbed her hand. "Follow me." Megan hesitated. She was long past the need to go to the bathroom in a herd. Those days were long behind her, and she didn't want to make it a habit again, especially with a complete stranger. Rosie smiled. "We have the next best thing to indoor plumbing." They walked outside, and about 50 feet away from the back corner of the cabin was a miniature version of the cabin, tall peak and all. In the center of the peak, there was a half moon cut from glass, the universal signal for an outhouse. The trees around the outhouse provided some privacy and seclusion. "Everything you need is out there. My husband built that when he was building the cabin. He said a man could sleep under the stars, but certain business needed to be taken care of under a roof," Rosie said with a gentle laugh. Megan thought she detected a catch in her voice as Rosie talked, but for the life of her, she couldn't figure out why someone would be emotional about an outhouse, even if it were a mini replica of their home. Rosie went on to explain that the outhouse was fine for spring and summer, but once the snow really started to fall, they would have to resort to a composting toilet in the house. Megan hadn't even realized the toilet in the bathroom on the ground floor wasn't an actual toilet. She listened as Rosie explained how they collected the sawdust and pine shavings when they cut the wood to build the cabin. They had also loaded up on sawdust that her husband had gotten free. When Megan involuntarily grimaced at the idea, Rosie quickly assured her it wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was better. She never had to clean the toilet. A composting toilet sounded a little icky, but Megan was sure it would be better than trying to use the outhouse in frigid temperatures. Rosie assured her there was no smell and no one saw anyone's business. Now that Rosie had mentioned it, Megan realized she definitely needed to visit the outhouse, or, as the older woman called it, the privy. Megan was ecstatic to see the place was equipped with a small sink, soap, and, of course, toilet paper. There was a jug of water sitting on the floor that she assumed was for washing hands. Never again would she take a toilet for granted. She washed up and headed back inside. Rosie grabbed a pencil and a little notebook from a drawer and walked around the island to one of the stools. "You'll have to forgive the crankiness around here this morning. We were living in the city until the worst of the winter weather cleared, and only then could we make our way here. It took us several days on foot, and even though the snow has cleared, as you know, it's still cold at night. I was never one for camping, much preferring the coziness of a cabin with a warm bed and a fireplace, and I know Willow feels the same. I suspect my grandson was the only one truly enjoying himself," Rosie explained as she sat down. "Have a seat. Let's go over what happened." Megan pulled out a stool, leaving one stool in between them. She was keeping her guard up and wanted some distance between herself and the people she wasn't quite sure about yet. She explained how Caitlin had been fine. She had been healthy and her usual bubbly self while they headed north. They had been managing okay, living off the supplies they had. Megan had done a little trapping, her specialty, each day, and cooked some kind of meat each night. Since they were just coming out of winter, there had been plenty of snow and rain to catch and purify for drinking. Caitlin knew to stay close and never wander off. Megan thought back to the day her daughter had first gotten sick. Caitlin had come to Megan, who had been skinning a rabbit she had trapped, and asked for a drink. She drank an entire bottle of water and asked for another. At the time, Megan had assumed she had been playing really hard since there were some children where they were camping, and it had always been so easy for her daughter to make friends. Megan realized she had been focused on her task at the time, and Caitlin had been quiet. Did she wander away from the camp? Rosie nodded her head. Does she go out wandering, maybe picking berries or whatnot? No, she knows better than that, Megan replied confidently. She is a really picky eater, and I don't see her eating anything she doesn't know. Did she vomit? Have diarrhea? Cough? Rosie asked in a very clinical manner. Does she have any cuts anywhere that could have gotten infected? Did she happen to have a cold or anything before the symptoms started? Megan took a second to think back. That night, she said she felt icky and vomited a few times. I don't think she had any diarrhea, and she hasn't been sick, and no cuts. Rosie nodded and wrote in her little notebook. Fever? Just acting off in general. Actually, she did start to act very strange, like she was drunk, really. She didn't have a fever until about halfway through the day yesterday. Megan explained how Caitlin had been walking, albeit slowly, for the first part of their trip up here, but then became so lethargic and weak, she collapsed. I assumed she was dehydrated. I tried to get her to drink water, but she fell asleep, and I haven't been able to wake her since. The hitch in her voice was involuntary. Rosie reached out to rub her back as Megan fought back tears. Talking about her daughter's sudden, unexplained illness made it all too real. Megan waited and watched as Rosie made notes and occasionally stopped to stare at the page for a few seconds in deep thought. Could she have eaten undercooked meat or maybe something bad in general? Megan shrugged. I don't think so. I do a lot of hunting and trapping, but I always cook the meat really well. We had been living off the food I had in the pantry before we left. It hasn't been a lot, but I don't think any of it was bad. She paused. I haven't been sick. Wyatt had walked in and was listening to the story. Megan met his eyes and saw warmth and comfort. She was sure he was a good guy, but one could never be too careful. Ever since her husband had cheated on her and left her for another woman, Megan had pulled back from society in general, and most definitely men. That was more than 2 years ago. She didn't trust her own instincts anymore. No way did she want to feel that kind of pain and loss again, and she chose to focus on her daughter rather than finding more heartbreak. Okay, now we have somewhere to start, Rosie said, getting back to business. Wyatt broke eye contact and bent down to the propane stove. He turned on a burner and used a match to ignite the stove. Megan watched. She wished her house had propane. She'd been heating water over a fire in a pit she had made just after the collapse. Starting a fire in the rain had not been fun. The EMP had happened in the middle of winter, which made going outdoors to start a fire miserable. Propane would have saved her a lot of trouble and could have helped keep them warm. This house and all its amenities seemed very normal. Wyatt set a full, percolating coffee pot on the burner and turned back to the women. The coffee had been in a jar, shoved behind all the cans of spoiled food. Megan realized it was back there for a reason. They had hid it on purpose, just in case someone like her broke in. I am going to start with a bit of feverfew tea, Rosie explained, picking up one of her jars. This is going to break the fever and hopefully make her feel a little better in general. I would like to talk to her about what she may have eaten or what she is feeling. I have found that simply breaking the fever can help kids feel good enough to start getting the fluids they need to get better. Megan raised an eyebrow in question when she saw the jar full of what appeared to be dried grass and weeds. With that range of symptoms, it could be food poisoning, especially if there weren't any other symptoms like the standard sore throat, sniffles, or a cough, Rosie continued. Megan shook her head. I really hope not. I am always very careful and usually char the meat to make sure it's safe. Rosie nodded. Hun, not that kind of food poisoning. It could have been something like her picking up a rock or playing in the dirt, and the germs found their way into her system. You know kids. They can pick up germs in a heartbeat. As she talked, Rosie smiled, glancing over at Wyatt. "You said you had been camping out, which means you were around wild animals that carry all sorts of fun diseases." There was a noise behind them, and Megan spun around on the stool. A woman and child were walking down the stairs. Beside the boy stood a very large, intimidating dog. The woman was average-looking. Brown hair pulled back into a messy ponytail revealed a pair of light brown eyes. She wore no makeup. No one did these days. Her small frame was dwarfed by the oversized plaid shirt she was wearing over jeans that were a couple sizes too big. Megan assumed she had probably lost weight since all of this had started. Everyone had. Next to her stood a boy that was a miniature version of the man, Jack, whom she had met earlier. There was no denying who this kid's father was. Many people said the same thing about her and Caitlin. It always amused her how one parent's genes could be so strong. They just squeezed out the other parent. Rosie jumped off the stool in a move that defied her age. "Megan, this is Willow, Ryland, and the furry beast is Duke. Guys, this is Megan, and her daughter's name is Caitlin. They are going to be staying with us for a while." Ryland looked around the room, clearly looking for Caitlin. Duke didn't have to use his eyes to find the intruder in his domain. He put his large black snout into the air, gave a good sniff, and bounded off towards the bedroom where Caitlin lay. Megan jumped off the stool and ran behind the dog that looked to be a German Shepherd mix. Her heart was racing in fear for her baby. When she got to the room, she stopped in her tracks at the door. The dog had jumped on the bed and was slowly and oh so gently sniffing her daughter. Caitlin moaned. The dog's ears shot straight up into pointed peaks as he stared at the girl. Duke, come here," Willow called with authority. The dog ignored her. He was completely focused on the little girl in the bed. "I'm sorry," Willow said to Megan. "He is harmless, just curious." Megan nodded, but kept a close eye on the dog as it continued its very thorough inspection of her daughter. Once he was finished, he spun around on the bed a few times and plopped down beside her. Duke gave a big moan and put his head on Caitlin's belly. Megan looked at Willow in question. She shrugged her shoulders. "I think he wants to protect her. He usually sleeps like that with Ryland." Wyatt once again managed to sneak up behind her in complete silence. It was amazing how a man that size could move without making a sound. "She's good. Duke will keep a close eye on her. No one is getting in this room without his approval." Rosie called out, "Coffee is ready. Let the girl rest." They all returned to the kitchen. Rosie handed out the coffee like an experienced waitress. "You sit here and let the caffeine hit. I'm going to go give Caitlin some of this tea." When Megan moved to go with her, Rosie put up a hand. "Sit, rest. She will be fine." Wyatt spoke up. "She has been giving us horrible herb concoctions most of our lives. They taste bad, but I can honestly say we haven't had to visit doctors much in our lifetimes. She knows what she is doing," he assured her with a nod. Megan nodded. "Okay, thank you." She grabbed the cup of coffee and took a sip. It was delicious. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, relishing the aroma of fresh coffee. A little stronger than she was used to, but the caffeine racing through her veins was invigorating. It was the little things she missed. The glorious silence was interrupted by Chase and Albert returning. Albert was carrying a stack of wood, grumbling about something Megan couldn't make out. Carrying the wood to the huge wood stove set between the kitchen and dining room so the rising heat would help to heat the upstairs, he dropped the armload of wood with a loud thunk. It was then Megan realized it was chilly in the house. She had been full of adrenaline since she had been awakened and hadn't noticed the cool air. Chase added a bucket of kindling to the hearth before heading to the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee. Jack came in last, carrying a large bag and set it on the counter. Willow walked over and gave him a quick kiss. Megan watched the couple go through a routine that seemed so normal. It was odd to see a married couple drinking a cup of coffee together when the world around them was crumbling a little more every day. They had each other, their healthy child, and a rather large family. They had it all. The entire group seemed to function as a unit. They each had a job and seemed happy to do it. Megan sighed and quickly chided herself for being sappy. These people may have each other, but they also had to deal with people like Albert. The guy was surly. Even now he was stalking into the kitchen, yanking open a cupboard door and attempting to pour himself a cup of coffee. She and Caitlin were better off on their own. "Really?" he growled as he realized the pot was empty. Chase smiled. "Guess you better make another pot, Albert." Megan held back a smile. Served the old codger right for being so rude. Albert threw her a nasty look as he headed out the door with the pot in hand. She assumed they must have a stash of water out there, or there was a well with a hand pump. That would be too perfect, she thought to herself. After watching the routine for several minutes, Megan decided she best get back to Caitlin and see if she was ready to move yet. She didn't want to stay around for a minute longer than necessary. Chapter 5. Wyatt watched Megan scan the room. He knew what she was doing. She was sizing everyone up. He still wasn't sure about her, but she seemed harmless. Maybe a little cranky and definitely a lot protective, but that was to be expected with a sick child. This world had changed people. It transformed the nicest people he knew into some of the most ruthless. Brotherly love and human kindness in general was a rarity these days. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else, and for good reason. No one was safe anymore. Wyatt had a feeling she was looking for the quickest way out. This woman didn't feel comfortable in their home or around them. That much was obvious. He got it, but she clearly didn't realize the danger she was putting herself and her daughter in by trying to go it alone. This was not the time to be a lone wolf. She needed people, and he intended to convince her of that, and not just for her sake. It had been a long time since he felt any sort of attraction to someone, and if he were being honest with himself, he had to resist the pangs of jealousy he felt when he saw his brother with his wife. Despite how quickly the world had changed, their bond only seemed to grow stronger. While Wyatt realized that given the existing climate, he wasn't sure if he'd ever find someone like that, he was very attracted to Megan. She intrigued him, and he wanted to get to know her better. A lot better. He felt a connection that couldn't be explained, and he wanted the chance to find out if there could be more. Wyatt had a feeling she could be an asset to them as well. While his mom had taken her to the outhouse, he had quickly searched the bag under the bed. He had seen it when he first saw her, but didn't let on that he had. He'd found cable snares. After hearing her story about skinning a rabbit, he was convinced. She knew how to trap, and that could help put food on the table as well as replenish the food stockpile they had built before the EMP. The petite woman didn't look like a trapper, but he suspected there was more to her than meets the eye. As he watched her over the brim of his coffee cup, he got an idea. "Would you like to take a bath?" She swung around to look at him. "What?" The surprise on her face was evident as she stared at him. He realized that had come out wrong. "Not with me, that is to say." Taking a deep breath, he tried to explain. "We can get you hot water if you would like to take a bath. We don't have enough pressure for an indoor shower, but we can fill the tub upstairs," he explained quickly. He felt like an idiot. Megan eyed him carefully. He watched the look of excitement cross her face. Considering that she probably hadn't enjoyed hot water in months, it might go a long way toward easing some of her aches and pains, and hopefully improve her mood, which he was fairly sure he had just made worse. "I should probably get going." Wyatt laughed and rolled his eyes at the ridiculous statement. "Your daughter is lying in bed, unconscious. Are you going to scoop her up and leave? Or maybe you were going to leave her in our care?" She glared at him, and he swore he saw smoke coming from her nostrils. She was mad. It was a very attractive look on her, which made him grin. Damn, he had it bad. He really liked this woman. "Just relax. Let her heal. Take a bath. You will feel better. There's no reason for you to rush out the door." He leaned forward and touched her arm. "I think you know we aren't going to hurt you. We want to help. We aren't crazy." A snort from Albert, who was lighting the stove, interrupted the moment. "Albert, quit acting like a grumpy old man," Wyatt scolded, as he fought back his grin at Megan giving Albert the look of death. "He is putting on a show. He isn't quite as mean as he wants you to believe. Ignore him." Megan looked to Willow and Jack, who had been quietly talking in the corner of the kitchen. Willow spoke up. "A hot bath is a luxury that you do not want to pass up, especially when you'll have all these handsome men carrying buckets of water for you. I bet you'll feel better." An elbow in the ribs from Willow prompted Jack to respond. "Yeah, it's no problem. Chase will get the fire going and we will heat the water on the stove. It will take about an hour." "See, it's settled. You are going to take an almost hot bath. My mom will keep an eye on Caitlin, and hopefully, with my mom's magic, she will be on the road to recovery in no time," Wyatt assured her. Megan conceded. "I'm going to go check on Caitlin first, and then I will help carry the water. There is no way I will let you guys wait on me hand and foot." Wyatt winked. "Of course not." He watched as she slid off the stool. She was sore. He could tell by the way that she winced when her feet hit the ground. A bath would definitely do her some good. He had a feeling she had been on her own since this started, which was a huge burden for anyone, let alone a single woman with a child. It was time she leaned on others. With each of them helping out, the burden was so much easier to carry. So much so, Wyatt couldn't imagine trying to survive without his family. Wyatt had to admit that he was lucky. Not only was he close to his family, but they'd always been of like mind when it came to prepping. While his father had been the instigator in all of it, his mom had always made a point of choosing more natural products over the convenience of store-bought. Wyatt had long suspected that it had more to do with her upbringing than anything else did. One of several siblings growing up in a very poor household, from what his mom used to say, his gran had made foraging for food and herbs a game, and despite often not having enough food on the table, they always knew they were loved. When she had married his dad, she would laughingly tease her about some of her more frugal ways, reminding her that she didn't have to worry about money anymore, but he'd quickly grown to appreciate her efforts, especially when he decided to buy the land for their cabin and was able to pay cash for it. Dale Morris had purchased the entire 50-acre plot 15 years ago to keep others from building around him or any kind of logging operations from removing the concealing trees. The location was extremely remote, and because it was completely off the grid, there were no utility bills. In fact, most of the building had been built without permits, which meant records showed it was nothing more than a parcel of undeveloped land. More importantly, the elevation meant the harsh winter weather would act as an invisible fence, and without any real roads to the property. It would be secluded and safe. at least for the time being. Wyatt and his father hadn't been to the cabin in some time. They had plans to go up in the spring to take another truckload of supplies, but everything happened before they were ready. In fact, they had planned to have a big family reunion at the cabin and spend a week hanging out, living off the land, and getting in some practice for when the time came they had to live there. They'd waited too long. The time was now, and they weren't totally prepared. The family had come up with a plan to get there, and after about 2 weeks of walking at night to avoid the crowds, and taking what they could find from abandoned homes and rapidly emptying store shelves, they had made it, only to find Megan and Caitlin had beaten them there. Wyatt could understand loss, which was why he admired Megan's protective behavior and absolute tenacity at managing to carry her daughter up the hill to the cabin and to break in without any tools. He felt the same way about his family. Wyatt thought back to the moment he came home to see his father lying dead on the floor of the living room. It was something he vowed never to happen again. He still kicked himself for leaving his parents alone. He knew better, but assumed it would all be okay. Never again would he leave the people he cared about to fend for themselves. The loss of his little sister, Winona, had created his strong need to guard the people he cared about. It's what drove him into the military and later the SEALs. He learned a hard lesson in life at the ripe age of 13. Wyatt had been playing basketball with his 9-year-old sister in the driveway of their home. The ball had rolled into the street, and she ran to get it, only to be hit and killed by a speeding car. Wyatt's memories of his little sister lying dead in the street, and then his father lying dead in the same house the family had lived in for more than 30 years, was excruciating. He had let his guard down for a short time, and another loved one had been ripped away from him. It made him extremely vigilant over the people he had now. They were his family, and there was no way he would leave them alone to fend for themselves. Wyatt shook himself out of the funk that had threatened to grab hold and tumble him into a pit of despair and grief. All that mattered was what was right in front of him. He watched Megan limp into his bedroom and decided she was going to be under his protection, whether she liked it or not. He could protect her and Caitlin. That was now his mission. Megan turned back right before she went through the door. She met his eyes, held them for a few seconds before turning back. "You aren't going anywhere, Megan Wolford," he silently vowed. Chapter 6. Megan held her breath as she sank into the tub of water. The burning sensation coming from what must have been 100 cuts and scrapes on her arms, legs, and chest would pass soon. Once the stinging stopped, she exhaled and simply reveled in the feel of warm water caressing every inch of her body. Cold baths had been the norm for 3 months, but this was a little bit of heaven. A girl could get used to this. Megan allowed herself a few minutes to soak and relax. Then it was all business. Willow had given her a razor, which was another luxury Megan had been without since everything went dark. She thought back to all of the little things in life she had taken for granted. Baths, shampoo, conditioner, razors were things she realized she never wanted to do without again. Coffee, she thought to herself. Add coffee to that list. She washed her hair twice and added a heaping amount of conditioner for good measure. It felt good to do something so normal, and being clean felt even better. Megan wanted to stay in the tub for hours, but felt as if she was taking advantage of their hospitality. When she walked back into the kitchen area, it was empty. Megan could hear Willow upstairs with Ryland. Wandering up the stairs, she saw them sitting on one of the sofas. They looked so comfortable. It made her envious of what they had. "How was the bath?" Willow asked. Megan smiled. "Fabulous, just like you promised." Willow smiled back and nodded. "I told you." Megan looked at Ryland, who was hunched over and intently writing in a notebook. "We are doing some math. With no schools, I figure it is up to us to teach the kids these days. I'm no math whiz, but I can balance a checkbook, or I used to be able to," Willow explained. "I am, or I guess was, a teacher before all this happened. A little school each day makes us both feel more normal." Megan nodded. "Good idea. We were doing a little reading and some math at home as well. You have plenty of books to keep everyone busy." Willow stared out the window. "It's amazing how much we took for granted, isn't it?" A wistful look crossed her face as she stared out at the treetops. Megan couldn't agree with her more. In an instant, life had changed. No one went to work, school, or anywhere for that matter. The only cars that ran were the older ones, but considering those were all gas guzzlers, it didn't do much good. The gas pumps didn't work. Everything stopped. No electricity, communications, internet, nothing. It was a very strange, scary new world, and people had lost their minds. It wasn't safe out there. The isolation made average people pray for those who were unscrupulous and looking to benefit from the tragedy that had befallen the world. "I'll let you guys get back to it." Megan stopped on the first stair. "Willow?" The woman lifted her head to look at her in question. "Do you like it here? I mean, do you feel as if you and your son are safe?" Willow smiled. "Of course. I would trust no one else with my own son. Rosie, Wyatt, and all of them really are reliable and trustworthy. Rosie is an excellent mother and grandma, and she has managed to keep us all alive and well long before this happened. Caitlin will be fine," she said with confidence. "You could stay, you know." Megan winced. This place was a fantasy. It wasn't hers, and she felt wrong for intruding. They had worked hard to make it what it was. Was it fair for her to show up at the door and expect them to take her in? She didn't think so. Depending on others had only ever led to heartache for Megan, and she wasn't prepared to start now, especially not now. "You're too kind, Willow. Thank you again for the bath and all the soaps," calling over her shoulder as she walked back downstairs. "Have fun doing your math, Ryland." Wyatt watched as Megan came down the stairs. She was moving a little better, and he was amazed at the transformation. She was wearing a clean pair of jeans, cinched up at the waist with a belt that was too big. She was a little on the thin side, but she didn't look unhealthy. Her hair had been brushed and pulled back into a ponytail. Wyatt had to admit he was tired of seeing women resort to that hairstyle. He missed the days of long, flowing hair, but understood the reason behind it. The women today were forced to do a lot of manual labor, and long hair would definitely be in the way. Megan smiled at him, and he felt his heart skip a beat. She was gorgeous. He loved the confidence and independence she exuded. "So, are you busy?" he asked, not sure if she would actually want to do anything. She shrugged her shoulders. "I'm busy waiting." He laughed. "Well, I know how to help you pass the time and keep your mind occupied while we wait for your daughter to wake up. Come on." She didn't look convinced, but she nodded her head again and followed him outside. "Okay, I'm all yours." Wyatt smiled. If only that were really true. "We are going to make a solar dehydrator today." "Really?" She sounded impressed, which boosted his confidence. Pointing to the supplies he had already laid out, "Yep, so we are going to use these 2x4s to make a box. It won't be perfect, but that doesn't matter. We have enough to make a couple dehydrators, So just follow my lead." He handed her a hammer and pointed to an old coffee can filled with obviously used nails. He showed her how to construct the box with the wood before he grabbed the window screens that were propped against a tree. "Now, it isn't ideal, but we are going to use this silicone to attach the screens to the bottom side of the boxes." He added a thin layer of the sticky goo and pushed the metal frame against the wood. Megan repeated the action on her own box. He glanced across to see how she was doing and caught the scrunched-up look on her face as she worked with the used nails. Some were a bit harder to use, but she still managed. "We can add legs to the boxes, but we don't have that many pieces of wood that are all the same length. Instead, when it's time to use the dehydrators, we will place them on rocks, which will serve as the base that holds the screen off the ground." Megan looked from Wyatt to the box frames. "That's it?" "Well, when it's time, we will slice up our fruit, vegetables, and hopefully meat, nice and thin. Then we'll lay them on the screen, and then place the windows over the top." He pointed to where he had grabbed the screens. There were 2 different size windows. One had a crack. "We pulled those out of a house in town. It had been completely trashed, but the windows were fine. A crack isn't going to hurt the dehydration process." "That's awesome," she said with real excitement, her eye bright. "I can't wait to see how it works." He flashed his most charming smile. "Stick around, and you can." The words didn't have the effect he was going for. Instead, her eyebrows furrowed. "I'm going to check on Caitlin." Wyatt watched her walk away before turning his back to the cabin and giving himself a mental facepalm. "Nice one, dude." The rest of the day flew by. Megan had grabbed a few books from upstairs and spent the time reading to her unconscious daughter. She remembered stories about how comatose patients could sometimes hear their loved ones talking to them, and she hoped that was the case. Rosie had drifted in and out to check on the girl. Occasionally, she would bring in more tea, and between the 2 of them, they slowly got it down Caitlin's throat. By nightfall, Megan was tired and growing more worried about her daughter. She wasn't waking up. Rosie promised it would happen. They just needed to have faith. Megan's faith was quickly evaporating. She needed to do more than read stories. She found Rosie in the kitchen, stirring a pot on the stove. There were several empty jars lined up on the counter with wicks inside, standing straight up. Megan forgot her original reason for coming to find her. "What are you doing?" Rosie smiled. "Making candles. All the little nubs and pieces from the candles we have burned are all thrown into a pot and melted down again. I even collected some broken crayons when we went through town. Now they will be colorful candles." Megan watched as she poured a rainbow of melted wax into each of the jars, careful to hold the wicks up as she poured. "There, done. Now they need to sit overnight, and we will have fresh candles for tomorrow night." "Wow, what will you do when you run out of wax?" Rosie shrugged. "Well, we do our best to conserve. Anytime we make a run into town, we collect what we can. I have an entire box full of wicks sitting on the shelf. I can keep making candles as long as we keep collecting wax." "Then what?" Rosie shrugged. "Well, people have been making candles for hundreds of years. I have a book upstairs that explains how to use tallow or even beeswax. Eventually, we would like to get some honeybees." "Seriously?" Megan couldn't believe the ideas these people had. "Yep, it's on the list of things we want to accomplish by next year. The trick is finding a colony. Then we will have plenty of bees to pollinate our garden and an endless supply of honey. Don't even get me started on how important honey is. And of course, wax." Megan blew out a breath. "Amazing. You guys have really thought this out." Rosie looked up from her candle making for a moment. "Did you need something else, dear?" Megan had almost forgotten why she had come out in the first place. "Actually, yes. I know you are doing everything you can for Caitlin, and I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but is there anything else we can do?" Rosie sighed, giving Megan's arm a gentle squeeze. "Oh, sweetie, I can't imagine how worried you must be. We can certainly try something else in the morning. There are some other plants we could try, but I don't have them in the pantry." "I'll get them." Rosie smiled. "I will make a list of some plants that may help and show you what they look like." Megan had never considered herself a particularly patient person. Life had taught her that if you waited for others to help, you would be waiting a very long time. She was relieved to know that Rosie had other ideas to help Caitlin, and she couldn't wait to head out to find the plants. Being active was far easier than sitting around watching her daughter deteriorate, which she didn't want to consider. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 7. Wyatt had volunteered to take Megan into the forest to search for the plants first thing in the morning. He knew the area well and had a good idea where the plants his mom wanted would be. Megan had told him that she would take any help she could get if it meant making her daughter better, and he was all for that. Granted, Wyatt knew that meant she'd planned to leave as soon as possible, something he hoped to change. Wyatt was already dressed and ready to go before the sun rose, and was surprised to see Megan stumble out of the bedroom dressed. "You ready?" he asked, smiling at her. He liked the idea of them being the only ones up. "Yep, let me grab my pack." Wyatt had donned his own backpack. The list of plants he was supposed to get, or try to get, was in the side pocket of his cargo pants. He loved his cargo pants. It was a military thing, he supposed, but the luxury of lots of pockets made it easy for him to carry all the gear he needed to survive, should he become stuck in the forest. When he had first laid eyes on Megan wearing cargo pants, he was automatically impressed. The girl was smart. They both walked to the bedroom where Caitlin slept, and Megan had just vacated. Duke was still on the bed, snuggling close to his new friend. Megan reached under the bed to grab her backpack. He knew the instant she discovered his secret when a can of corn rolled out from under the bed. The strap of her backpack must have been hung up on it. She raised an eyebrow in question. "You caught me. I like to sneak canned corn." She looked perplexed as she quirked an eyebrow up, waiting for him to continue. "I hide food under the bed." Beds, really, but he wasn't going to tell her all of his secrets. Under the beds, in the false floorboards, and even in that wood coffee table upstairs. Half of the books on the shelves were there to hide the food and other supplies tucked behind them. When people are scavenging for food, they don't typically look under the beds. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. "You didn't." She pushed the corn back under the bed. "You're right, I didn't. But I will from now on." Wyatt could have sworn he saw the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She turned to walk out of the bedroom. "I won't steal your corn, though." Once Megan donned her pack, they headed out, with Wyatt leading the way. At first, Wyatt thought he should take it slow. The woman had a rough trip up here a short 2 days ago, and he didn't want to push her. They moved deeper into the forest in relative silence. He thought about making small talk, but other than the weather, he didn't know what to say. He froze when he heard Megan quietly shush him. Wyatt went on alert. She must have seen someone. He turned back to see her standing stock still, looking off to the left. He followed her line of sight, but saw nothing. "Rabbit," she mouthed. Wyatt raised his eyebrows. The woman was afraid of a rabbit? Megan rolled her eyes at him and shook her head. "Stay," she told him. He felt like a dog. He watched with curiosity as she reached for the knife she had sheathed at her hip. This was going a little too far. He moved towards her. The rabbit she had been watching bolted and ran between them. "I told you to stay put," she growled. "What were you going to do to the thing? Spear it with your knife?" Megan rolled her eyes again. She stomped into the area the rabbit had been, looking at the ground the entire time. She picked up a fallen tree branch and snapped it in two. Wyatt watched with rapt interest as she propped up a heavy rock on the branch. He knew what she was doing, setting a deadfall trap. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. She quickly tore up some green leaves and pushed them to the back of the V the rock made against the ground. She walked around the area, making several more traps. "Wow," he said for lack of a better word. She looked at him with irritation. "I probably could have speared him, just so you know. It wasn't my intention, but sometimes you can get close enough. You never pass up an opportunity for a meal. My dad taught me that." Wyatt couldn't hide the surprise. "Did you hunt with your dad a lot?" She nodded. He noticed the wistful look on her face and instantly regretted bringing up something that probably brought her pain. Maybe her dad had been with her in the beginning as well. "My dad was an expert hunter. That was his job. He led hunting expeditions in the mountains in Montana and Idaho. I went along whenever I could." She wiped her hands on her pants and returned to where he was standing. "He taught me a lot about hunting, trapping, and even some fishing." "Wow," he repeated. He felt like an idiot, but he still couldn't find the right words to express his amazement. This is how she had managed on her own for so long. She wasn't quite as helpless as he had assumed. This time, Megan smiled. "Yup, this girl can hunt. I am pretty good at it, too. What about you?" "What about me?" Wyatt had been lost in thought, and he didn't hear what she had asked. "What skills did your dad teach you?" Megan asked him. She frowned when she saw the look on his face. "Wait, that's okay. You don't have to talk about him if you don't want to. I just thought Wyatt reached out to stop her talking, but stopped short of touching her. "It's okay." Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "My dad was the prepper in the family. He realized that the world was changing and bad things were going to happen. He really hated the fact that he was right." Taking a deep breath, Wyatt plunged on. "We wanted to go to the cabin, but it was the middle of winter, and since the electromagnetic pulse had fried all the newer vehicles, His voice was heavy with emotion, and he stepped back when Megan looked like she was going to touch him. He wouldn't be able to continue if she did. "I'd been out looking, and that's when I found Chase. I'd never been so happy in my life to see a friendly face, and I knew that my mom would be overjoyed to see him. We'd grown up together, and he'd spent so much time at our house it was like having another brother. He'd been looking for a car too, and we figured strength in numbers. When we couldn't find a vehicle, we decided to head back to my parents' house, and that's when we found them." As Wyatt talked, Megan had stepped closer to him, and he flinched when she touched his arm. Looking down at her hand, it looked so far away. The horror of the moment must have been obvious on his face because when he focused on her, he could see her tears. Shaking his head, he felt Megan step back to give him the space that he so desperately needed. Taking deep breaths, he swallowed several times and gratefully took the canteen she handed him. Taking a drink, he handed it back to her with a nod of thanks. When we got back to the house, we knew right away something was wrong. Rushing inside, we found them both in the living room. Looters had broken in to take our supplies, and Dad fought back. Mom was in shock, sitting on the floor next to my father's body. She had done everything she could to save him, but he'd been shot in the stomach at close range and bled out. Megan gasped, and Wyatt looked up to see her covering her mouth as she looked at him in horror. "Oh, Wyatt," she whispered. We buried my dad in the backyard, and Chase covered all the windows and doors with plywood. Since it was so cold, we tucked blankets round where we could to insulate the rooms we were using better, but we didn't dare have a fire. We couldn't risk losing anyone else, and didn't want to draw attention to ourselves. Around that time, my brother showed up with his wife and son, along with Albert. He was their neighbor. Oh, and Duke. We waited out the worst of the weather, and as soon as we started having milder weather, we left Spokane and didn't look back. Wyatt gave Megan a tight smile. It's been hard. All we had was our bug-out bags and our feet. 50 miles is a rough trek for the most experienced hikers, and with such a large group, we really didn't want to draw any attention to our movements, so we walked at night when it was the coldest and slept in shifts during the day. Chase and I wanted to get here as quickly as possible, but Willow, Ryland, and Mom, they couldn't move as fast, and we didn't dare split up. Not again. It wasn't until we were close to the cabin that we felt safe enough to stop to scavenge for potential supplies. Albert had found a couple wheelbarrows, and we loaded up what we could to bring up. When he finished talking, he looked at Megan again. She had pulled some sort of contraption out of her bag and was holding it on her lap as she quietly listened to him talk. She gave him a tremulous smile. "I can't even imagine what you went through. Making our way here, I'd come across so much death and destruction. I tried to shield Caitlin from it, but to have it be your father... Oh, Wyatt, I know there isn't anything I can do for the pain, but... You could tell me what you have in your hands." Wyatt desperately wanted a distraction from his thoughts, and Megan seemed to notice that. Holding it up, she smiled at him. "This? It's a snare trap, and works great for snaring squirrels, which isn't the tastiest of meats, but it's protein. All we need to do is find a tree that they like, and I can put this on a branch. When they run up the branch through the little loops, it will tighten and trap them." Wyatt shook his head silently, agreeing with her, even though he had never had to eat a squirrel. First time for everything, he mused to himself. "I'm going to take your word for it. So, do we leave these here?" "Yep. Let's go get those plants. I know dandelion, but even looking at the pictures Rosie showed me, I'm not sure what I'm looking for." He grinned. "Lucky for you, I do." He pulled the list out of his pocket. "We need stinging nettle, echinacea, and pine needles, which we will grab from the trees around the house." "Stinging nettle? Really?" Megan grimaced. "I remember my dad telling horror stories about one of his clients brushing up against it. He broke out in what looked like hives and couldn't stop scratching. Your mom is going to feed that to my daughter?" "Well, she boils the leaves to make into some kind of tea. Once it's boiled, there won't be any itching from contact," he assured her. "Okay. Well, let's get to it." She reached into her pack and pulled out a pair of gloves. Wyatt followed her lead, and they both set out in the same direction, but some distance apart, looking for what they needed. Wyatt watched as she navigated the rocky terrain covered with heavy brush. She was a natural. He found himself following her. He knew the area well, but she had a knack for getting around the brush and trees with ease. He mused she must be part woodland nymph. She was so at home in the woods. After collecting the various plants, they headed back to check the traps. He hadn't meant to tell her about his dad, but once he started talking, he couldn't seem to stop. Wyatt realized that it was the first time he'd talked about him outside the family, and it felt good to let some of the emotions he'd been bottling up out. Wyatt knew that there was both strength and safety in numbers, but there was also that need for an emotional connection that family couldn't provide. Family was important. He knew that. but to have someone by his side that he could share his life with, that would be perfect. As they walked, Wyatt wondered what it would take for Megan to trust him. Up until he talked about his dad, he could tell she was holding back and only being polite. A glimmer of hope began to grow inside him that maybe she would see that there could be a place for her and Caitlin with them. If only she would stop being so stubborn. Chapter 8. Megan was in shock over what Wyatt had shared. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to lose someone you loved like that. The thought of losing Caitlin had her placing her hand over her heart to still the pangs of what if. What if she didn't wake up? What if she got worse? This world had become so frightening. Wyatt and his family were very lucky to have each other, to be able to rely on each other. Compared to what they went through, she'd been very lucky. And they were so warm and friendly despite what happened to them. If they became friends, it was going to be tough to leave. Already she could feel herself getting comfortable. It was nice to have another adult to talk with. She loved her daughter, but 3 months of talking with a 7-year-old did get trying. Megan longed for family, friends, and a normal life. She wasn't convinced any of that could ever happen again, even if she could see it with the Morris family. After everything he had shared, Wyatt seemed shook up, so Megan filled the painful silence by talking about trapping. They set the snare loop along a tree trunk they had watched some squirrels running up and down. Megan instructed him on how to use paracord to create a noose and then secure the tag end to another branch. She explained how paracord would work, but that she preferred the snare wire. It was easier and seemed to be a bit more effective. While she'd used this method multiple times to catch rabbits, she didn't see why it wouldn't work on smaller game, like squirrels. She reached into her pack and pulled out components for 3 trigger spring traps. These will work for rabbits, and we may possibly trap something a little bigger. It really depends on what your family is willing to eat. I don't think we're desperate enough to eat something like a raccoon yet, and I hope we never get there, he answered her as he watched her with the traps. While I haven't eaten one, my dad said that raccoons are good food so long as we're careful and only keep the healthy ones. And really, in our situation, protein is protein. We need it to survive. Will those hold a bobcat? She eyed the traps, cocking her head slightly. Probably. Depends on its size. If you don't mind, can we set them? We know there is one in the area. I would hate for it to sneak up on us or go after Duke. Megan didn't hesitate and showed him how to set the traps. Bobcats are fairly shy, and chances are, if it knows we're nearby, he'll steer clear of us. And I really doubt one would go after Duke. He's much too big. Reaching into her pack, she pulled out a plastic bag. Megan answered Wyatt's questioning look. Rosie let me have some of the freeze-dried beef. I'm hoping it will be sufficient to catch something. Once we've snared something, we can use the organs to bait future traps. Burying the traps and bait under some leaves near the base of the trees, she stood up and dusted herself off. I think we might have some larger traps in the shed. Bear traps, I think. My dad had apparently tried trapping in the past, but never really got into it. Megan didn't feel overly excited by the idea. They are illegal, or were illegal, because they can be brutal to whatever gets trapped in it, she explained. I know how to use them, but have never actually used them. You will show me how to set them, right? Wyatt pressed her. She nodded. Of course, it's really easy. The trick is to set your traps in the right locations, which means you need to know how to do some tracking. Really, you don't even need an actual trap. You can make a variety of snares that will catch larger animals. Personally, I prefer to use a rifle to take down large game. He nodded. The idea of trapping a bear is intimidating. I know there are bears around here, but they've never been a real issue. If things change, I plan to do what's necessary to ensure my family is safe. And if that means setting traps for bears, then so be it. Hunting them is a far better option, Megan advised. They continued walking towards the deadfall traps Megan had set earlier. If you are desperate, you can make a variety of traps using some heavy wire or cable and make them either fixed or spring-loaded to snare a deer. But really, like bears, hunting is the better option. Wyatt nodded. Got it. Guns only. Look! She shouted with glee when she saw a couple of her traps had been triggered. She pulled her knife from the sheath once again, just in case the rabbit was still alive and would try to make a break for it. Megan quickly went to the first trap and groaned when she saw there was nothing under the heavy rock. Damn it, she groaned in frustration. There's another one over there, Wyatt pointed, smiling, and I can tell you that one is not empty. Megan quickly reset the first trap and went to get her catch from the second. Yup, a nice, fat, gray rabbit. Thankfully, the deadfall trap did its job. While she would and had killed in the past, she always preferred it if they were dead when she found them. The other trap was empty. That was the way it was with trapping, she explained to Wyatt, who seemed very interested in her trapping skills. I always set about 10 and hope for 1 to have something in it, she told him matter-of-factly. It's just part of the game. Again, he looked at her with rapt interest. Megan? Yeah, she said while removing a plastic bag from her pack and stuffing the rabbit inside. Do you think you could show me more of your hunting tricks? I do have rifles at the cabin. She hesitated, fixing him with a hard look before replying. Yeah, it's probably a bit late to do any hunting today, but we can come out tomorrow morning first thing. I did see what looked to be a game trail out by the little creek we walked by. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got. It had been a few years since she had gone hunting. She used to go every year with her dad. When he died, she couldn't bring herself to go out without him. It was something they shared. Hunting without her partner felt wrong, but now, hunting was a necessity. It wasn't a hobby. She was an excellent shot, and with her years of experience, she was a darn good hunter. It had been a while, though, and she wasn't sure how great her aim would be. Megan figured they were helping her, so she owed them. She would teach them about hunting and processing the meat, and her debt would be paid. Maybe they would let her take some of the dried meat with her. The thought of some venison jerky made her mouth water. It had been a long time. An hour later, they finally made their way back to the cabin. Megan was excited to give Rosie the prickly plants they had collected. She walked into the bedroom where Caitlin laid and smiled when she saw Rosie sitting in a chair next to the bed, knitting. Megan wanted to shout, "I knew it!" when she saw the skein of yarn sitting in her lap, but smiled instead. She really was the type of grandma to knit. Duke lifted his head from Caitlin's stomach, looked at her, apparently approved her presence, and went right back to his position. The dog didn't look quite as lively as he had yesterday. Megan decided when they left this place, she was going to get a dog. If she could find one like Duke, it would provide companionship for her daughter and give them a little extra protection. There were more than enough strays around. She just had to find the right one. Rosie smiled and looked up from her knitting. Her fever has come down, and she seems to be doing a little better. Megan wanted to cry. That was the best news. Thank you. I can't tell you how happy that makes me. Rosie put down her knitting and made her way to the door, calling out, Duke, you keep an eye on Caitlin. The two women went back to the kitchen. Wyatt and Jack were talking about the hunting planned for tomorrow. Watching his animated motions, she could tell he was excited for it. Rosie looked over the collection of plants Wyatt and Megan had brought back. "Okay, we are going to need some water. The boys are busy, so I will show you where to get it," Rosie offered as she opened a cupboard and grabbed an empty jug. Megan had wanted to ask about the water since yesterday, but felt it would be intruding. Her curiosity got the best of her. "I've been wondering where the water was." Rosie smiled. "Ah, one of those things that Albert has declared top secret." Albert was working on the door Megan had broken earlier. "Rosie, I will get the water. You two stay put," he grumbled. Megan rolled her eyes. "Albert, I am not going to steal your water. I can't exactly carry it away in my hands or toss it in my bag, now can I?" He started to speak when Rosie hushed him. She took Megan outside, and they headed towards the side of the cabin Megan hadn't investigated when she first arrived. She realized she was looking at what appeared to be an outside wall of the cabin, but was in actuality a hidden room. Rosie walked to the side and pulled back the wall, which was actually a door. Megan couldn't control the chuckles of appreciation. "Oh my, that's brilliant! I would never have thought to look that closely." Rosie smiled at her. "My husband used to come up here all the time. He would get here, thinking he was all set up, only to discover the place had been used as a party house or squatted in. The interlopers would use up all of his supplies, so he started hiding things." Megan looked on as she saw 10 large plastic barrels lined up on a wooden floor set directly onto the dirt. It was very cool in the hidden room. There were shelves around the walls filled with various supplies. Cans of coffee, toilet paper, and a variety of first aid supplies lined the shelf. "Wow, he is a genius." Megan looked closer and couldn't believe how carefully everything was labeled and organized. Rosie shook her head and looked away. "He sure was. This was a project he and Wyatt had been working on. My husband, Dale, had a feeling something bad was going to happen that would force people to head for the hills, so to speak. He didn't want to be left without the basics. He appealed to Wyatt, who got on board the prepping train, and they built all this," she said, spreading her arms wide. "He designed the 4-bedroom, 3-bath cabin with security in mind, as that was his top priority. Plus, there's enough room to accommodate a growing family with plenty of natural resources nearby to sustain us. Dale had insisted on building me a big kitchen, even though I'd told him a small one would work just fine. But he'd gone big and splurged on granite countertops. Can you imagine how hard it was to get them up the mountain? Both Jack and Wyatt complained for weeks about how heavy they were." Rosie chuckled at the memory as she stared toward the back door, seemingly lost in the memory. Megan could not imagine what it would be like to lose a spouse like Rosie had. She reached out to touch the older woman's shoulder. "Wyatt told me what happened and what you must have gone through. I am so sorry." Rosie shrugged. "Dale always took care of us, and he still is. His foresight will be what keeps my grandson alive," she said wistfully. "And what he created is absolutely beautiful and functional," Megan offered, as Rosie wiped at her eyes. "That it is." Rosie walked to one of the barrels that had a short hose connected to a spout. She opened the valve, and water flowed from the hose into her pitcher. "The water in here has been boiled already. We boil water any time we use the wood stove, so we always have a decent supply. Chase is fixing the rain catchment system my husband built years ago that will go into another set of barrels." Megan was very interested. She had tried to do something similar, but didn't quite understand how to make it work. Rosie turned off the spout and stood. "Come, I'll show you." She put the pitcher on the lid of a barrel and walked back outside to point out the gutters connected to a downspout. Around the corner of the home, there was another row of barrels. The barrel directly under the gutter had a spout leading into the top of the lid. Rosie explained that when it rained or the snow melted, It went into the gutters and drained into the barrel. A screen was placed between the opening in the lid and the spout to filter out all the leaves and pine needles. Once a barrel was filled, it was moved out of the way to make room for another. Apparently, some of the gutters had holes or had been pulled away from the house because of heavy snow, and Chase was fixing them all back up. "This is amazing. You guys have a great thing here," Megan said, trying to hide the envy in her voice. Once she found some place to live, she was going to do something similar, she decided. "What will really be great is when they get the plumbing working again. That is on the boys' to-do list. There is a cistern up on the hill behind the house that uses gravity to push water through the pipes. There is a catchment system on it, too. Wyatt can show you all that up there. He hasn't gotten to it yet, but he thinks the screen is plugged or something." Now Megan was impressed. This family was born to survive. "Seriously?" Rosie chuckled. "Yup, that will be a real luxury. But for now, it isn't our top priority. The old outhouse will do just fine, at least until the weather starts getting cold again." The women walked back into the kitchen. Megan was ready to get this magic tea made and her daughter better. Rosie explained how each of the plants would work. The dandelion would help cleanse the kidneys and keep her organs from shutting down. The echinacea would help boost her immune system, as would the pine needles she had brewed into a tea. She'd had to leave the majority of her vitamins and other homeopathic medicines behind when they left Spokane, but she wasn't too worried because the forest provided the plants she needed to take care of her family. Like pine needles, which were full of vitamin C and a necessity during the winter, and of course, flu season. "Normally, I wouldn't put all of this in one cup, but I think we need to give this girl every bit of help she can get," Rosie said, chopping up leaves and tossing them into the pan of water. "I did some checking in my books, and I am stumped. I think it has to be a virus or some kind of bug that has taken hold. Hopefully, her immune system will get a boost and be able to fight back, and the dandelion will help push out whatever is making her ill. We should know if it's working after a day or so, maybe sooner." Megan racked her brain and could not think of anything that her daughter could have eaten that would make her ill. As much as she wanted to believe her daughter knew better, she also knew kids were curious and didn't always listen. "Are you thinking something like E. coli or dysentery?" Megan asked in shock. Rosie added a teaspoon of raw honey to the tea after she ran it through a strainer several times. The woman explained it would make it taste a little better, and the honey was an excellent healing agent and antibacterial. If there was something nasty in there, the honey would help kill it off, and the rest would push it out. Megan was at her mercy and simply took her word for it. Megan sat behind her daughter, propping her up while Rosie used a syringe to drop a little liquid in her daughter's mouth. Caitlin was semi-conscious and able to swallow the tea that would hopefully save her life. Once half the cup was down, Rosie told Megan it was a waiting game now. It would take a couple of hours for the tea to do its work. Megan tucked her daughter in, patted Duke on the head, and wandered back out to the kitchen. She could see Wyatt and Jack outside, standing over some rope, tools, and what looked like a huge, heavy roll of barbed wire. Megan wandered outside to get a closer look. "Hi, guys. What are you on the fence about?" Wyatt chuckled as Jack shook his head. Suddenly, Chase appeared straight out of the ground and set some jars down. Megan yelped in surprise, realizing there was a hole in the ground. She had walked right past it when she came through the back door yesterday. "Root cellar," Wyatt said in explanation. Everything was tucked away in the root cellar. My dad had expressed the importance of hiding their goods from the squatters and looters a long time ago. The root cellar was camouflaged by the trees, and the door was painted a brownish-yellow color that blended in with the surroundings. You could see it if you knew where to look, but for the person casually walking by, it didn't stand out. When we close it back up, we make sure to kick dried leaves over the top and usually add branches if we're going to be gone. Looking at the contents of the jars, Megan realized they were home-canned vegetables. It was Jack's turn to offer an explanation. "Willow is going to make a stew with that rabbit you guys brought back. The fresh meat will be appreciated since all we've been eating is freeze-dried. Too bad you couldn't have caught a second one." Megan wished the same thing. One rabbit usually fed her and Caitlin for 2 meals, if they were careful. Granted, she didn't have vegetables to add to the meal. "Did you already clean the rabbit?" Megan asked. She had forgotten all about it in her anxiousness to get the plants to Rosie. Wyatt shook his head. "Not yet. Jack wants to show Ryland how to do it. We'll take care of it before we leave." "I can do it," Megan said, taking a step toward Wyatt. Jack and Wyatt exchanged a glance, and then both looked at her in amazement. In unison, they asked, "What?" Megan laughed. "I can clean and process the meat I get. You guys take care of your fence stuff, and I will show Ryland." Wyatt and Jack looked at each other again. "Sure, thanks," Jack replied. "Yes," Wyatt blurted out. When Megan looked at him in confusion, he clarified, "In answer to your question, yes, we are building a fence." "Oh, around the house?" Jack spoke up. "Pretty much. We need to set up a perimeter. There is no way we can fence in all 50 acres, but we can provide some additional security in the area surrounding the house. The barbed wire just makes it a little more difficult for the average Joe to get through." Megan nodded her head. "Oh, good thinking. Okay then, I'll let you get back to it." From everything she had seen and what Rosie had told her, it was clear that they were making their safety and security their #1 priority. Megan knew she could learn much from these people, but she doubted she'd be around long enough to take it all in. As soon as Caitlin was awake and ready to go, they were gone. Chapter 9. Wyatt watched as Megan took another look around the property before heading back inside. He hoped she saw how much they were doing to protect their people. Each of them had the same goal: to survive. He couldn't imagine her leaving and facing what was out there all alone. He didn't want to think about it. The attack on his parents and their trek to the cabin revealed just how nasty the world was. Many of the houses had been burned. There was evidence of death at every corner. The bad guys were running things, and the good guys were forced to hide out. She wouldn't last long on her own. He had to make her see that. The guys filled the wheelbarrows they had used to cart supplies up the old service road from town. Chase was the expert in this area and had come up with a plan to make the area they were calling home a little safer. After what had been happening in towns and to their own family, no one wanted to take any chances. There had been a lot of discussion about the area they wanted to reinforce. Jack wanted to fence in about 10 acres. His outline created a bit of a rectangle shape around the house and included a portion of the creek that ran through the property. While Chase agreed with Jack, they really needed to keep the area around the house the most fortified, emphasizing that fencing in the garden and the soon-to-be barn area was of utmost importance. Their supplies were limited, and they could put in more fencing as time and supplies allowed. Having several barriers between the outside world and the house was the ultimate goal. For now, they were only going about 200 feet on 3 sides and using the base of the mountain as a wall on the backside. The small stream that flowed through the east corner of the property was included in the main perimeter. The water would ultimately serve as irrigation for the farm they would need to sustain them. Chase, Albert, Jack, and Wyatt all headed out to start on the west corner. Since they didn't have any T-posts or actual fence posts, they were going to use the trees around the property as fence poles. In some cases, they were going to have to dig down to set logs that had been cut from fallen trees, which was hard labor and required all of them pitching in. "Are you going to ask her to stay?" Jack asked as he stretched the barbed wire. He didn't have to direct the question at Wyatt. They all knew he had the final say. Wyatt shrugged. "I think she should stay. I don't think she wants to stay, but it is the smartest move for her." Albert was busy tying some tin cans together on fishing line. "You need to think long and hard about that. You can't trust anyone these days." He connected the cans to another length of fishing line that ran under the barbed wire. "I don't care if she is pretty." Chase laughed. "Albert, a pretty girl is always a good thing to have around." Wyatt didn't laugh. "It isn't like that. She is smart. She knows how to hunt and trap. I haven't seen any of you guys bring home fresh meat." Jack nodded. "There is that." He unrolled another row of barbed wire between the trees, while Chase and Wyatt wrapped the top layer at about the 6-foot mark. "And she is pretty," he added with a laugh. "What about Caitlin?" Wyatt asked. "Are you going to tell me any one of you would be okay sending a little girl off into this world with only her mother to look out for her?" Wyatt's blood started to boil. He couldn't believe any one of the men he had been living with the past couple months could be so heartless. Albert finally caved in. "Wyatt, this one is on you. If you think she is an asset, you go right ahead and ask her to stay. But keep in mind, you don't know her. She may be a plant. She may be with a group already and trying to see what we have." "I think it is safe to say she isn't working with anyone. She does seem kind of cranky." Chase grinned. "They probably kicked her out." That got a chuckle from all the guys. Wyatt was going to ask her to stay, but he had a feeling she wasn't going to be too keen on the idea. He vowed to convince her otherwise. The men worked for several hours, pulling barbed wire tight and setting various booby traps along the way. The cans would serve as an early warning system. Intruders wouldn't see the fishing line under the thick wire. If they tried to stretch the wire, it would shake the tin cans, which had pebbles in them, causing enough noise, hopefully, to alert them. Their goal was to create the illusion of an easy entry point. The corner that boxed in the stream was the best place to funnel anyone that was trying to get in. The clear line of sight from the house meant Wyatt's sharpshooting skills could pick them off easily. While the guys worked to run more barbed wire, Wyatt thought he heard a noise. The rest of the men had moved down the line a bit and were busy stretching wire and talking about what they missed most. Since the guys were perennially hungry, most of their conversation centered around food. When Jack brought up the roasted pig he and Willow had eaten on their honeymoon in Hawaii, they shifted the conversation over to favorite barbecue restaurants and burger joints. Wyatt tuned out the conversation as he scanned the area and thought he saw movement through the trees. He put down the hammer he was using and quietly walked through the trees, following the stream. He froze the second he saw what had drawn his attention. It was Megan. She had stripped down to her underwear and bra and was taking a mini bath in what had to be very cold water. His first thought was why she would choose a cold bath after just having a warm bath yesterday, but figured she might actually like the cold water. He watched for a few seconds before he realized what he was doing. He quietly and quickly spun around and headed back to his work on the fence. His heart was racing. He felt bad for spying, guilty even. But she was beautiful. It was hard not to look. Wyatt started back towards the guys when he felt the hairs on his neck stand up tall. He stopped moving and breathing, taking a second to focus his senses. He didn't hear or see anything, but he felt something. He slowly released his breath and turned to face the woods on the other side of the stream. Straining his eyes, he watched to see if he could detect movement. Nothing. Wyatt stayed put for several minutes. He trusted his gut and he knew there was something out there. What he didn't know was whether it was friend or foe, human or animal. Scanning the area again, he could no longer sense anything out of place, assumed it was probably a wild animal, and chalked it up to too much hard labor. Walking back to the guys, he thought about Megan bathing in the stream and couldn't help grinning. If she found out that there was something worth trapping near the cabin, he would bet she'd be annoyed with him for not telling her. Kyle Grice stood on the opposite side of the stream, deep in the woods. He had heard men's voices and followed the sound. He had become a master at stalking prey and was confident in his ability to move through the forest without being detected by the average person. His journey north had been one of desperation. This apocalypse had given him the opportunity to start over. He could be anyone he wanted to be, and Kyle intended to become the leader of this entire area, and that meant he needed to be viewed in a certain way. As far as the people who were desperately loyal to him knew, he was a grieving widower from an upstanding family. He was a man of integrity, and more than ready, willing, and able to be their leader in this scary new world. Kyle had been making his way north from southern Oregon for the past couple months. Along the way, he had managed to acquire a completely new identity and managed to represent himself as a humble man of means with strong leadership skills. In reality, he was a smooth-talking con man with the uncanny knack of charming wealthy women out of their money without them even realizing what was happening. He had had so many different identities, it was hard to keep them all straight. When the world was turned upside down and inside out, he was given a clean slate. He could be plain old Kyle Grice, the man from Portland, Oregon, who had made a nice living working as a car salesman before opening his own dealership. That was basically true. It was a story he crafted and cultivated. The people he had met loved the idea of an underdog making something of himself. His story had evolved as time went on. Not only was he a wealthy businessman, but he was also a humanitarian. It helped solidify his role as a leader. People trusted him because he had been a good person before the collapse. Unfortunately, his plan to build an empire of survivors with him as the leader was threatened by one little brat. A brat he planned to silence before she could tell anyone her story. He had already decided her mother needed to be taken care of as well, just in case the little girl had blabbed. Kyle peered through the trees and saw one of his targets. It was the mother. He had been tracking them for the past 3 days. She was quick, considering that kid of hers had to be pretty sick or dead by now. He was hoping dead. Maybe she was. Maybe that was why the mom was out here alone. He heard the men's voices again and walked through the trees, following the stream. He froze when he spotted 4 men. He crept closer, trying to hear what they were saying. They were talking about a woman. He could only assume the woman and child he had followed out here to the middle of nowhere had holed up with them. He needed to find out where they were camping. From there, he would figure out a way to get the little girl and her mom away from the men. This was a job he had to do. If any of his followers knew about Jesse McCollin, they would abandon him, or worse. He had worked too hard to gain their trust to lose it over something so trivial. Unfortunately, Jesse didn't think it was quite so trivial and had questioned his actions, threatening to tell the others. Kyle couldn't allow that, not after everything he had been working towards. Shooting Jesse had been an easy decision. Kyle didn't regret killing the young man. His only regret was not being more careful who was watching. While he didn't mind getting blood on his hands, he much preferred to get someone else to do it for him. He thought back to the first time he experienced the high of being in control of other people. He had only been 8 years old and had learned how easy it was to manipulate and control people. Money talked. People would do just about anything for money. The 2 boys who bullied Kyle every day for being poor made his life miserable. At least until Kyle had been lucky enough to stumble upon a wallet that had $10 in it. Back then, that was a lot of money. He had taken the money, found two of the biggest kids on the block, and paid them to beat up the bullies. That was the turning point in his life. He realized then that everyone had a price. He could have offered someone a bottle of tequila to kill Jesse, but he hadn't, and now he was in this mess. The little girl with the jet black hair had been standing there at the edge of the clearing, watching the whole thing unfold. Kyle had tried to explain that the man was going to hurt him, and he was simply defending himself. She hadn't said much, but he wasn't convinced she believed him. His charms worked better on women with no self-esteem than little kids who asked too many questions. He did the only other thing he knew would work with kids. He gave her a treat. That seemed to earn him a few points with her, and would hopefully solve the issue of a witness to his misdeeds once the poison took effect. With everything on the line, the only option was to eliminate the risk altogether, but he couldn't simply kill her and expect to get away with it. After Jesse, there would be too many questions. Except that instead of dying, this risk disappeared with her mother, and he'd been forced to hunt them down. Kyle watched and evaluated. He was cunning. He was methodical. It wasn't going to be easy. The woman had some rather large bodyguards, but before he could do anything to her, he had to find the child first. Today wasn't going to be the day. He would go back to his camp and come up with a better plan. As he slowly faded back into the trees, he took one last look at the woman bathing in the stream. It was too bad she was going to have to die. She would have made a beautiful first lady in his new city. Chapter 10. Megan walked back to the cabin, doing what she could to stay out of the guy's way. She didn't like Albert and wasn't in the mood to deal with him. She had shown Ryland how to skin and prep the rabbit. Given how easy it is to skin a rabbit, the initial skinning part had gone relatively well, even though Ryland had been completely grossed out. She'd showed him how to pinch the hide on the rabbit's back, and he held his hand over the blade while he cut through the skin. He'd refused to use his fingers to hook them under the skin, choosing instead to use the knife. Originally, she was hoping to save the fur, which probably would have happened if she'd been smart and removed it entirely before showing him how to remove the innards. Thankfully, in his zest, he didn't cut into the bowel or intestines, or they could have contaminated the meat, making it unusable. Luckily, Ryland did get the hang of things, and the process wasn't a complete disaster, but it was a messy one. He would certainly need more practice, but Megan was confident he would be able to do it on his own, eventually. Willow had offered to heat some water for her so she could clean up, but Megan really wanted a few minutes alone. She didn't mind a cold bath now and again. Ryland didn't get a choice and was quickly ordered into the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands and arms. When she got to the stream, her intention was to wash her arms and face. The water was cool and refreshing, and before she knew it, she was stripped down and taking advantage of the privacy. While it invigorated her, it wasn't long before the water became too cold. The feeling of someone watching her had been very strong. She couldn't ignore it any longer and decided to get dressed and head back to the cabin. The entire way back, she kept checking behind her, expecting to see someone following her. She simply couldn't shake the feeling. Megan swelled with pride at the smell of cooking rabbit. She had contributed, and it made her feel like she belonged. The women were chatting away about the garden they were going to plant. Megan had to ask, "Where are you getting seeds for the garden?" Rosie smiled. "Well, that was another thing Dale planned for. We have seeds tucked away in the root cellar. They aren't just any seeds," she said with a smile. "They're heirloom seeds that were originally cultivated for this area. This way, hopefully, they'll be resistant to disease, pests, and can withstand the weather up here. Given our limited water resource, I would love it if we didn't have to use any sort of chemical pesticide on our own food. But we do have to do the work, Willow added. Wow, he really thought of everything, didn't he? Megan was impressed and wished she could have met the man who had so much foresight. Yes, he did. The man didn't trust the government and wasn't buying into the idea that we would never have to worry about war or an economic collapse, Rosie explained. Megan watched as Willow dumped what looked like rehydrated vegetables into the pot with the rabbit. She had an assortment of spices that she tossed in, which made the entire room smell delicious. Her stomach growled. The food smelled amazing. Can I help with anything? Megan asked, needing to feel useful. You can help me make some bread to go with the stew, Willow told her. Megan couldn't even imagine fresh bread. It had been so long since she'd bit into warm, crusty bread that she felt her mouth water in anticipation. Bread was definitely another one of those things she was adding to the list of what she never wanted to take for granted again. I would love to. She jumped off the stool she had been sitting on. Let me check on Caitlin, and I will be right back. Caitlin looked much better and was responding to voices. She wasn't answering questions, but she would move or moan, which according to Rosie was a good sign. They were going to keep giving her the tea every couple hours. Megan worked alongside Willow and Rosie in the kitchen, learning how to make bread from scratch. They had to grind the wheat by hand first, which was definitely a lot more work. Rosie explained the wheat would store longer, and it had been cheaper. Since the wood stove would be used, they needed to get a fire going. Megan volunteered. That was the one thing she was very comfortable doing even before the EMP. The guys had already brought the wood supplies into the house, and Megan took a moment to enjoy having others around to help with all the work. Chopping and carrying wood had certainly helped her develop muscles, but it was definitely a chore she wouldn't mind delegating to someone else. She quickly got a hot fire going using the fire starter next to the kindling. Willow put the bread inside a cast-iron pot and covered it with the lid before setting it on the stove. The aroma of fresh bread was almost instant. Megan's stomach was empty, and all the tantalizing smells were making her mouth water. She had gotten used to being hungry, but smelling all the good food had her stomach dancing around in anticipation of a good meal. The ladies were opening cans of chili and dumping them into another cast-iron pot. More food? Megan asked in astonishment. This is lunch, Willow explained. You can help me whip up some cornbread next. It only takes about 30 minutes on the stove. Rosie had a small bowl of water and was wiping down the countertops. The kitchen was always so clean, and now Megan knew why. She sniffed, smelling lemon in the air. I add some lemon essential oil to the water to disinfect, Rosie explained. It kills the germs, bacteria, and viruses that stick to the surface. She grabbed a small box and showed it to Megan. Inside there were probably 20 dark-colored bottles. What are those? She asked. These are my essential oils, Rosie explained. I have been using them for years to clean as well as medicinally. She reached in and pulled one out. Peppermint, she said, removing the lid and inhaling deeply before holding it under Megan's nose. Wow, that smells great. And powerful, she said, suddenly feeling her sinuses clear. Rosie put the lid on and replaced the bottle. It smells great and can help relieve congestion. It is also great for easing a headache. In fact, each one of these oils has a number of uses. They store for a long time and won't lose potency, unlike things like chlorine bleach and Lysol. She smiled, and I just love the smells. Megan appreciated everything she was learning, but despite how easy they made it all seem, she didn't want to get too comfortable. They were a close family, and she was still a guest. A guest who would be leaving the minute her daughter was healthy enough. For now, she would continue to learn as much as she could from them and hopefully put it to use when she found somewhere safe to start over. While she knew that she could never build a home for Caitlin that was even close to what these people had, no matter what, she would take pride in creating a home without depending on anyone other than herself. It was better that way. Rosie put down her cloth and focused her attention on Megan. "Sweetie, you are welcome here. Don't go making plans to run off. With all of us working together, we will all be better off." Megan smiled at her. "I really appreciate that, but we need to move on. You guys have something great here, and I am very grateful for your generosity and hospitality, but we can't impose." Rosie shook her head. "You are safe here. Your daughter is safe here. What more could you want?" Megan knew Rosie was being sincere, but it made her nervous to think about settling down with people she didn't really know. She'd put her trust in others before, only to end up bitterly disappointed and alone anyway. She didn't see any point in building a relationship since she had no intention of staying. For now, she would play along and be the nice house guest. Once her daughter was on the mend, they would leave. Wyatt and the guys had returned and quickly ate the chili and cornbread. There wasn't a lot to go around, but with the promise of a hearty stew and fresh bread, it was enough. Megan and the ladies each managed to get a small bowl and a piece of cornbread. It was incredibly filling, which Megan realized was the point of serving the bread with the meal. Another mental note for her future utopia: make lots of bread. The rest of the afternoon was spent cleaning up, and Megan got a crash course in the laundry department. They had 3 setups. A 5-gallon bucket with holes all around the bottom, similar to that of a washing machine tub, was placed inside another 5-gallon bucket. The clothes were put inside the bucket filled with water and soap. A toilet plunger was put in the center, and a lid with a hole cut out for the plunger's handle was placed over the top. Each of the ladies spent several minutes pulling and pushing the plunger, acting as the agitator in a washing machine. They washed, rinsed, and then hung the clothes on a rope stretched between 2 trees in the sun. Rosie explained they would be taking the clothes in to hang by the fire at dusk if they weren't dry. As Megan worked, she found herself falling into an easy camaraderie with the 2 women. It was easy to imagine herself working alongside everyone on a daily basis. And while she would be the first to say that she preferred hunting and trapping to washing clothes in a bucket, she thoroughly enjoyed how easy it was to talk to Willow and Rosie. Under different circumstances, she might happily call them friends, but she didn't dare now. It would make it too hard to leave when the time came. Chapter 11. Wyatt and the guys returned to the cabin dirty, tired, and hungry. Despite their best efforts, they all had scratches and cuts from stringing the barbed wire. Walking in the door, he stopped to take a long, deep breath and instantly started salivating. The cabin smelled like his favorite family-style restaurant. His mother and Willow had become experts at preparing meals with very few ingredients. It wasn't always easy to make freeze-dried food taste like fresh food, but they were getting better at it every day. The smell of fresh bread took him back to growing up in Spokane when his mom spent her time in the kitchen baking, and his dad was always sniffing around the stove or sitting at the table, ready to dig in the second she gave the all-clear. He longed for those days, but was going to appreciate every moment of his future. Megan, his mom, and Willow were all chatting in the kitchen, holding what he assumed were cups of coffee. It looked so natural, and Megan was practically glowing. This was the first time he saw her acting like a typical woman. She seemed to be genuinely enjoying herself, and his mind quickly brought the sight of her nearly naked body to the forefront. His blood started racing, and he had to take a deep breath to control his very primitive response to the image. She turned to look at him, smiled, and then went back to her conversation. Boy, was he in trouble. He wanted her to stay. Bad. He had to make her see the benefits of sticking with them. Sure, it would be a little crowded, but they would find a way. This woman sparked a fire within him that he didn't want to ignore. He watched with envy as Jack walked into the kitchen, grabbed his wife at the waist, and laid a big kiss on her. She giggled. They chatted a few moments before he swatted her on the butt and went out the back door. Wyatt followed his brother out to clean up before dinner. The table was already set, and he knew they were waiting on the men to be settled. Ryland came downstairs. "Next time I want to go with you guys," he called out. "I doubt that, young man," grumbled Albert. "Messing with barbed wire isn't any fun." "Hanging out with the girls and doing nothing all day isn't any fun either, Albert." Ryland stood on the bottom step. "I'm practically a man, and I need to know how to do that stuff," he argued. Wyatt overheard the conversation and popped back in the door. He figured the kid was right. "You're right, Rye. You can do your school stuff in the morning, and if your mom and dad say it's cool, you can come out with us." Willow raised an eyebrow and then busted out laughing. "Do you actually think I am going to argue for you to stay with me all day, kid? No way. You go right on ahead and hang out with your dad and uncle," she quietly added. "Let them experience your bubbly attitude." Wyatt laughed. He remembered those tortured days of being a preteen. Too old to play, too young to work. It was a rough time in a boy's life. Thankfully, his nephew had plenty of things to keep him busy. He wouldn't have to worry about being bored or not fitting in. He would figure out his place soon enough. Dinner was served, and they spent an enjoyable hour eating by candlelight. The conversation was light, and they all talked about their plans for tomorrow and the future. Chase and Albert ended up in a heated argument over whether baseball or football should be brought back first as the national sport. It was Ryland who put a stop to it when he pointed out that technically, soccer could be played most anywhere. Jack backed him up, and Chase conceded the argument, but Albert refused, to pointing out that the stadiums still existed. Wyatt couldn't help but notice Megan had been quiet during dinner as they made their plans for the day, weeks, and coming months, and didn't bother contributing in their attempt to talk about sports. She stared down at her food with a pensive look on her face. She clearly had no intention of staying, and the others seemed to notice her silence. Chase finally said what had been on Wyatt's mind. "You know, with the 9 of us together, we make an excellent team. Each of us brings something to the table, even the kids and that dog." Despite Albert usually being grumpy and negative, he looked directly at Megan. "You should stay." His gruff voice didn't fool anyone who knew him. He acted like a grumpy old man, but he was really one of the nicest, most loyal people Jack had met. At least that's what he had told Wyatt when he brought him home. Wyatt watched Megan to see if the words were getting through. "Thank you. I'll think about it. Right now, I really need to get my daughter better." Willow stood and began clearing the table. "You think about it. We will all be right here." Megan excused herself to go check on Caitlin again. Wyatt walked in to see if there were any changes in the little girl's condition. The scene before him was very touching. Megan was sitting next to her daughter, smoothing her dark hair back from her face. He knew her heart was breaking, and she was absolutely terrified of losing her child. He was hoping that once Caitlin got better, she would be more willing to listen to the group. She had to stay. Every day that passed, he found himself caring about her more and more, which logically didn't make sense. He barely knew her, and she intentionally didn't share much because she didn't intend to stay. But her passion for her daughter and the way she tackles anything set in front of her are qualities that make her that much more attractive to him. Duke's ears perked up when he saw him. He had moved to the foot of the bed, but was still sticking close by, taking his guard dog job very seriously. In fact, it may have been a little too seriously. He hadn't eaten much on their journey up to the cabin and hadn't even touched his bowl of food since he took on the job of guarding Caitlin. Wyatt hoped it was just because he was dedicated to his charge and completely focused on her. The last thing they needed was a sick dog. Duke was only 5 and had many years left in him. Ryland would be crushed if he lost his dog. They all would be. It seems like they had all been fighting to hold on to even the smallest things that reminded them of their old lives. Hopefully, it was nothing more than a phase, and the dog would bounce back tomorrow. "You can use that top drawer if you want," he told her when she looked up and saw him standing there. She chuckled. "I packed pretty light. I don't know that I have anything to put in that top drawer." "Just the same, put a few things away. I want you to feel comfortable here," he told her in all earnestness. "Megan, you don't have to go, okay? I know you're tired of hearing us all say it, but we really want you to know how valuable you are to us and how valuable we can be to you and your little girl." She took a deep breath. "I know. I get it. I need to work some stuff out. I will give it some thought." "Okay, I promise I won't say another word about it," he grinned. "Well, I will certainly try not to. We still on for hunting in the morning?" "Yep, I am looking forward to it." Megan looked back at her daughter. "Is your mom upstairs?" Wyatt turned to look into the kitchen. "Probably. She's been working on that puzzle. What's up?" Megan shook her head. "I want to ask her if there are any other plants we should be looking for. Caitlin seems better, but she is still not winning whatever battle is waging in her little body." Wyatt felt a knot swell in his stomach. He was really hoping the little girl would be up and awake by now. What could possibly be wrong with Caitlin? Chapter 12. Megan got off the bed and stood in the bedroom, looking at the bare walls. This place could be a very comfortable home with a few personal touches. It was safe, secure, and there were plenty of people to help. She wouldn't have to be the sole provider. Megan allowed herself to consider the idea of sticking around, at least until Caitlin was better and back to her old self. There were many benefits to staying, temporarily. But could she rely on them when things got really bad? More importantly, could she trust them? When she was 9, her dad had given her a signed Seattle Mariners baseball. The entire team had signed it, and her dad had presented it to her in a special box. She knew she wasn't supposed to play with it, but she couldn't resist. It was her favorite, and she often slept with it under her pillow so her dad wouldn't see it. When her best friend, Sasha, spent the night, they'd taken it outside to play. Sasha was pretending to be Randy Johnson as she practiced her wind-up. Unfortunately, her pitch went wide, and she accidentally threw the ball into one of the wells on the property. Luckily, the well was dry, but Sasha felt awful about it, and before Megan could say anything, she decided to climb down to get it. Unfortunately, the darkness of the hole hid the real depth. When Sasha jumped in, she ended up twisting her ankle when she landed. Megan had run for help, but no one believed her. The adults she thought would help her ignored her. Megan was terrified for her friend, so she did the only thing she knew to do. She went into the well, and after many hours, scratches and bruises covering the both of them from head to toes, she finally managed to get her friend up and out of the well. Sadly, Megan wished that had been her only lesson on counting on others, but it had only served as the basis in a long line of disappointments over the years that taught her it was better not to rely on others than to risk constant disappointment and hurt feelings. It all left such deep emotional scars. She didn't think she could survive being hurt or let down again. But she also knew she had to try. If it had only been her in this scary new world, she would have left already. She had to think of Caitlin. Was it fair to her daughter to raise her in such an isolated environment? Her daughter loved being around people and made friends so easily. She needed to do what was best for Caitlin. Megan made the decision to stay with the people who had taken her in and were providing her with the help she needed to take care of her daughter. The driving factor behind her decision was the idea of learning more about how to survive without modern conveniences, how to survive in a world without grocery stores, plumbing, or electricity. The decision gave her new resolve, and she was excited to have somewhere to call home, even if it was only going to be for a little while. She pulled her pack out from under the bed and started to go through it. She wasn't lying when she said she packed light. Both she and Caitlin each had a change of clothes and her basic survival gear. She had used her last emergency blanket the night before they found the cabin. She checked her small headlamp to make sure it still worked. She needed to look for batteries on her next scouting mission. She resealed the sandwich bag that held her lighter, matches, and the dried moss she always picked up when she saw it. Finding tinder wasn't always easy, so she carried it with her to make starting a fire easier. She had put her knife back in the pack after showing Ryland how to process the rabbit. That would stay in there, along with the multi-tool, paracord, and her little first aid kit. Yes, she planned to stay, but the past months had taught her the importance of being ready to go in a heartbeat. The stuff in the drawer wasn't critical to survival. She could leave it if she had to go in a hurry. All she had to do was grab her daughter and her bag. She found the picture she had tucked into the pack at the last minute before they left their house. The picture had been on the fridge for a couple years. It was one Caitlin had drawn in preschool. The crayon drawing depicted their little family back then. Derek was holding hands with a little stick figure that was supposed to be Caitlin. Megan's character had a big smile. Those were days she missed. Thinking back to them often brought pain and resentment. Derek had really done a number on her. She couldn't believe he had betrayed her and then left them as if they were last week's trash. Megan kept the picture for a number of reasons, but mostly to serve as a reminder of what happens when you trust implicitly. You are taken advantage of. She placed the picture on top of the dresser and put the few personal items she and Caitlin had in the top drawer. She stared at their meager belongings in the drawer and felt her breath hitch. Could she make a home here? With Wyatt? With Rosie and the rest of the group? She slowly closed the drawer, and her eyes were drawn back to her daughter's artwork. The school. She knew every town had to have a school, and that meant there was going to be a nurse's office, or at the very least a stash of medicines and first aid supplies. Maybe someone had left antibiotics at the school. Megan was thrilled and quickly dashed upstairs to find Rosie. Instead of working on the puzzle, she found her sitting on one end of the couch with several books spread out around her. She had her little notebook and was jotting down notes. Soft candlelight made it possible to read, but it would certainly strain the eyes after a while. "Rosie, what about the school nurse's office?" Megan blurted out excitedly. "Do you think they would have some leftover antibiotics?" Rosie looked up from her notebook. "Maybe. I can tell you we checked every pharmacy from Spokane to here. They were all wiped out. School medical rooms may be the same. Medicine was one of the first things to be looted." The news deflated the excitement Megan felt earlier. "She does seem to be getting better. I just need to figure out what it is she is fighting," Rosie assured her. These are the times I miss those expensive tests the doctors could do that gave us answers within minutes. We are stuck going the old-fashioned route. Thankfully, I have a ton of medical books. Dale picked these up at library sales and wherever he could. He knew we would have to go back to old-school medicine and provided us with the tools. Now I just need to find the answers." Megan plopped down on the couch opposite Rosie, sinking into the soft material. "Thank you. I know you're working hard. It is so frustrating not knowing." They sat in silence a few minutes. "I am going hunting with Wyatt in the morning and would like to check the school after we are finished, just in case. Even if it doesn't help Caitlin, it may come in handy to have around." Rosie looked at her and smiled. "It sure will. It's important to stock up when you can, just in case you need it down the road, especially since most of the medications have a shelf life far longer than what's listed on the bottle." Megan realized she had actually let herself think about being here in the future. It felt good to think about the future and not worry about whether they would have food and shelter. Usually, when she thought about the future, she became apprehensive and stressed herself out. Now, it wasn't so scary, especially with Wyatt around. She had to admit to herself that if he wasn't a member of this group, chances were that she wouldn't have such a difficult decision to make. Around him, she could be herself, and he seemed to appreciate what she brought to the table. Unlike Derek, whose condescending attitude constantly made her feel less than. It was as though he took great pleasure in belittling her. Wyatt was definitely the better man compared to her ex. Heck, he was the better man compared to Chase and Albert. Wyatt woke up earlier than usual. The sun was just starting to put out some color across the dark sky. He had slept on one of the couches upstairs since Caitlin and Megan were in his bed. Chase was on the couch opposite him, snoring away. They were short a bed, so every few nights, Albert, Wyatt, or Chase would give up a bed and take the couch. Now they were short 2 beds. They were going to have to either add on to the cabin or maybe build a new small cabin close by. He would talk to Jack about that. He may actually like having a bit of privacy for him and his wife. Getting materials would be difficult, but between the group, they could come up with an idea or 3 to transport lumber and other heavier supplies up the hill. He didn't feel bad about raiding the Home Depot or lumberyard. It was all up for grabs now. The world had suffered a huge blow, and commerce wouldn't be starting up anytime soon. It wasn't hard to wake up. He was excited for the hunting trip and the chance to spend time with Megan. He quietly went downstairs to find his mom already brewing coffee. "You're up early," he said in surprise. She nodded. "I'm going to keep an eye on Caitlin while you 2 are gone. I figure Megan will feel better if I'm awake, just in case Caitlin wakes up." Megan appeared in the doorway. If Duke could speak, he would be the perfect babysitter. She twisted left and right a couple times. That dog insisted he sleep beside us, which left very little room. She shrugged her shoulders. But sleeping in a bed with a dog is better than sleeping on the ground. She carried her boots to one of the chairs at the table. "You ready?" she asked, lacing her boots up. "Do we have time for coffee?" Wyatt hoped she'd say yes, because he really wanted some. She smiled. "Sure do. It's still pretty dark, and we wouldn't be able to see tracks or even animals at this point." "Can you imagine what it will be like if you actually get a deer?" Rosie asked in excitement. Wyatt smiled. "That is the goal. Steak, jerky, stew. We would be set for a while." Megan spoke up. "How will you preserve the meat if you do manage to get big game?" "As much as I would love to keep it fresh, for now we will have to dry it," sipping appreciatively at his coffee. "It will give us a chance to use those fancy dehydrators we built." Megan smiled as she accepted the coffee cup Rosie handed her. I should have known you would have a plan. You are definitely prepared for this new way of living. As much as I hate to say it, much of it is wishful thinking right now, Wyatt told her. But we'll get there. Rosie was staring out the small kitchen window, which faced out towards where the garden would go. It was high enough and small enough a person couldn't fit through, but it allowed some natural light in. We need a smokehouse like my daddy used to have. Wyatt agreed. We'll add it to the list, Mom. They had so much to do. His dad had worked tirelessly for years preparing this place, but it seemed like there was always something more to be done. Admittedly, it was hard to plan to live like this when you never had to experience it firsthand. His generation, and even his parents' generation, never had to worry about finding food or living without electricity. It was a strange, new way of living, and it required everyone to have an open mind and be ready to roll with the punches. When fall and winter arrive, we will be able to keep some of the meat fresh. We have an old, gutted refrigerator ready to go. We will bury it in the ground and pack around it with snow and ice, Wyatt added. With the average temperatures in this area during winter, it's easy to keep meat frozen. Albert is concerned about bears getting to it, but we don't have the lumber needed to build a proper, elevated structure for it. We have to do what we can with the supplies available to us. They each drank their coffee in silence for the next several minutes. Wyatt imagined they were all thinking the same thing. Meat. Fresh meat. Enough to fill their bellies. The rabbit had been great, but a single rabbit divided between 8 people didn't go far. They had to step up their hunting. It couldn't be a hobby or something they did when they had the time. It was going to have to be at the top of the list every single day. And if Megan chose to stay, her hunting and trapping skills would be more than an asset. It could mean life or death. Chapter 13. You ready? Megan asked. Wyatt put down his cup. Yes, let's grab the rifles. Wyatt led her to a small closet, moving the coats out of the way. He revealed a small arsenal of rifles and smaller handguns. Handing her 2 rifles, he moved the boots sitting on the floor, which concealed a hollowed-out area in the floor filled with boxes of ammunition. Megan realized the floor inside the closet sat a little higher than the floor outside the closet. She wouldn't have noticed the subtle height difference if she hadn't seen him purposely move the boots. Wow, Megan exclaimed. You really have found ways to hide things in relatively plain sight. We wanted to be ready to live up here should anything happen. Hiding our weapons in case someone broke in when we weren't here makes sense. Our lives may very well depend on these weapons. He grabbed some extra ammo and turned to her. Unfortunately, we didn't get quite as much food stockpiled as we wanted. Getting that garden going and hunting are really our top priorities. He put everything back in place. I am counting on you to teach me everything you know about hunting. My family's life depends on it, he said with complete earnestness. She held his gaze. I get it. She reached her free hand out to lay it on his arm. You did great here, Wyatt. You took care of your family, and you will keep taking care of them. I have a feeling you're a natural hunter. You will all be eating hearty meals in no time. The duo set off, heading towards the area Megan had come across the day before. She explained to Wyatt how a deer trail is the best indicator of wildlife. The sun had just started to rise, giving them enough light to see. In the heavily wooded area, it was still a little dark, which provided them some cover should a deer happen to wander into sight. Megan tried to hide her frustration, but Wyatt's noisy steps were making her a little crazy. They would never find deer or even a squirrel at this point. Wyatt? She said in a hushed voice. Yeah, he said in his natural voice. Megan grimaced. He couldn't see her face because she was walking in front of him. She stopped, turned, and held her arm up. She paused, trying to think of how to tell him he sounded like a bull in a china shop. "Your mom said you were an ex-Navy SEAL, right?" He nodded. "So I'm sure you did tactical missions and stuff like that, right?" Again, he nodded, looking a little unsure. She put her arm down. "You need to treat hunting like one of those stealth missions. Animals are far more alert than any human, so you need to be extra stealthy." He stood there for a second, looking at her. "Are you saying I'm being too loud?" "Yes!" she hissed. He started to laugh, but it was muffled by her quickly putting her hand over his mouth. "Wyatt!" she yelled. "Seriously, I want some steak. Do not deny me a steak." His eyes sparkled, and she could feel his lips against the palm of her hand, stretching into one of those big, heart-melting smiles. "Got it, little Miss Huntress. I know better. I wasn't thinking," he said by way of apology. Megan nodded and turned around, ready to start tracking again. She could feel his eyes on her and knew he was silently laughing at her little tantrum about wanting steak. It was a moment of weakness, she decided. She was hungry. Megan stopped in her tracks and motioned for Wyatt to come closer. She pointed out the hallmark signs of a game trail. Wyatt squatted down and saw the small indentation of hoof prints. The trail was nothing more than a muddy line leading into the trees. She indicated he follow her. She stopped again, pointing at the ground. Deer scat. They were definitely on the right track. She stopped again, pointing out some young birch trees that looked like they were stripped on one side. She quietly explained these were signs of rubbing. Deer rubbed their antlers against the trunks of trees. They were close. "That's where they are bedding down," she whispered close to his ear. She pointed out a dense area in the trees that showed signs of something heavy lying in the area. Using her head to motion him, they walked about 100 feet away from the trail. "We'll sit here and wait," she explained, sitting on the cold ground. It was chilly out, but she had gotten used to the cold. "You comfortable with that gun?" he asked, referring to the rifle she was holding a little anxiously. She nodded. "Yeah, it's been a long time. Hunting with an unfamiliar gun is a little weird. It is probably best if you take the shot if we see anything." Wyatt nodded. "You're right, but we don't want to call attention to ourselves by needlessly shooting off guns, and the way sound travels, we would have to travel several miles just for a bit of target practice. Didn't seem worth it, but I can guarantee that one is sighted in. We took care of it when we first got to the cabin." Megan scanned the area, looking for any signs of deer moving about. This was their feeding time. They sat and waited, but Megan couldn't resist asking. "How is it you don't have much experience hunting?" she whispered to him. Wyatt shrugged his shoulders. "You would think I would have, but growing up, my brother and I preferred sports, and Dad never insisted we learn. While we both can handle most every type of gun, we don't have any practical hunting experience. Well, more importantly, tracking. I can follow a man's footsteps just fine, but the nuances of finding a game trail are all new to me." Megan could understand that. Hugging her legs, she tried to shift. Her butt was frozen, and it was making her cold enough to start shivering. She looked over at Wyatt. He didn't appear to be cold at all. It was then she noticed he was sitting on a pile of pine needles. He noticed her looking at him. "What? Aren't you cold?" Shaking his head, he pointed to his seat. "You never sit directly on the ground," he told her, if not a little arrogantly. Megan growled. "You could have said that." He shrugged his shoulders. "You're the expert hunter. I thought you would know that very basic rule. The ground will zap your heat. It's like sitting on a block of ice." "Whatever," she said, standing up. "There's nothing happening here. Let's do some more scouting." He grinned. "What you really mean is your butt is frozen and you need to thaw out a bit." Yes, Wyatt. I'm cold. I'm sorry for scolding you earlier. You got me back. Now let's do this. His grin almost made her laugh, but she remembered they were trying to be stealthy and she didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Wyatt stopped and pointed to a spruce tree on a hill. It appeared to be the only one in the area filled with pine trees. Megan? He said her name in such a serious, somber voice, it made her stop moving and pay attention. Yeah? I know you still want to leave after Caitlin's better. I get that. Know that we do want you to stick around. I want you to stay. He looked a little awkward. I like your company. You have a lot to offer the group, and it truly would be safer for you and your daughter. However, if you do leave and find you run into trouble, come to that tree. I will leave a bag with some supplies in it, just in case. Megan wanted to say don't worry about it, but if she were to go out on her own again, a bag of supplies in an emergency could save the life of her child. She couldn't turn down his offer. Thank you, Wyatt. I really appreciate that. Truly. There was a comfortable silence as they tracked and meandered about the mountain, looking for signs of deer. The occasional hoots of an owl and birds singing made her feel at peace. She loved being in the woods. Being in the woods with Wyatt was even better. She appreciated his strong presence and really thought they could become good friends or even something more, given time. As the sun got higher in the sky and the hour grew later, Megan gave up hope of taking a deer. Well, we won't be eating steaks tonight, but we can check those traps and look around for more game trails, she told him, trying to keep the disappointment out of her voice. Wyatt had packed along the traps he had told her about the day before, along with more snare wire. She was hesitant to use the massive traps that could easily snap off a human leg, but she understood the importance of stocking their pantry. Whatever they could get would ensure the group was fed another day. They may not get a big animal, but many little ones were better than nothing, he told her. She agreed. They stayed busy setting traps and scouting for signs of wildlife. They worked together as if they had been doing this very thing for years. She showed him how to set the traps and conceal them with leaves and branches. Megan felt like she had just provided a ton of information about hunting, tracking, and trapping. She was glad to see that Wyatt didn't appear overwhelmed or bored. He was absorbing it all and listening to every word. Megan couldn't help but feel a kinship with the man she barely knew. Wyatt was an excellent learner and a great teacher. While hunting was her area of expertise, navigation was not her strong suit. She was embarrassed to admit she had always relied on her GPS on her excursions out. Wyatt could be standing anywhere and know exactly which way was north, and he could measure distance with his eyes. He was her own personal navigation system, and she loved it. His presence gave her confidence. Megan had to admit, being around Wyatt was a double-edged sword. His comfort and security was addicting. It wasn't something Megan wanted to get too dependent on. She had been there, done that with Derek, and that had turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes of her life. Her life had revolved around her ex-husband. She depended on him, and when he broke her heart and left her, it nearly killed her. Right then, she'd vowed never to trust or depend on another human being as long as she lived. They were unreliable. It seemed to be a pattern in her life. Megan wasn't going to let it happen again and decided if she only relied on herself, she wouldn't be disappointed or hurt by others. Her bruised and battered heart couldn't take any more letdowns. You okay? Wyatt asked, looking at her with concern. Megan was embarrassed. Her little trip down memory lane had produced a few tears. She hated when that happened. Old hurts that never fully healed could sneak up on her at any time. It really irked her. She shook her head. Yes, sorry. Was just thinking. Wyatt didn't look completely reassured, but didn't press her. You about ready to head back? He asked. She looked around. Yeah, I need to get to that school, so I'll check on Caitlin and then head out. I'll go with you, he told her. Megan sighed. No, thanks. I'll be fine. Wyatt laughed. Do you know where it is? That made her pause for a moment. Basically, she was trying not to be offended by his suggestion she would get lost. She wasn't that incapable. I can follow a map. If you could sketch out a general idea, I'll be fine. Wyatt didn't say anything, leaving her with the feeling he was still going with her. She couldn't be mad. Megan saw the way he was with his family. The need to protect those closest to him seemed to be ingrained in him, and a part of her was touched that he felt the same way about her. Chapter 14. Wyatt wasn't going to let Megan head off alone. The woman didn't understand the safety in numbers motto. He was going to have to work on driving that point home. For now, he would settle to learn a little more about who she was before everything went south. When he asked her about her life before, she seemed hesitant at first to open up. He promised her he wasn't asking for her deepest, darkest secrets. When she said she had worked as a paralegal, he was impressed. She seemed so outdoorsy, he couldn't imagine her in pumps and business suits, but the look did appeal to him. You? She asked, interrupting his vision of her wearing a pencil skirt and killer heels with her thick black hair up in a messy bun. He knew it wasn't practical, but a guy could dream. Oh, well, I joined the Navy right out of high school, became a SEAL, and got out after 10 years. I worked SWAT in Chicago for 5 years and moved back home about a year ago. He had seen more death and bad human behavior than he cared to and wanted to have some peace. Chase and I were in the Navy together, but he got out after only 4 years and opened a security company. When I came back to Washington, I went to work for him. Megan nodded and looked intrigued. That's a pretty impressive resume, she told him. He could hear the admiration in her voice, which of course made him puff his chest out just a little more. They talked more about what their normal day was like before everything went dark. It was enlightening and helped make her more of a person than a woman he found sleeping in his bed a few days ago. She was smart, pretty, athletic, and most of all, humble. Was it hard leaving? Megan asked. He knew she was talking about their trek from Spokane. Losing my dad was the worst thing that had ever happened to me, which is saying much considering how much death and violence I've seen in my life. The world has become incredibly dangerous, and it's important that we band together to survive. More so, since we don't have much needed life-saving medical interventions anymore. Wyatt paused. He had almost mentioned Caitlin, but thought better of it. He wanted her to stay, not to push her away. Megan pursed her lips, and he could see her shoulders tightening, so he quickly changed the subject. What's the one thing you miss that will tell me something about you that I couldn't guess? He asked her, hoping to distract her from what looked like thoughts of leaving again. When she mentioned that she missed watching baseball, he knew at that moment that they were meant to be together. He loved baseball. She revealed she was a huge fan of the Mariners and always had been, even through their not-so-good years. Wyatt had always been a fan and had made it a goal to get over to Seattle to see their games whenever he was home. Why baseball? He asked out of curiosity. He couldn't see her watching a game in the stands with peanuts and beer in hand. He wondered if it was her husband that got her into the game. She didn't wear a ring, but it was hard to ask a woman about her relationship status. She shrugged. I've always loved baseball. Of course, me being a girl and all, I had to play softball throughout junior high. I quit when I was a sophomore and decided to change to swimming. I still played a little ball, though. In fact, you are looking at the top hitter in the district." She said the last with a big, cheesy smile, causing him to laugh. "Swimming, huh? Once the weather warms up, I'll have to take you down to the lake and see how good you are." He paused, gave her a crooked grin. "I was Navy. I bet I can beat you across the lake." She laughed. "You're on, but I want to put out a small disclaimer. I haven't done any real swimming in years." When she looked wistful, Wyatt decided to jump in. All in. He needed to know. "So, are you or were you married? Attached?" He knew instantly it was a sore spot. She rolled her eyes. "I was married and attached. Unfortunately, Derek was not." Wyatt knew what that meant. Her husband was a cheater. What an idiot. The words came out before he knew it. He had meant to keep that to himself. Megan raised an eyebrow. "I'm going to assume you were talking about him and not me, although the term applies to both of us. I should have known, and he should have known better." She turned to take in the view from the small hill they had climbed. "It's all in the past. I got Caitlin out of the deal and learned to be more independent. I lost myself when I was with him. I didn't work. I didn't do anything. He was my everything, and I was his nothing. It was a huge mistake, but it taught me a lot." Wyatt hated Derek. The guy he'd never met conjured up intense feelings of rage within him. He had hurt this beautiful woman who seemed nothing short of perfect to him. His natural instinct was to protect her, to heal her heart. "I'm sorry," was all he could say. Megan turned her head to look at him, giving him a sad smile. If he hadn't seen her lips move, he wouldn't have heard her whispered thank you. He didn't know what else to say, and he truly was sorry she had to go through that. "You ready to head back?" They had been walking for about 30 minutes, not really going anywhere. They were simply enjoying the beautiful day and the company. It felt good to talk about something other than their current reality. Megan nodded. "Yep, I want to check on Caitlin and then get to that school." On the way back to the cabin, Wyatt asked her how she had managed these past couple months. She explained how she had stayed home. When her neighbors started to disappear, she had locked the doors and stayed inside most of the time, only making trips outside to her backyard to use the toilet. When she told him about a group of men that had torn through her neighborhood, demanding allegiance, he suspected they might be the same group that had killed his father. He was amazed that she had managed to flee and live on the run for so long with a little girl to care for. The woman had a fighting spirit, which he suspected was driven by her instinct to protect her daughter. She wasn't some wilting flower. Even with her limited survival skills, she had managed to keep going. "Can I teach you some basics about wilderness survival? Maybe some self-defense moves as well?" Wyatt asked. He didn't want to pressure her into doing something she didn't want to, but if she ended up leaving, he wanted to make sure she could take care of herself. He had made sure everyone in his group knew how to build an emergency shelter from branches, how to start a fire by creating a fire bow using a long stick with a paracord attached, another stick as a spindle, and flat branch of piece of bark as the fireboard, and the basics of water purification. He wanted to make sure they could survive on their own, should they ever be lost or separated from the group. Megan perked up. "That would be amazing," she said with a great deal of enthusiasm. "I would really appreciate it. You never know how much you don't know until you are trying to survive." She stopped walking. "I've been lucky that no one has tried to hurt us. Thankfully, most people have left us alone." Wyatt stuck out his hand. "You show me more about hunting and trapping, and I will show you survival skills." When she shook his hand, he added, "No freeloaders," and gave her a teasing smile. "You would all be vegetarians without me," she quipped. You're probably right, Wyatt laughed. But we do need to give you some basic self-defense skills in case someone decides they want to take that deer you shot, or wants to make you his new wife, whether you like it or not. He meant to keep it light, but he was very serious. This was no place for a beautiful woman to be alone and unprotected. His dad was a very capable man, and he hadn't been able to survive an encounter with the people who wanted his food. I know. My dad always told me it was better to get away than to fight an attacker, Megan explained. His trick was a good, swift kick to the groin, and then run like hell. Wyatt flinched, causing her to laugh. Maybe I can just tell the attacker what I'm going to do, and that will be enough. Definitely won't be enough, but you are on the right track. This is something I've learned. He stepped closer to her. Let's say you are attacking me. You have about 3 seconds to take action. Never think about what you're going to do. Just do it. Ready? She nodded. He could tell she was a little nervous. If an attacker grabs you from behind, don't try to pull away. Chances are the person will be stronger than you are and ready for you. First thing you want to do is lift your leg to stomp on their foot. But when you do, make sure you drag your heel down the front of the shin and then land as hard as you can on the top of their foot. Not their toes, as some people might be wearing steel-toed boots. On the foot itself. If you have a hard heel, twist your foot as you grind down for better impact. If you stomped on them hard enough, they should release you or loosen their hold enough that you can turn around. At that point, you want to give a swift knee to the groin. Your attacker is going to automatically hunch forward. So tap that foot down, get some speed, and use both hands to grab the attacker's head while bringing your knee back up. He demonstrated the motion. See? Oh my, that looks painful, she cried as he pretended to drive his knee into an invisible person. Come on, let's practice. Holding his hand out, Wyatt had Megan come closer to practice the moves with him. Now, in case you need to deliver a killing blow, after you kick them in the groin, instead of trying to break their nose with your knee, you're going to use the palm of your hand. Wyatt demonstrated how to slam the palm into the nose with the intent of breaking it, and then follow up with a forward thrust, but instead of throwing a punch, his fingers were curled against his open palm and pointing toward the sky. If you hit them hard enough, you can cause bone shards to enter the brain through the sinuses, causing a kill shot, and if for some reason you can't, jab your fingers into the person's eyes to temporarily blind them. She looked horrified. I don't think I could do that, she said honestly. I understand it seems harsh and a little over the top, but your life depends on you getting away. You need to disable your attacker as long as possible. A bleeding nose, watering eyes, and breathless from the first blow will give you at least 10 seconds. Hopefully more. His voice had deepened as he talked, and he watched her with an intensity he hadn't felt since his years on the Chicago police force. He was definitely all business as he made her practice the steps with him over and over until it felt almost like a dance. Breathless, she stopped to take several deep breaths. I get it. I hope I never have to do anything like that, though. That's enough for now, but I will show you more moves that you can do to protect yourself. Your dad was right. Always get away if you can. Going hand-to-hand is never the best option. You will get hurt, even if you do win. If you are in a true wilderness survival situation, the smallest cut or injury could become life-threatening. Hurt the bad guy and get away, period. Whatever you do, don't stop to see how much damage you may have done. Just go, he reiterated. Got it. I promise I will run as fast as my legs can carry me if I ever meet a bad guy in a dark alley. She was teasing him, which was fine, but he truly hoped she understood how serious the matter was. Her life could end up depending on it. Megan pulled out her water bottle, only to discover it was empty. Wyatt saw her sigh and put it back in her pack. How about we start right now? When she looked at him in confusion, he explained, "I'm going to show you how to use that water bottle to make a water filter. Then you can drink the water from the stream." She didn't look convinced. "I'm no expert, but I know not to drink water that hasn't been purified or filtered. I don't want to find out the water is loaded with harmful microbes and I spend the next several days with dysentery or worse." He nodded. "Yep, you're right, but we can make a filter. Watch," he said, holding out his hand for her water bottle. He used his knife to cut off the bottom couple inches. She didn't look happy. "I'll get you another one," he told her. "Now, we need some charcoal. I happen to know we used to have fires around here, and I bet I can find what I need." Looking around, he dug around with the toe of his boot, looking for the old ring. Hitting an unnatural formation, he bent down and started moving the leaves and dirt. Spying the burned-out wood buried underneath, he lifted it up and scooped some of the charcoal up and put it in the empty bottle that was now upside down. He walked towards the stream and used his hand to stir up the area along the bed. Using his cupped hands, he scooped gravel and sand on top of the charcoal. Megan watched with rapt interest. Wyatt then told her to look for dandelions or green grass. She did so and gave him a handful. Wyatt pushed it on top of the sand and gravel. "Here is our filter," he told her, holding it up. "Hold this," he said, giving her the bottle. He dug in his own pack and pulled out a small canteen and a metal cup. He filled the canteen with water from the stream. "You hold this cup under the filter," he directed. When she did as he asked, he began to pour the water from the canteen over the now exposed bottom of the water bottle. The water trickled through and into the cup. "There," he said, clearly proud of himself. "That is an emergency filter you can use in a pinch. Obviously, it isn't as great as boiling water or running it through a real filter, but it will do." She took a small sip of the water. "Not bad. Thank you. That will definitely be a good thing to know." He nodded, taking the cup of water for his own drink. "You could filter the water a few times to make sure you got as much of the icky stuff out of the water if you had the time." They put everything back in their packs and crossed the stream using a couple logs Chase had put over it. As they approached the cabin, they saw a flash of light coming from up high in a tree. Wyatt grabbed Megan's arm and pulled her to the ground, shushing her as they went. The signal was one they had come up with to alert them to strangers breaching their perimeter. "What was that?" Megan hissed as Wyatt held her arm to keep her down. "Someone's coming." "And?" she asked in an irritated voice. Albert's voice carried through the trees. "One person, east about 2:00. Megan didn't say anything, but Wyatt could tell she was concerned. "Albert is in the bird's nest we built," he said, standing and pointing to a tree where Albert blended in with his green clothing. "If you know where to look, you should just be able to make out the edge of the platform he's sitting on." "Should we tell the others?" she asked. Wyatt shook his head. "No, I have a better plan." He made some hand gestures in the air before grabbing Megan's hand and pulling her behind him. They cleared the stream, heading back to where they had been setting traps earlier. Wyatt stopped moving and scanned the area. It was all clear. Only one person slowly making his way towards the cabin. "We are going to come up from behind," Wyatt explained. She nodded. They were carrying their rifles and would hopefully present a strong force. Wyatt didn't want to have to hurt anyone, and they weren't quite ready to fend off an army, big or small. These were dangerous times. A single person could be their undoing. He could be a scout, trying to see what they had and how many people were in the group. It was the way of the world nowadays, and Wyatt was not going to put his family, even the non-blood members, at risk. Wyatt and Megan walked towards the intruder, who appeared to be limping and injured, which could easily be faked. The man had his back to them and didn't hear them approaching. "Where are you headed?" Wyatt called out, startling the man. He turned to look at them. Wyatt noticed his left arm was hanging limply at his side. His lips appeared to be chapped, and he had signs of dehydration. The man appeared lost and a little dazed.
"I was looking for some water and a place to rest."
His voice was little more than a whisper. Megan looked to Wyatt, who gave a very subtle shake of his head. "Where did you come from?" Wyatt asked, not moving any closer and keeping his weapon at the ready. The man shrugged his shoulders.
"I've been walking for days. I got separated from my family a while ago, and I'm afraid I'm lost."
He looked around.
"It all looks the same."
Wyatt spoke to the air. "Have Chase bring a bottle of water." Megan would know he was talking to Albert, who had kept his position high up in the tree, but the man appeared confused as he turned his head right and left, trying to figure out who he was talking to. Wyatt didn't elaborate, as the man didn't need to know any of their hiding spots. The man extended his right hand, stepping closer to Wyatt.
"I'm Kyle Grice."
Wyatt shook his hand. "Wyatt and Megan." Wyatt offered no further information and stared at the man while he waited for Chase. The stranger looked nervous, which Wyatt could understand, given the situation.
"I've been moving since all of this started. I started out in Oregon, and we drifted this way,"
Kyle blurted out as he looked from Wyatt to Megan and back again. When Kyle turned his head back toward the forest, Wyatt shifted his stance so he was better positioned to protect Megan if need be. "Where is your family?" Wyatt questioned. Kyle looked down.
"I don't know. We had made a camp with some other travelers. I was asked to help a family whose goat was giving birth and having some trouble. I'm a vet, or I was a vet. When I came back, they were gone."
Wyatt was intrigued by the possibility of having a veterinarian as part of their team. A vet would have some of the same knowledge as a doctor. He hoped. He assumed. Maybe he could help Caitlin and Duke, who was showing signs of being under the weather. This could be a very good addition. But this Kyle person was still a little shady, and Wyatt didn't fully trust him. But maybe they could at least get his opinion on the dog and Caitlin before sending him on his way. When Chase showed up carrying a bottle of water, Wyatt excused himself and Chase from the group. He asked Megan to keep Kyle company while he and Chase chatted. Albert had come out of the tree to join the men. Whispering, "He says he's a veterinarian. I'm thinking we bring him back to the cabin to take a look at Duke and Caitlin." Albert growled, crossing his arms and turning to stare at Kyle, who seemed a little less nervous as he looked around. "No way. We don't have enough as it is. Besides, look at him. Something ain't right." Wyatt had to agree that the old man raised a credible point. Why did the stranger look so well-fed? His cheeks were dirty, but he didn't have that pale, washed-out look of someone who was starving. Wyatt looked to Chase. "What do you think?" Chase shrugged his shoulders. "If it were just me, I'd say no. But there are more of us than him. I don't know, man. If he can help the little girl." In the end, they agreed they would bring him to the cabin, feed him, and let him rest, but he would be closely watched. They all had valid reservations, and not one of them completely bought his story, but it was worth a shot. They could fend off one guy if things got ugly. Chapter 15. Megan watched as the three men talked. She could see Albert getting angry, again. She was leery of the man standing in front of her, drinking the water as if he hadn't drunk anything in days. She took the time to study his clothes. They were smeared with dirt, and his face was dirty, but his clothes were in very good shape. They contradicted his story of walking for days. Her own clothing had small tears, snags, and was horribly stained, as was Wyatt's and the rest of the group. "What happened to your arm?" she asked. He looked at it, as if he had forgotten it was injured.
"Oh, I fell and, sprained my wrist," he explained.
She nodded, looking down at the injured arm. She didn't notice any bruising or swelling, but maybe it was an old injury. Megan had serious doubts about the man, but maybe he was telling the truth. More importantly, he had a medical background. Even if it was working with animals, maybe he could help Caitlin. She knew Rosie was doing everything she could to help her daughter, but having a professional give a second opinion could be incredibly helpful. She looked at the guys talking, and from Albert's stance, she could only assume that he wanted the man gone. He was definitely not one for strangers, and neither was Chase, even if he was less vocal about it. Wyatt walked over and stood next to her. "We can take you back to our house, get you some food and water, and allow you to rest a bit. In exchange, we have a sick little girl we would like you to look at. Maybe offer some kind of a medical opinion about what is making her ill." Megan looked up at him. This was a brave, bold move. She knew the rest of the group was not keen on accepting anyone new. This was all Wyatt. He was trying to help her daughter and was putting his entire group in jeopardy to do just that. He looked at her, gave a solemn nod before placing his hand on the small of her back. She understood she was to stay with him and away from their new friend. That wasn't going to be a problem since there was something about the guy that seemed off. For now, she would follow Wyatt's lead. Albert had gone up ahead and was already back up in his bird's nest, and Megan could feel him watching the procession. Chase walked behind, holding a gun. Kyle was sandwiched between them. Megan realized how lucky she had been. These guys were serious, and for them to accept her so quickly made her very grateful. Kyle was relieved when they finally agreed to let him go back to their camp. He wasn't sure they were going to, but he played up the sprained hand, hoping to win sympathy points. Now he knew the name of the woman who potentially threatened his future. Megan. She seemed nice enough. He was only a little disappointed to hear her daughter was still alive. He needed to find out how much she had told her mother. "Thank you so much for the help. I truly appreciate it. I hope I can help the little girl," he said with the charm he had mastered over the years. He had been called a snake oil salesman on more than one occasion. He had a way of convincing people to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do. It was a skill he honed over the years, and it made him very rich. It had also made him a wanted man. Thankfully, he didn't have to worry about the FBI finding him and sending him to prison for embezzlement. He had a chance to start fresh, and no one was going to get in his way, especially not a woman and child. He could tell they were holding back. He knew they weren't buying his story yet. He was a master and would be able to smooth things over in no time. It was how he had gotten through life. His desire for power had made him a master manipulator. While some people may not appreciate the negative connotation of being called a manipulative person, he loved it. It worked. He was the leader of his constantly growing group. He was rich by today's standards and planned to become much wealthier and more powerful. He would be the new world's version of president, or maybe even a king. But first, he had to quiet one little girl who saw too much. The trees thinned out, and a large log cabin stood proud and strong in the center of the clearing. Oh, he could really enjoy this. Of course, he had set his eyes on a couple of mansions already in the city, but this could be a nice retreat. Kyle decided to learn as much as he could about the place and the people who were occupying it. If they were those survivalist or prepper types, he was sure they would have a stockpile of food. He could use the food and supplies to bribe more followers to join him. He imagined returning to his own camp with a cartload of food to share with the faithful. The people who looked to him to be their leader would further be convinced of his ability to provide. He would hold so much power. Any transgressions or misdeeds he committed would be overlooked or forgiven, as long as he could keep his people fed and safe from outsiders. Kyle decided he needed to do some recon. He wanted to thank Megan for leading him here. It was meant to be. Divine intervention, he decided. Wyatt was solemn as he pushed open the front door. He didn't have a great feeling about the newcomer, but he was anxious to get Caitlin healed. While he knew that Caitlin getting better might result in Megan leaving, he didn't want the little girl to die. All of them were slowly working on Megan to convince her to stay. She had valuable skills that would be an asset to their group, and if he dared be honest, he was falling for her. He could tell they were making progress in convincing her, and just maybe the addition of Kyle would save Caitlin, leaving Megan forever grateful. She may trust them more if she could see how serious they were about helping her little girl. He allowed himself a few moments to imagine the future if Megan stayed. Her hunting and trapping skills, combined with his wilderness survival skills, would ensure they had plenty of food on the table. His mother was an herbalist and was skilled at growing a garden. Jack had inherited his mother's skills for working the earth and had become a landscape artist. It really was artistry. He knew how to fix the soil and what plants grew best in a given environment. He could transform a barren backyard into a thriving oasis practically overnight using permaculture techniques that made no sense to Wyatt. They were all counting on Jack and Rosie to get the garden off to a good start. Willow was a first-grade teacher before the fall and could teach Caitlin and Ryland. She was also a heck of a cook. Willow's mother had been raised on a farm and knew all about food preservation, which she had taught Willow. It was a valuable skill that would help them survive the many long winters ahead. Albert was a retired electrician who had promised to fix the solar panels and get them electricity again. He also had some knowledge of construction that would prove useful when it came time to build a few more cabins on the property. Chase was their security expert and would help keep them safe. With those combined skills, they could thrive. Maybe they could bring in more people and slowly grow their small community. It was time to rebuild, and it had to start sooner rather than later. He wasn't sure if Kyle was the right fit for their new community, but he didn't want to jump to any conclusions. The guy seemed a little sketchy, but it could just be him being a little overprotective. "Wyatt?" His mother's questioning look brought him back to the present. "Mom, this is Kyle. He needs some food and water. He is a veterinarian and is willing to check out both Caitlin and Duke." "Well, we were putting together some lunch," Rosie replied, offering a small smile for the newcomer. It smelled great, and Wyatt once again was so thankful his mother had insisted they stockpile spices. At first, he and his dad had said they weren't important, but after eating MREs and plain freeze-dried meals for 3 months, he got it. A little salt and pepper made a bland potato soup not just palatable, but good. She had dried most of the spices and herbs from her own garden back home. He remembered her trying to take along the potted plants when they decided to move up here. Leaving them behind had been difficult for her, but she had taken as many of the seed heads and cuttings as she could to start another herb garden up here. Willow was stirring a pot on the stove. Wyatt didn't have to look at it to know what it was. Beef stroganoff. It was out of the bucket they had been eating from off and on the past week. While it was good, he was craving the real stuff. Anything real. Freeze-dried food was okay, but the consistency and texture was also just a little off. Again, his mom had insisted they stockpile vitamins to make up for the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables. She had always been a big proponent of fresh is best. "It smells delicious," Kyle said, perking up. Wyatt made the introductions, then directed the newcomer to the bathroom so he could clean up. Wyatt grabbed a gallon of water from under the kitchen sink. He didn't want this guy to know about their water supply. The bottled water under the sink was convenient for their own needs, but also made it appear they only had a limited supply. Kyle thanked him for the water and shut the bathroom door. There was a silence in the room. Wyatt could feel the tension as they all wondered whom the man was and whether he was a risk. All he could do was stay vigilant and hope the guy was exactly what he said he was. Megan was in the room with Caitlin, who looked so much better but was still not fully conscious. Wyatt watched as Megan tucked the covers around her daughter and told her about her day in a quiet, soothing voice. Duke watched Megan, but he didn't bother lifting his head. Wyatt would definitely make sure Kyle looked at the dog as well. Kyle came out of the bathroom. He had scrubbed his face clean and slicked his brown hair back. The collar on his shirt was damp from the water, and he seemed to have perked up more. "Where is this patient you would like me to look at?" Kyle asked with a disarming smile. He seemed very eager, but Wyatt wanted to believe it was because he was genuinely grateful for the hospitality and wanted to return the favor. "Right in here," Wyatt directed, bringing him to the room. Duke popped his head up this time and gave a low growl. Megan watched the dog and then looked at Kyle. Kyle smiled tightly, taking a step back. "In my line of work, dogs tend not to be overly fond of me. They somehow know." Megan nodded her head, accepting the explanation. Wyatt shooed Duke out the door. The dog refused at first, but with a little push, Wyatt managed to get him off the bed. Duke wasn't happy, but obeyed. The dog stayed at the door, watching as Kyle got close to Caitlin. Wyatt could hear the low growl and hoped Duke didn't spring and attack the man. Kyle ran his hands along Caitlin's throat and bent his ear close to her chest. He tapped on her stomach and then sat and stared at the little girl. Wyatt could see Megan watching the man examine her daughter. She didn't say a word, but the way she stood, ready to spring, revealed how nervous she was. Wyatt knew she was desperate for answers. Any answers. He finally turned to Megan, letting out a big breath. "I'm sorry, but I just don't know. I have no medical equipment and no way to run tests. We can go over her symptoms, but I would suspect it's probably the flu that maybe hit her hard due to the conditions. I think a wait-and-see approach is really the best and only option. She doesn't feel overly hot and doesn't appear to be in any pain." Wyatt watched as Megan's shoulders dropped. She looked down at her feet for several seconds. He saw the moment she pulled herself together. She took a visibly deep breath, met Kyle's eyes, and extended her hand to thank him for taking the time to look at her daughter. Rosie had come to check on the group and heard what Kyle said. She put her arm around Megan's shoulder and quietly escorted her from the room. Wyatt could hear his mom talking in a low voice, and Megan nodded every so often. He knew his mom was reassuring her and promising to get the little girl well with her various herbal medicines. At this point, his mom was Caitlin's best hope. Kyle volunteered to stay with Caitlin to see if he noticed any symptoms that would give him a clue as to what was happening. Wyatt figured it was the best place. They could keep an eye on him, and there was still the possibility of him actually knowing what to do to help her. Duke had returned to his spot on the bed and made it clear he didn't like Kyle being so close to his person. "I'll see if this big guy will let me take a look at him as well. Sometimes you just need to wait them out and let them get accustomed to you," Kyle explained with authority. Wyatt offered to bring Kyle some lunch. He wanted to keep the man in one place while he talked with Chase about how best to handle their new addition. He already knew Chase would have reservations, and unlike their concerns about bringing in Megan, this time he was going to take his friend's advice. Megan stopped him when he came back out of the room.
Do you still want to go to the school with me?
Wyatt had forgotten about the school. He looked at his watch and then out the window. I think we should wait until tomorrow. It's late, and it's starting to rain. Megan was not pleased. Her eyes revealed her anger and frustration.
I'll just go myself then.
No, that isn't a good idea. It will be dark by the time you start to make your way back. Stumbling around in the dark on a rainy night is not smart. It isn't going to help your daughter. He didn't say it, but he was also worried Kyle may have actually been traveling with others. They could be out there now, watching and waiting. She groaned.
What am I supposed to do? He can't help her. She isn't getting better, Wyatt. I have to get her some real medicine.
She immediately winced when she heard the words come out of her mouth. She turned to Rosie, who was busy setting the table.
I'm sorry, Rosie. Truly, I know you are trying, and she did improve a little.
Rosie smiled and nodded.
Don't you worry, hun. I can't imagine what you're going through. I am going to keep trying, and we'll keep researching.
Wyatt reached out to put his hand on her forearm.
Megan, I know this is hard. You have to realize how dangerous it could be. We need to stick together. Roaming about in unfamiliar terrain could get you hurt or lost for good. Please, trust me, he pleaded. You have to stay healthy yourself. Getting injured or coming down with pneumonia isn't going to do anyone any good. Least of all, Caitlin.
Chapter 16. Megan was frustrated by the situation and needed to stay busy. When she was younger, if she needed to work through something in her head, she would swim laps in the pool, but that wasn't an option here. She needed to do some physical labor to work out her irritation. On the way back to the cabin, she had so hoped Kyle would look at Caitlin and have the answer. She had this vision of him diagnosing Caitlin, providing the cure, and her daughter would wake up and be ready to play. It didn't happen. They were no closer to finding out what was wrong with her or how to fix her than they had been a couple days ago. She walked outside and saw Jack and Chase standing over a pile of lumber. They were both staring at the pile, not saying a word. The rain wasn't bad. She thought about telling Wyatt it was only a light rain and would likely soon pass, but she knew he wouldn't change his mind, especially now with Kyle there.
What's up, guys? Anything I can do to help?
The men looked at her.
Have you ever built a greenhouse?
Jack asked. Megan was a little surprised.
No, can't say that I have. Is that what you have going on here?
She asked, waving her arm over the pile of boards in varying sizes. Chase nodded. That's the idea, but we only have wood scraps to work with, and they're all different sizes. We're hoping to scavenge some glass, but we need to get something going now. He ran a hand through his hair. It's just going to take a little ingenuity. Albert told us the basics, but, well, it isn't quite as easy as he said with what we have here. Megan joined them in staring at the pile for a few minutes. She remembered the greenhouse her dad had on his property. It had been built right against the side of the house. She looked around, trying to determine which way was south. With the clouds, she couldn't be sure. She asked the guys, who in unison pointed in the direction. She walked to the side of the cabin and discovered there was an area that would get plenty of sunlight. The trees would probably block it a bit in the morning, but it would work. Excited, she explained her idea to them.
Maybe we can get the structure up today, and when I head into town tomorrow, I will look for old windows.
Megan was thrilled to be doing something productive instead of hovering over her daughter, and was proud of herself for coming up with the idea of using one side of the cabin. Megan loved how everyone here valued her opinion. She felt like she really had something to offer. With Derek, she always felt like a silent partner. Not even a partner. Just the person who was supposed to look pretty, take care of the house, and take care of the kid. Her opinion was not wanted or asked.
That sounds like a plan, Jack told her. Let's get some lunch, and then we'll get started. They were eager to get started, so ate lunch in a hurry, getting right to work using the cabin as the back wall and nailing 2x4s to frame walls on either side. They didn't have any pieces of lumber that were long enough to create a ceiling high enough for a person to walk into the greenhouse, so they used a variety of short pieces to connect longer pieces until they reached a ceiling height that would work. It wasn't pretty, but the structure was sound. Megan realized how important it was to use what they had and to improvise. Her dad had been a Marine and had always repeated the phrase, improvise, adapt, and overcome. That is exactly what this new world was all about. The guys explained that the lumber was left over from when the cabin was built. Wyatt's dad had been the kind of man who knew there was always a use for everything, even if it looked unusable for its original purpose. That was the way things were now. It was all about repurposing and recycling. Nothing was thrown out. Megan realized the nails she had used to build the dehydrator were the product of repurposing. Wyatt came out to see what was going on. The frame of the greenhouse was almost complete. Megan explained they needed to add windows to their list of things to collect tomorrow. Wyatt looked thoughtful. Actually, we have some rolls of plastic in the pantry. We bought it in case we need to seal up the windows and doors. Megan looked at him in question. We were prepared for anything, including a chemical attack, he explained. We can use the plastic to close in the greenhouse for now. It isn't a permanent solution, but it will work for this season, which means we're that much closer to growing our own food. That got everyone excited. The four of them worked for the next hour, finishing the construction of the greenhouse. It was a crude building, but they were thrilled to see it finished. The roof was made from a couple of old pallets. The guys had pulled off a few of the slats and used it to create a frame for the plastic to stretch across, and the door was actually an old door left over from the construction of the cabin. Megan stood back and looked at what they had built. Together, they had put together a usable structure in one afternoon. They made a great team. All of the men treated her with respect and valued her opinion. It felt good to be a part of a successful team who all had the same goal in mind, to survive and thrive. The possibilities were endless, she realized. Her daughter could grow up in a safe environment and would always have a roof over her head and food on the table. With them working together, no one would be forced to carry all of the weight. They could do more and be better because they each had strengths to contribute to the team. Despite her instinct to be alone and rely only on herself, this was tempting. This made life much easier and even enjoyable. Willow and Rosie were delighted to see the new greenhouse and made plans for shelves inside to give them more room to grow. Talk quickly changed to getting the garden beds ready and starting some seeds right away. They had to get a jump on growing food. They only had a short growing season, and every day they weren't growing food was one less day of food they would have come winter. Megan was surprised to realize how much time had passed and that it was already close to dinner time. Now she understood why Wyatt had wanted to wait. Staying busy gave her no time to stress about getting to the school. While Caitlin was constantly on her mind, she was comforted by Rosie's knowledge and the fact there was a pseudo-doctor in the house. "Can I help with anything in the kitchen?" Megan asked when she realized the women had gone to the root cellar and were carrying supplies for dinner. Wyatt put his hand on her arm. "Actually, I wanted to show you something." Rosie grinned. "You two go ahead and do whatever you need to do. Dinner will be ready in an hour." She turned back. "Caitlin is doing fine. That doctor guy is keeping a close watch on her, and Duke is keeping a watchful eye on him," she assured Megan. Megan thanked her and looked at Wyatt. "What's up?" He started walking through the trees behind the house. She followed as they headed up a small path that climbed the hill. It was steep, and by the time they reached the top, she was out of breath.
Wyatt was standing in the middle of several trees that had dying flowers on them and little tiny buds. She recognized they were fruit trees. "This is our orchard. Well, kind of. We planted about 30 fruit trees almost 5 years ago on one of my trips home. About half have died over the years, but we are hoping these will thrive. We need the food," he said in a solemn voice. "Jack is convinced he can get them to produce with a little natural fertilizer. He has already started a compost heap. It won't do much for this year, but it will be great in the garden." Megan had bought compost in the past, but had never tried to make her own. It was a little on the stinky side, but she knew it was excellent for the soil. She would have to check out the compost heap and ask Jack more about it, she decided. She imagined biting into a juicy apple. She could feel her mouth watering. "What are they?" Wyatt pointed out each of the trees. "Pear, Granny Smith." My mom insisted on the apples for baking. Unfortunately, only 3 survived. "Over here, we have some cherry trees." Megan saw there was already a ton of little green fruit covering the trees. "Wow, you were definitely thinking ahead. I wish we were better prepared," she confessed, as she walked toward the cherry trees to sniff the blossoms. "I can't take credit for this. This was my dad's brainchild. He wanted to make sure we could live completely off the land, should anything happen." "Even so, what you've managed to build for your family is fantastic. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't stumbled across your cabin and your hospitality. Thank you, Wyatt." Wyatt seemed about to say something and then thought better of it. Instead, "That's not what I wanted to show you." Walking towards a pipe in the ground, "This is what I wanted to show you." She looked at the pipe sticking out of the ground. "Okay," she said slowly, not sure what he wanted her to say. Was she supposed to be excited? He laughed. "This is what's going to give us running water in the cabin. The gravity of the water flowing downhill will give us a couple gallons of water per minute. It does have an electric pump, which we can possibly use again if Albert can find us a solar panel to run it. It needs some repairs, but we are standing on a cistern that holds about 500 gallons of water. The rain and snow will keep the cistern filled, hopefully. Right now it is either dry or the pipes that lead from the cistern to the house are broken or clogged." She looked around the area. "We have it buried," he explained, gesturing to a spot in the ground. "This keeps it out of sight, just in case someone happens upon it. Water is like gold. We can't afford to have anyone stealing it." "That would be amazing," she told him with sincere excitement. "I am envious, truly." The thought of plumbing and running water gave the world they were living in a bit of normalcy, and what she wouldn't give for the ability to take a shower, even if the days of long, hot showers were gone. She knew he was showing her this to help convince her to stay. It was working. He got very serious. "You don't have to be envious, Megan. Stay." He stepped closer. When she broke eye contact and looked down at the ground, he used his thumb to lift her chin gently. "I don't want to push, but I really want you to stay." He held her gaze. "Please." The word was said in a whisper. She held his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. His whispered plea nearly brought her to her knees. Hearing the pleading in this man's voice and seeing the sincerity in his eyes gave her butterflies in the pit of her stomach. The idea of a romantic relationship made her nervous and excited. Megan took a step back, swallowing the lump that had risen in her throat. "Wyatt, I cannot tell you how much it means to me that you would invite me in. I want to, but, well, I don't know." She put her back to him. "I can't allow myself to be let down again. And what if I let you down or you get annoyed with me? Living with someone is a lot different than just being friends that see each other on occasion." Wyatt's hand on her shoulder sent an electric shock running through her body.
"I get it,"
he told her.
She wanted to try to explain, but she knew how silly it sounded.
Her ex screwed her over. Her entire life had been filled with letdowns and people dying or leaving her. Why would now be any different? Especially now. They walked back down the hill. It was almost dark, but Wyatt told her he wanted to show her something else. She was expecting something grand. These guys didn't miss a beat when it came to preparing to live without what she would consider luxuries today. "This is where we will grow food," he told her, standing in a cleared area. The ground was free of trees, and she could tell the soil had been worked quite a bit. There were still some trees on one side, which he explained was more to help conceal the garden. This portion of the garden would get some shade, but Rosie and Jack had already decided that was where they would grow plants like spinach, peas, and lettuce. When Wyatt explained how he and Jack had taken the time to map the sun over a period of several weeks, she was really impressed. "Again, I can't take the credit for it. It was my mom's idea. Because the area is so remote, my dad was reluctant to have us simply plug the coordinates into a smartphone app because he didn't want any sort of digital record. Jack still had one of his Boy Scout handbooks that he'd been planning to give Ryland, and we were able to do it from that." As Wyatt explained, they were then able to create a map of where the sun hit throughout the day to help ensure the success of the garden. Once they were home, Wyatt had entered the data into a computer program and had been able to come up with a relatively accurate map of the sun over the course of a full year. Now, with Jack's understanding of permaculture, they would be able to capitalize on the different plants based on what they needed from the soil, as well as the amount of space. Those plants that required more water or more sun would be placed appropriately to take advantage of inclines and tree lines. They had really put some thought into this garden. She thought about the thing he seemed to keep repeating: hiding. Everything was hidden or concealed. "Can I ask why all the secrecy? Everything you've shown me is hidden or concealed in some way." Wyatt looked serious. "Megan, one of the most important things to remember in a survival situation is to protect your resources. You have to protect what you have. Desperate people will behave in ways atypical of their normal behavior, often resulting to violence to get what they want. What would you do to feed your own daughter?" Megan didn't have to think twice about that. She would do just about anything if it meant keeping her little girl alive and healthy. "But you guys are so far up here. Seriously, I only stumbled upon this place because, well, I was incredibly lost. Do you think others will just be roaming about?" He nodded. "Yes, I do. As the resources in town and then the rural areas are depleted, people will spread out looking for anything." She grimaced. "It is so harsh. I was one of those people, I guess. I just knew there had to be more somewhere, anywhere." He looked towards the sun that was starting to fade. "I wish we could save them all, Megan. I truly do, but I have to think of you and my family first. I have no problem sharing, but if we were to let anyone and everyone come into camp, we would quickly have nothing. We wouldn't be able to survive here. The thing is, it's harsh up here during the winter, which is why my dad chose this area. We really only need to worry about the threat of people for about 6 months out of the year." "But you let Kyle in," Megan pointed out. "Kyle will only be staying long enough to see if he can help Caitlin and Duke," Wyatt said flatly. It was Megan's turn to feel bad. These people had not only taken her in, but were risking having a stranger there to help her daughter. She should consider herself very fortunate and blessed that they were willing to take care of her and her daughter. They didn't have to. How many other mothers and fathers were out there with nothing to feed their children, or worse, possibly sick or injured? It hurt her heart to think of the pain and suffering so many others were dealing with. She shook it off.
Well, I will be more than happy to help with the garden tomorrow after we get back from the school. We will also need to check those traps, she told him. She couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. He laughed. Yes, we do. We have a busy day tomorrow. I want to show you the root cellar real quick, and then we can clean up and get ready for dinner. They walked to the door that was flat against the ground. Wyatt pulled out his flashlight and directed it on the stairs that led into the ground. Megan felt extremely special to see the cellar. It was very important, and for him to share it with her meant he trusted her. Wyatt used the flashlight to point out a small button. Within seconds, the area was flooded with light. There were small LED strips attached to the front of the metal shelves that lined the walls of the cellar and hooked to a battery. The cellar itself wasn't much bigger than a small bedroom, but it was lined with tall metal shelves filled with canned food. An entire shelf was filled with number 10 cans of freeze-dried food. Under each of the shelves were rows of plastic 5-gallon buckets, each with a label indicating dry goods, such as pinto beans, rice, kidney beans, black beans, sugar, oatmeal. She stopped to look at him. I'm guessing this was all your dad's idea? Megan didn't think she'd ever stop being impressed by his dad's foresight. She would have loved to meet him. Mostly, I helped with these. Wyatt opened one of the plastic buckets. A shiny bag was sealed inside. What's that? These are Mylar bags. We put all of the dried food and some pastas in the bags, added a few bay leaves and oxygen absorbers, sealed the bags, and put them in the buckets. This way, if we do get mice, chances are they won't chew through the heavy plastic buckets. If it gets wet down here, the food will be dry inside the bucket as well. Why not just put the food in the bucket? She asked. He resealed the bucket. The Mylar bags will help the food last longer. The little silica gel packs absorb any of the oxygen sealed into the bag. Oxygen means moisture, which means spoilage. This stuff will last for decades in here. And the bay leaves? He smiled. My mom says they repel bugs. Now, I think it's a little overkill, but she insisted, and another layer of protection is always a good idea. Wyatt grinned. Always have backups for your backups. Megan glanced around and was in awe of how neat and organized everything was. It was a lot like shopping at a warehouse store. Thank you for trusting me to see this, Wyatt. This is absolutely amazing. I can't believe how much work you guys put into this place. Just, wow. I don't know what else to say. He smiled. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was well worth it. In the short term, we don't have to worry about constantly searching for food. We can focus on the long term, like the orchard and growing a garden, while everyone else is busy trying to get through each day. They made their way back out of the cellar, and she helped him cover the door with the leaves and debris. Now she understood why they were so serious about hiding it. It really was more valuable than the contents of a bank vault. Chapter 17. Kyle stayed with the little girl, waiting for his chance. Everyone was busy. Most of the men were outside, making a terrible racket. The women were in and out of the house, taking care of laundry and cleaning. Everyone was distracted. It was just him and the little girl. He needed to make sure she never woke up. Carefully removing the small Altoids can he had in his pocket, he looked at the nightshade berries he had tucked inside. His grandmother had told him about the highly toxic berries a very long time ago, and he had been using them for years. They were the perfect weapon, and most people never even realized they had been poisoned and were sure to die. It was a no-fuss, no-muss way of taking care of those little problems that crept up now and again. Except that she didn't die. Given her present condition, he hoped that giving her a bit more would do the trick and his problem would be solved, permanently. If anything, he was doing everyone a favor. She didn't look as though she was going to wake up, So why drag out the inevitable? He should be lauded for his practical thinking. Kyle moved towards the edge of the bed with the intent to squeeze the berries into her mouth, but the damn dog moved so fast Kyle nearly screamed. The dog was growling low and baring his teeth. He moved back and extended his arm to reach the girl. He nearly lost his hand when the big dog snapped at it. Kyle growled right back at the dog in total frustration. "Fine," he seethed. "I'll take care of you first, and then this stupid child." "How's it going in here?" Rosie asked, popping her head in the door. It was the third time she had done so. Kyle smiled. "Just great. I was just checking to see if she had a fever." Rosie walked over and put her hand on the girl's head and then her cheeks. "Feels okay to me," she said, before giving him a quizzical look. He turned on the charm. "Oh, good. My hands are always so cold. It's tough to tell without a thermometer." Kyle watched Rosie walk out the door before turning to glare at the dog, who was watching him very closely. This wasn't going to be as easy as he first thought. He needed a new plan. The group had all come in once the rain started to come down. He overheard Wyatt talking about taking Megan into town tomorrow. That may be his only chance to tie up the loose ends that threatened to destroy all that he had built up. The sun was just coming up when Megan woke up. Caitlin felt warm again. She would ask Rosie for more of the tea to help bring down the fever again. Sliding out of bed, she dressed quickly. She wasn't going to waste another hour. Caitlin wasn't getting better, and she needed medicine. Her only option was to go to that school and pray there was something there. Houses nearby or shops in town that were abandoned would also be searched, she decided. Megan felt desperate and was willing to do anything to find a cure for her daughter. Now she knew what Wyatt was talking about when he told her why they hid everything. The need to survive and to protect one's children was incredibly strong. It isn't something one could simply shut off. It consumed her, and she could imagine the parents of other kids who were starving, sick, or injured. Desperate times called for desperate measures. When Megan walked into the kitchen, she was surprised to see Wyatt and Chase quietly chatting in the kitchen and sipping coffee. The fact she hadn't heard them was even more surprising. "Hey, sleepyhead," Wyatt said in greeting. "I'll pour you a cup," he said, quickly grabbing a cup and pouring her a hot cup of coffee. She eagerly took it and sipped the hot liquid, savoring the taste and relishing the feel of the caffeine racing through her veins. "Chase is going with us. He needs to look for some supplies to finish the fence. After Albert had finished his shift in the nest, he checked the traps, and 2 of them had been triggered, but there was nothing in them, so he reset them for you. If we leave now, chances are we'll get back early enough to check those traps and possibly move them if you spot a better game trail." Megan agreed and looked up when she heard footsteps on the stairs and saw Kyle coming down. "I'll keep an eye on Caitlin," he volunteered in a voice that conveyed concern. "Hopefully I will get a clue as to what is making her ill." He turned to Wyatt. "I will also check on that dog, Duke," he quickly corrected. "Thanks, man. We really appreciate it." Wyatt really hoped he was just on edge and Kyle was who and what he said he was. It was hard not to be suspicious of everyone. Unfortunately, it was the way it had to be. The trio emptied their packs to make room for any supplies they may find, keeping just the basics: water, fire-starting tools, first aid kit, and some rope. Each of them wore their knife on their belts and had a canteen that attached to their belts as well. This freed up their hands while ensuring they had the basics in the event of an emergency. Wyatt instructed Megan to leave her flashlight at home. He gave her a headlamp that was actually brighter with its LEDs, and she didn't have to carry it. When she didn't need it, she could wear it around her neck.
Wyatt explained the importance of keeping their hands free and keeping the most important gear within easy reach. Wyatt and Chase were also each wearing chest holsters with mean-looking guns holstered in each. Wyatt had offered one to Megan, but she passed. If they ended up finding supplies, she didn't want to add to the weight of her pack with a gun, especially if both Wyatt and Chase were armed. They put on light jackets over the holsters. Wyatt explained they didn't want to advertise they were armed. Being armed indicated they had something to steal. They wanted to look as nondescript as possible and simply blend in. If they encountered anyone, they didn't want to flaunt they had weapons. Rosie had just emerged from her room upstairs and was making her way down. Wyatt had pulled her aside, and they had a quick, quiet conversation. "You'll keep an eye on Caitlin and Kyle?" he asked her. "Of course, son. What's going on?" Wyatt leaned down to kiss his mom on the cheek. "I don't know, but something doesn't feel right." They left the security of Wyatt's land as the sun was coming over the mountain, creating a beautiful, picturesque scene that reminded everyone of better days. The brilliant reds and pinks that streaked across the sky were worthy of a picture, but obviously that wasn't going to be possible. The talk had been kept light, with Megan somewhat reserved. Yesterday it had taken her a while to warm up, so Wyatt wasn't too concerned. She would talk when she was ready. As they crossed the rough terrain, Wyatt took the opportunity to show Megan how to cover her tracks. It was something the group had been doing when they ventured too far from the property. They didn't want anyone finding the cabin. Megan listened and nodded. Because she was navigationally challenged, as she put it, Wyatt wanted her to learn how to use a compass. He had brought his along and showed her the right way to find direction. Many people just held the compass, not realizing it needed to be laid flat in the palm of the hand. But he didn't want her to rely solely on a compass. He gave her a few other tips about finding the right direction. He started with the one that most people knew. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. Since they were out at sunrise, that was a good way for Megan to get an idea of the direction they were headed. He explained that at noon, the sun would be due south. She could look up in the sky and be able to determine the rest of the directions from where the sun was. "I always wondered why people looked at the sun. I mean, I knew there was some reasoning behind it, but I never bothered to learn. I always carry my GPS unit or have my cell phone. I guess I should say had. They don't work worth a damn anymore." Wyatt nodded. Exactly why people who depended on gadgets and technology are failing right now. People became dependent on a device always telling them where to go and assumed they would always be available. He looked around and hollered for Chase to hold up. "I want to show you another method, but we are going to have to stay put for about 30 minutes. Wyatt explained he was making a sundial. They walked to an area that was relatively clear. He grabbed a stick and stuck it into the ground. The stick created a shadow. He put a small rock at the end of the shadow. He told her they needed to chill for about 15 minutes while the sun moved. While they waited, they talked more about life before the EMP. The talk also turned to plans for the future. Wyatt had many ideas and got very excited when he talked about all the possibilities. They were living in almost a pioneer kind of situation with land available to those willing to work the soil. It had already been 3 long months, and with no sign of any progress being made to restore the government or infrastructure, he had a feeling it was a clean slate. The strong who survived would be rebuilding. The ones who were killed or died in the aftermath would have no claims to their lands or homes. Bank records would likely be destroyed because everyone depended on electronic record keeping. "Okay, time to take the next measurement," Wyatt said. He put another rock at the end of the new shadow. "Okay, now visualize a line that connects the 2 rocks. It would be kind of like doing a dot-to-dot, he instructed Megan. If it helps, use another stick to make the line. He picked up a stick and did just that. The two rocks represent the sun's movement from east to west. The first rock is the west, and the second is the east. When Megan looked confused, he clarified. The shadow is going to move west to east because the sun is behind it. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so what is the stick on the outside for? He pointed to it. This stick is your east-west line. From there, you can figure out north and south. Got it? Megan smiled at him, making Wyatt wish that Chase wasn't with them. Thank you so much. I feel so much more confident knowing how to find my way without GPS. Chase got up after lounging against a rock during the navigation lesson. We need to get going. Hard telling when it will start raining. Megan looked up. The sky was clear. She knew weather changes could move in fast this high in the mountains, but she was curious as to why Chase expected rain. Maybe he had some weather device. It was odd living in a world without a weatherman or being able to check the weather any second of the day via an app on her phone. It left one feeling kind of exposed. Sure, dark clouds told you something was coming, but it wasn't like before when you got a day or even a week's notice that a big storm was coming in. Chase saw her looking at the sky. Red sun at night, sailor's delight. Red sun at morning, sailors take warning. Megan couldn't help but laugh. What? Maybe it was a Navy thing, but they were not near water and there was no sailing on the agenda. Wyatt laughed. Oh, yes. That is something you learn quite well in the Navy. A red sky at sunset typically means high pressure, which means a nice, clear day. A red sky in the morning, like we just saw, means low pressure. Low pressure systems bring rain. Megan's head was spinning. Holy cow! I can't believe I managed to live this long without this very basic knowledge. I think you guys have a lot to teach me, she told them both. Wyatt shrugged. We all have something to teach. They continued moving down the mountain. Megan was anxious to see what they would find. Her daughter's life depended on her finding some antibiotics. She was praying for a good find. Oh, look, raccoon tracks. She pointed to the ground. Wyatt and Chase both came to see. Now it was her turn to flaunt her knowledge. They looked at the ground and laughed at the little footprints that looked like a human hand. If we follow these tracks, there's a good chance they will lead to water. Megan added that any animal track would likely lead to water, or at the very least, lead to a den. If they were hunting, that would be a good place to start. As they made their way down the mountain, there was an exchange of information. Megan shared her knowledge about identifying various tracks. Wyatt had plenty of knowledge to pass on about navigation. Megan's habit of plucking dried moss from the trees earned her praise from Wyatt and Chase. Megan explained how hard it had been to start fires right after the EMP. She had torn up phone books, old bills, and used the packaging from the food they ate. It had been a real struggle. She had even raided a newspaper recycle bin that sat in the parking lot of the grocery store she used to go to. Someone had beat her to it, and she only got a few wet pieces of paper. Wyatt told her how impressed he was with her resourcefulness and gave her a few more tips. He pulled off some of the bark from a birch tree and described how it was as good as paper was. They didn't have any cedar trees in the area, but he explained that she could pull off the bark and use her knife to scrape the fibers that clung to the bark. It was very flammable as well. Megan laughed suddenly as the guys both looked at her. Something you wish to share? Wyatt asked her. When I was in high school, my biology teacher was talking about using a tampon to start a fire, and he actually demonstrated it in class. He ended up setting off the smoke alarm, and our whole building had to be evacuated, but it did work. Granted, I'd say both tampons and sanitary napkins are probably worth more than gold to some now. Megan was still grinning. Wyatt chuckled, but Chase scowled.
"What?"
Megan asked him, but she could already guess the answer.
"I think I'll stick to birch and moss,"
Chase informed them, as both Megan and Wyatt laughed. Megan was so engrossed in their conversation, she was surprised to see the small town of Perry spread out ahead of them. What had once been home to 2,000 people now looked abandoned. Megan said a silent prayer and hoped they would find medicine hidden away in one of those abandoned homes or at the school. Kyle sat in the chair that had been moved next to the bed Caitlin slept in. The stupid dog wouldn't move, and he wasn't interested in being bit by those massive teeth. It didn't help that Rosie was hovering and came in constantly to check on the little girl or give her some foul-smelling liquid. He fought to keep his irritation from showing. He had hoped that he could get in and out without any of them being the wiser about the little girl. He planned to come back for the supplies with a group of his best soldiers later. For now, he wanted to get away from the very watchful eyes of these people. The dog wouldn't be a problem for long. Kyle had insisted Duke be fed a diet of rice and chicken. They didn't have any chicken, so Kyle asked for eggs. He was given powdered eggs, which would do just fine. He explained Duke had probably eaten something bad and just needed to give his tummy a rest. Eggs and rice were nice, bland, and easily digested. Since he was a vet, they all believed him and were more than happy to comply. It was only a matter of time. Albert had been by a few times, and Kyle didn't like the old man. He always looked at him as if he could see right through him, which made him nervous. Albert would be the one to expose him if he didn't get out of here soon. It was time to push up his plan. Kyle walked into the kitchen.
"Rosie, do you have any peppermint tea? I seem to have an upset stomach," he said, rubbing his stomach. "I think I may be coming down with something. I hope whatever Caitlin has isn't contagious."
Rosie put down the dishes she had been washing.
"I do have some tea."
She walked over and put a hand on his forehead.
"You don't feel warm. None of us has gotten sick. Maybe it was all your recent travels. I think I have some peppermint growing in one of my herb containers. If not, I will see what else I can come up with."
She ushered him to the table and told him to have a seat. He watched her walk out the front door. As soon as she was gone, Kyle quickly went back into the room. Albert had been absent all morning, and Jack was supposed to be out doing something with the fencing, with Willow and Ryland tagging along. He only had a few minutes to get this done. Kyle leaned over the little girl who looked frailer today than she had yesterday. It would be a quick and easy task to snuff the life out of her. She was barely hanging on as it was. He grabbed the pillow from the other side of the bed, took a deep breath, and prepared to end this situation as quickly and quietly as possible.
"What are you doing?"
The gruff voice from the doorway startled Kyle. It took him a few seconds to recover as he fought the urge to growl in frustration. Tilting his head left and right to crack his neck, he turned to face the man.
"I was just getting another pillow to put under her head,"
he explained, with all the smoothness he could muster. Albert eyed him. Kyle could tell he wasn't buying a single word.
"She seems to be having a hard time breathing. I'm worried fluid could be building up in her lungs from her lying flat on her back for so long."
His explanation was plausible, he thought. He had watched enough television in the past to know all the patients tended to be propped up in the hospital beds.
Well, how about we let Rosie do any shifting or pillow fluffing? I could use your help out here, seeing as how that wrist looks to be all better now."
Albert's voice made it clear he didn't like the guy and didn't trust him. Kyle smiled.
"No problem. I'll put this pillow over here."
Albert didn't budge. Kyle realized the man was not going to leave until he did. He would have to try again later. One thing was for sure, he did not intend to leave this place until that brat was dead. Walking past Albert, Kyle decided that maybe one more wouldn't be so bad, although he doubted the old man would go down without a fight. Chapter 18. Megan, Wyatt, and Chase headed directly for the school, but Wyatt cautioned against simply walking in. He insisted they go in slowly to make sure the place was clear and no one lived there. Once they cleared the small school, they split up to search the office, as well as all of the teachers' desks in the classrooms. They were not surprised to find plenty of over-the-counter pain meds, packs of gum, a few packs of cigarettes, and even a very well-hidden bottle of vodka. Megan was searching the small room that served as the nurse's station. She really couldn't believe that more parents didn't have medications here for their kids. Realistically, even if she did find any antibiotics, she would be reluctant to give any to her daughter since they didn't know what was wrong with her. But as she'd already learned, she needed to keep busy to keep her mind from dwelling on dark thoughts. She froze when she heard a commotion in the hallway. Dropping to the ground, she crawled behind the main reception desk. She could hear several voices now. It wasn't Chase or Wyatt. Peeking around the side, she looked out the bank of windows, which opened onto the hall, and could see two guys who looked to be in their late teens or early 20s, standing there. One was holding a shotgun that he had leaning against his shoulder. The way he held the gun, Megan couldn't decide if he had never used one before or if it was empty. Hearing more voices, she duck-walked along the length of the reception desk to peek out the other side. She saw another guy standing with a girl. These two looked to be a bit older and appeared to be arguing. As Megan was trying to decide what to do, the girl turned her head and spotted her. Grabbing her friend's shoulder, she said something to him, and he quickly reached for the door. Flinging it open, the wall shook as the door slammed against it, and he called out, come out, wherever you are!" Megan decided to try the innocent approach and slowly stood up from behind the counter, making sure her hands were visible. "Hey, guys," she said in her cheeriest voice possible. The group had crowded in through the doorway, each pointing a gun at her. She put her hands up. "I don't want any trouble. I was only checking to see if there were any supplies here. Same as you." They didn't answer. Just when she thought they were going to shoot her and be done with it, she heard Wyatt's voice. "Leave. You can keep your weapons if you turn around and walk right out that door." Megan didn't move. She had no idea if the group would listen or put up a fight. She silently prayed they would move on. One of the men spun around to face Wyatt. "How about you two leave instead?" he sneered. "He never said it was just the two of them." Chase's voice came out of the shadows from the other side of the hallway. It was deadly serious. Even the hairs on the back of Megan's neck stood on end, and he was on her side. The woman was the first to start moving toward the door. "Ian, let's go," she demanded. Another one of the men started to follow her. Megan assumed Ian was the guy holding the gun on Wyatt. She considered trying to talk him into leaving as well, but she couldn't tell where Wyatt and Chase were standing and didn't want to make it worse. "Listen to your friend and get out of here. We'll be on our way, and you can come back and do whatever it is you were looking to do. Just let us finish up our business." Wyatt didn't offer room for arguing or negotiating. The second man leaned in to whisper loudly in his friend's ear. "Dude, let's go. We'll hit that market and come back. I don't want any stupid books anyway." Ian must have realized he was not going to win. "You have 15 minutes, then we're coming back and we aren't going to be so nice next time." Chase laughed. "Okay, man. Whatever you say.
Hopefully you bring more firepower because that little gun isn't going to do much." Ian huffed, but left the school. Megan sighed in relief. That could have gone very bad. She was so thankful she had not tried to do this alone. Hard telling what would have happened. Stepping out from behind the counter, she met Wyatt in the hallway. Looking around for Chase, she saw him already standing by the exit, looking out the door. Megan assumed he was watching where the others went. "Thanks, guys. I'm almost done. How about you?" Wyatt nodded. "We're done. I'm going to grab a couple more books for the kids." Megan walked back into the nurse's office and quickly tossed the few bottles of pills into her pack, along with the contents of the first aid box. She had no idea what any of the pills were, but meds were meds. She was hoping Rosie or Kyle knew how to make them work for her little girl. She met Wyatt and Chase by the exit. Chase slipped through the door first, as Wyatt watched. When he gave the all clear, he and Megan followed him out. They made a few more stops along the way, picking up things like a box of nails, some tape, and any food they could find. You just never knew what you might need, and Wyatt's motto was to have it and not need it, rather than need it and not have it. Megan remembered the windows, but Wyatt told her they would have to come back for those, and bring proper tools and a way to transport them back. Megan had found a coloring book and a box of crayons with only a couple missing at the school. She dumped the container of broken crayons into her pack as well. Caitlin always liked to color, and Rosie could use some to make more candles. She knew that even when her daughter woke, she was going to be very weak and would likely be bedridden for a few days. She had visibly lost weight and would need time to recover. The trip back up the mountain went a little faster. Megan was anxious to get Caitlin the medicine, and Wyatt told them he was feeling uneasy about Kyle. They talked as they headed back and agreed there was definitely something not right about him. As Wyatt explained, living in such an isolated environment, it was imperative that everyone get along. With everyone on edge around him, even if he turned out to be a valuable asset, it wasn't worth risking the safety of the group. His comment made Megan appreciate again that they had welcomed her into the group, but it also spurred her to get back to the cabin as quickly as possible. Wyatt decided that he would give Kyle a couple more days before sending him on his way. They all agreed that it wasn't as if his medical experience was actually proving useful. They broke through the trees that provided a nice cover for the cabin and saw Jack working on one of the fence lines and hollered out in greeting. He came out to meet them and offered to carry Megan's pack. She handed it over with very little argument. The strain of that steep climb up the hill had taken its toll on her, and she was really glad that they didn't try to cart those windows with them. As the group approached the house, Rosie burst through the almost hidden front door. "Megan! Megan!" she shouted. Her cheeks were flush, and Wyatt dropped his pack, pulling his weapon, trying to figure out what was wrong. Megan watched him go into defense mode as he quickly scanned the area. The group of four picked up the pace and started jogging towards Rosie. "It's poison! It isn't a virus! It's poison!" Rosie was out of breath as she grabbed Megan's arm and started pulling her to the house. Chapter 19. "What?" Megan asked in confusion. "Mom, slow down," Wyatt said calmly, putting his gun back into the holster. Megan stopped walking, which stopped Rosie. Rosie turned to the group. "Caitlin is suffering from nightshade poisoning. At least I think that's what it is. Her symptoms match. The berries are actually tasty, but they are toxic. There are a couple of different kinds, but the only kind I can find in my research that would cause her symptoms and be found in this area are the deadly nightshade." Megan shook her head. "I can't believe she would pick and eat berries. She knows better." Her voice shook. Rosie gave Megan a quick hug. "Sweetie, the berries look like a cross between blueberries and blackberries. She probably thought they were something she knew. Adults make the mistake all the time. It isn't unheard of for a child to do the same. In fact, black nightshade isn't actually toxic, but there is something called Atropa belladonna that looks similar and is extremely toxic.
Wyatt took control of the situation.
Okay, so what do we do? How do we fix her?
Rosie shook her head.
I don't know yet. I just realized what it was. I need to do some research.
Megan started walking quickly towards the house.
I'll help.
Now that her enemy had been identified, Megan was ready to go toe-to-toe to save her daughter. She was sure they could find a cure and Caitlin would be healed. She only hoped it was in time. For the past few hours, Megan, Willow, and Rosie were upstairs, going through a pile of books, looking for a way to cure Caitlin when Wyatt brought them coffee.
Any luck?
He asked. None of the women said a word. There was some head shaking and groaning as they pored through the books in front of them. He figured he better leave them alone. Checking on Caitlin, he heard Ryland talking. Poking his head in, he found him sitting in the chair next to the bed. Duke's head popped up when he stepped through the door.
"Hey, little man, what are you up to?"
Wyatt asked Ryland as he walked over to pet the dog.
"I'm teaching Caitlin math,"
Ryland piped up as he went back to reading aloud from his book.
"You know she's asleep, right?"
Ryland shrugged his shoulders.
"Sure, but she was moaning and moving around a bit, so since math makes me sleepy, I thought it'd help her, too."
Wyatt burst out laughing as he squeezed his nephew's shoulder.
"You know, I just bet you helped her."
It was then that Wyatt noticed what must have been Megan's wallet on the dresser. He had a bad feeling Kyle had been digging through the drawers when no one was looking and left it out on accident. Wyatt had been in this room often, and never before had he seen anything to signify Megan's presence, except for that crayon drawing.
"Hey, Rye, did you touch anything on the dresser over here?"
Ryland's answer of "nuh-uh" was enough for him. Wyatt picked up the wallet. Megan's driver's license fell out. Kyle had most definitely been snooping. What he hoped to learn about Megan from a license that meant nothing in today's world, he didn't know. It wasn't as if her address mattered now, and it certainly didn't matter what her name was or how much she weighed. Wyatt was putting the license back in the wallet when his eyes were drawn to the birth date. He suspected she was probably in her late 20s, but curiosity had him looking to be sure. His eyes widened when he realized today was her birthday. He double-checked the date on his watch, and sure enough, today, the woman who had sparked something deep within him turned 32. Caitlin was mumbling again, and he heard Ryland grumble,
"Uncle Wyatt, you're disturbing her."
Wyatt put the license in the wallet and put it in the top drawer. He checked to see if Caitlin was coming around, but it was the same incoherent mumbling she had been doing for days. "Sorry, little man. My fault. I'll leave her in your capable hands." Leaving, he turned to watch his nephew going over his math and holding up the book to the sleeping Caitlin. He hoped the ladies would find an antidote for the poisoning, and fast. Wyatt ran back up the stairs and asked his mom to come down for a minute. He let her know he was headed out to the fence line to check on Kyle, who was still out working with Albert. He also told his mom about Megan's birthday. Together, they quickly planned a surprise that would hopefully lift her spirits. Chapter 20. After hours of reading, Megan stood and stretched, realizing it was now dark. Where had the time gone? Her eyes hurt from straining to see in the poor light. She couldn't believe they didn't have an answer. With the three of them working together, Megan thought for sure they would know how to cure Caitlin within a matter of minutes. It had been hours. She was so grateful Willow and Rosie were helping. Megan could have never gotten through all the reading on her own in this amount of time.
It would have taken her days. Willow offered to help Rosie make dinner while Megan continued to search the books for any helpful information. When Rosie came back upstairs, Megan had several candles lit so she could see what she had written down. She thought she had an idea, but wanted Rosie's expertise. All the women had been jotting down notes as they came across potentially useful information. They regularly compared their notes and had been able to eliminate some ideas, narrowing down the potential cure. Because it had been days, the use of activated charcoal would likely be ineffective. Her organs had already absorbed the poison. Rosie was convinced the best option was milk thistle. She explained how beneficial it was to removing toxins from the organs and the blood. It was really their best option. The problem was the plant wasn't quite as common as its cousin, the common thistle, was. Rosie told Megan it would likely be found growing alongside the highway, and the key factor to look for were white streaks on the leaves that indicated it was milk thistle rather than common thistle. Unfortunately, that was a good 5 miles away. Megan wasn't deterred. She would find it. It was too late to go tonight, but she would be up at sunrise and on her way to find that plant. "Let's go have dinner," Rosie said, clapping her hands together. It was then Megan realized how lovely the house smelled. Rosie must have put together something pretty spectacular. She walked down the stairs, and the aroma of fresh-baked bread filled the air. It smelled delicious. On the center island, Megan saw 3 loaves of French bread. She began to salivate. The smell of garlic and basil greeted her next. Willow was at the stove, stirring a pot. "Oh my goodness, ladies, you have outdone yourselves. I don't think I remember anything smelling and looking so good. I feel like I stepped into an expensive Italian restaurant," Megan exclaimed. "What can I do to help?" she offered, going to the kitchen sink to grab the water jug to wash her hands. Rosie smiled at her. "Not a thing, dear. You just go check on your daughter and then kick back and relax. It being your birthday and all." She winked. Megan froze. "What?" "Happy birthday!" Willow yelled. Megan was suspicious. "How did you guys know?" "Wyatt told me. It was his idea to make your favorite meal for dinner." Megan remembered them talking about what they missed most and what their favorite foods were. She didn't remember telling him her birth date, though. It had been a few years since anyone acknowledged her birthday, and it wasn't something she normally talked about. Her daughter was too young to know, and with no family or real friends, it didn't matter. After checking on Caitlin, she insisted she help set the table. Dinner was fun, and the conversation was lively, with no talk of what the world was like beyond the 4 walls of the lodge. "I'm serious. How can you possibly put Johnson on your fantasy football team with Dakota? Those 2 would be at each other's throats. They'd never make it through a single play," Chase declared. "That's the whole point of fantasy football. I can have whomever I want on the team," Jack declared. "And I'm saying I want both of them. You're just annoyed that you didn't grab them first." Willow rolled her eyes. "You know, that's one good thing about us being up here. No Sunday night football." At the groans of outrage from all the guys, Willow held up her hand. "I'm serious. During the season, I felt like a football widow. And then, when Jack got into online fantasy football, I was sure I was going to have to change the router password." Jack laughingly placed the end of a piece of spaghetti in his mouth and put the other in Willow's before she could say anything else, and they both slurped their half into their mouths, ending with a kiss and a voice of complaint from Ryland. That prompted Albert and Ryland to get into a spaghetti-eating contest, slurping spaghetti strands one at a time as quickly as possible, while Chase and Jack kept count. Albert had let Ryland get ahead and was soon catching up until he choked on a piece of spaghetti and ended up having it come out of his nose. He claimed that should count as 2, but Jack overrode him, declaring Ryland the winner, which effectively put an end to the impromptu game.
as Chase thumped Albert on the back. Everyone had been laughing and having a good time. It felt so normal to sit around and eat a delicious homemade meal. When dinner was over, Rosie opened the oven and brought a chocolate cake to the table. Megan had to hold back tears. She knew they had decent food storage, but such luxury was definitely a real treat. She felt a little guilty for being the reason behind their splurging. Once she saw how quickly the cake was consumed, she didn't feel as guilty. These guys were all desperate for some of the things that were taken for granted only a few months ago. Cake was a big deal. In the old days, it was something you almost dreaded, but in their new world, it was a real treat. After dinner and cleanup, Megan asked to speak with Wyatt. They made a great team, and she was hoping he would go with her to find the milk thistle in the morning. Wyatt was thrilled to be invited on her excursion. He was going to go anyway, but to hear her ask for his help made him feel wanted and needed. She was beginning to trust and depend on him, and he hoped that meant she was going to stick around for a long time. He decided he had better tell her how he knew it was her birthday. When he explained that he'd found her wallet out and the license loose, she raised an eyebrow. "Well, I think we both know who was looking through it," she told him. He nodded. "Yeah, the sooner we get him out of here, the better. He is definitely making everyone uncomfortable." Megan got very serious. "I don't want him with my daughter anymore. He didn't have a clue how to treat her, so I don't see why he should be watching over her at all. It's weird," she added as an afterthought. Wyatt agreed and promised he would make sure Jack kept Kyle with him all day tomorrow. Once they got Caitlin healed, they would figure out how to remove him from the group. He wasn't really helping and seemed out of place. Megan looked relieved. Wyatt felt better. They had a plan and a goal to work towards. It was strange getting up each morning without a real purpose. In the past, you got up, you went to work, and you came home. He was looking forward to the days when life would feel a little more normal. He knew it would be a new normal, but establishing a routine would be good for all of them, especially Ryland and Caitlin. He was actually excited for the future. Kyle could tell the group was skeptical. He needed to do something quick to prove he deserved to stick around. Wyatt and Albert had been watching him closely all through dinner. He had been busted in one of his scams in the past and knew what it looked like. His targets would start to pull back and ask questions. Usually he could remove himself from the situation before he had to answer for any misdeeds. He was a con man. He wasn't offended by the term. People were gullible. They wanted to hear certain things, and Kyle had a real knack for finding out what the inner desires of a target were. Once he knew, he transformed himself like a chameleon and then came up with a plan to take what they had. It was easy. He had been a very wealthy and powerful man before the collapse. A little blackmail, charm, and the right friends had given him the lifestyle he felt he deserved. Now that the group knew Caitlin had been poisoned, things were a little dicey. If they actually managed to cure her, which he would be very surprised if they did, everything he had been building the past couple months would be destroyed. The berries were supposed to be extremely toxic. She should have been dead already. Rosie's stupid tea had clearly weakened the poison. He would have been able to solve his little problem, but no, someone was constantly interrupting him. The old woman continuously walked into the room, and then the old man interrupted him at the worst possible time. Suddenly, the boy was in there all the time, claiming he was teaching her math. To make matters worse, there was the stupid dog guarding the little girl. Getting bit by the dog would definitely alarm the group. He couldn't risk them thinking he was a danger. This whole mess never would have started had one little girl not been so damn nosy.
This new world gave him the chance to be the king he was destined to be. No little girl and her overprotective mommy were going to take that away from him. He had paid his dues. He had suffered for the first part of his life. The universe owed him. The EMP was kismet. He was reborn. Chapter 21. The next morning, Megan woke up early. The excitement of finding the plant that would heal her daughter made her feel wired. She kissed Caitlin on the cheek, gave Duke a little kiss, and promised to return shortly with the antidote. She walked into the kitchen, already knowing Wyatt would be there, waiting with coffee. It had only been a few days, but they had already fallen into a routine. He was clearly an early riser. "Hi," she said with a smile she couldn't hold back. The sight of him standing in the kitchen, leaning against the counter, socked feet crossed in front of him, sipping his coffee, was comforting. It made her feel normal. It made her feel safe and secure. "Good morning," he said, gifting her with one of those beautiful, heart-melting smiles she had become accustomed to. "You look like you're ready to conquer the world." Another big grin. "I am. I can't wait." He had turned to grab the cup of coffee he had already poured for her. "Drink up and we'll get out of here. I already have our bags ready." Megan had complete confidence he would have made sure they had everything they needed for their excursion, which, up until a few days ago, was a completely foreign concept to her. The thought of relying on others for anything would have filled her with dread, but now the idea filled her with hope. Megan crossed her fingers that the plant was close and not too far down the highway. Rosie had said it tended to grow in areas with lots of sun. The highway was shrouded in trees for the most part, but there was a good section near town that got plenty of sun. That was where they were headed. They stood in comfortable silence, sipping their coffee. When Kyle came downstairs, Megan instantly went on alert. The guy seemed nice enough and hadn't actually done anything to her, but that inner instinct told her to be leery of him. "Good morning," he said with a $1,000,000 smile. "Wyatt, do you happen to have a fishing pole? Maybe a net? I am a pretty good fisherman and would love to catch dinner for tonight." Wyatt hesitated a moment. "Actually, we do. I think there are a few around here somewhere. I can have Jack get you set up. Maybe he can go with you and learn something. The guy has never quite got the hang of fishing. To be honest, I don't think I have either. Never really been my thing," he casually responded. Megan looked at Wyatt over her cup. She knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted Jack to stick by Kyle to keep an eye on him. It was a good idea. "Oh, a fish fry sounds wonderful," Rosie said, making her way down the stairs. "Now you got me craving some fresh fish. You better follow through," she teased Kyle. Megan knew Rosie was a genuinely nice person. She clearly wanted to give Kyle the benefit of the doubt. Her mothering instinct was to take care of everyone, even if they were a little sketchy. She knew she shouldn't be so judgmental. She didn't know the guy's past or what he had been through. His concern for her daughter did appear genuine, but she had to wonder why he thought it was necessary to go through her wallet. It wasn't as if there was anything of value in it. Wyatt had cautioned her on not saying anything because they didn't want to alert Kyle that anything was wrong. "I'll be right back, and then we can go," Wyatt told Megan, jogging up the stairs. She heard him knock on the master bedroom door. Jack, Willow, and Ryland all shared the room. If she decided to stay, she would definitely need to think about where she and Caitlin would sleep. She knew she had taken Wyatt's room and didn't want to impose. She caught herself as her mind drifted to building a small room for her and Caitlin. Was she actually thinking about sticking around long term? It was so tempting. It would be a fresh start in a place with plenty of natural resources and good people. Leaving to find somewhere else
would mean she would be on her own with no backup should something go wrong. She would also miss the friendship. Her daughter was lovely, but sometimes it was nice to have an adult conversation. It helped to talk out problems that children shouldn't be exposed to. She knew she was leaning towards staying. It actually made her feel better knowing that at least one thing was for certain. She would go with it for now. Megan was excited to get the antidote, hoping it would do the trick. She took a moment to inhale the fresh, cool mountain air. It was a beautiful scene before her, with the sun's rays shooting through the trees and reflecting off the pine needles, glistening with dew. The sounds of nature were soothing. She couldn't remember the last time she had actually felt peaceful and happy. This plant had to work, and her little girl would be back in her arms, healthy and happy to be in a warm bed with good food to eat. Kyle sat at the kitchen table, chatting with Rosie as she prepared a pot of oatmeal. "You sleep okay last night? We're a bit short on space, what with all the guests we have right now. I suspect the boys will be itching to build onto the cabin soon enough," Rosie told him as she poured him a cup of coffee. "I slept fine, thank you. Any day I have a roof over my head and something in my stomach is a good day. I just wish my family were here. I suspect my wife would like you." He pasted a sad smile on his face as Rosie reached out to squeeze his arm. He could really get used to this, even if he had to lie to get what he wanted. He was actually enjoying himself. Rosie was a good woman, and she treated him with respect. It was a different kind of respect than how the women in his group treated him. Rosie was kind, generous, and willing to dote on him because that was her nature. The women in his group treated him with respect, but mostly because they wanted something from him. They wanted to be the next First Lady of the New World. They showered him with attention and offered themselves to him because they wanted to secure their place in his inner circle. Rosie was genuine. It made him long for what Wyatt and the other men took for granted. Maybe when he came back to take their supplies, he'd keep the cabin, along with Rosie. She really was a good cook, and he wouldn't mind having a mother around, at least the type of mom he would have liked to have. Jack clapped him on the shoulder. "I heard you were going to teach me how to fish today. I must warn you, my dad and big brother have been trying to teach me for 30 years. Hasn't worked yet," he said with a big grin. Kyle chuckled. "Well then, this may be your lucky day. No pressure or anything, but Rosie here has all but threatened my life if I don't follow through with my promise to bring her lots of fresh fish for dinner tonight." "Sounds great. I need to take care of a few things around here and then we can go. Does that work for you?" Kyle was a little surprised at how willing Jack was to hang out with him for the day. Wyatt had been aloof and a little cold. Albert was downright skeptical. Jack almost seemed excited. Poor guy had no idea. Jack grabbed a cup of coffee and gave Rosie a kiss on the cheek before heading outside. Soon enough, Kyle could hear Jack chopping wood. He should offer to help, but that wasn't something he was used to doing. He had men to do the work for him. Instead, he chatted up Rosie. If Jack happened to come back in, he would see they were involved in deep conversation, which is what kept him inside. Kyle figured if he had to be out fishing all day, then he was going to relax while he could. Truth be told, he liked fishing, but he didn't like the dirty side of it. Jack came in with a load of wood that he set down near the stove. "You ready?" he asked. Kyle smiled. "Sure am. I was just talking with your mom about maybe helping you guys get an aquaponics system going here." That got Jack's attention. Kyle knew he would change his attitude if he could prove his laziness was actually him being productive. "You will have to tell me more about that. It is something I have heard about but never thought to attempt," Jack said with real interest. Kyle stood.
It will give us something to talk about while we wait for the fish to bite.
Jack had produced 2 poles, the net Kyle had asked Wyatt for, and a tackle box.
We are set. I have no doubt this is going to be a successful fishing expedition,
Kyle said, grabbing the tackle box and a pole.
Is there a fillet knife in here?
Jack looked at him in question. Kyle decided to check for himself. No knife.
Rosie, do you happen to have a sharp knife in your kitchen that we could use?
She nodded.
Yep. Let me grab it. Do you need 1 or 2?
Jack started to say 2, but Kyle quickly cut him off.
1 will do fine.
Rosie looked at Jack. He hesitated before nodding his head. With that, the 2 men headed towards the stream where they planned to follow it down the mountain to an area where Jack's dad used to fish. Kyle walked behind Jack, who led the way. Jack stopped suddenly when he heard a noise in the trees. He turned to Kyle and motioned for him to get down. They both crouched down, but there was very little ground cover along the bed of the stream. Jack did a duck walk into the trees, and Kyle followed him.
What is it?
Kyle hissed.
I heard voices. Sounded like a couple of guys. It can't be Megan and Wyatt. They have to be miles away from here by now. And Albert and Chase are on the other side of the property today,
Jack explained. Kyle realized the voices could very well be his men. He had told them he was going scouting and would be back in a day or 2. They were probably looking for him. He couldn't let Jack know he had his own group. Jack would tell the others, and they would boot him out before he could get rid of the woman and child.
I didn't hear anything.
Kyle was hoping to dissuade Jack from investigating. Jack stayed crouched for another couple of minutes. Kyle's heart started to beat faster as he thought about what would happen if his men found him. This was turning into a disaster.
Maybe I was just hearing things. I don't hear anything else. Keep your ears open, though. We don't want to surprise anyone.
Could get us killed. Kyle grunted a response. Jack didn't know how right he was. Chapter 22. Megan and Wyatt had covered a lot of ground, and he could tell she was getting frustrated. Despite hours of searching, they hadn't found the milk thistle they needed. Every time they saw one of those prickly purple flowers, she would run to it, only to discover it was the common thistle. He did his best to encourage her, but he knew she was losing hope. Last night, Rosie had told him Caitlin was slipping away. She was getting very little fluid in her, and it wouldn't be long before her kidneys shut down. He had been trained how to start an IV in the field, but they had yet to find a setup. If they couldn't find the milk thistle, he was going to go back into town and do some searching. It would be risky, but they had little choice at this point. Anything important to Megan had become important to him, and he would readily walk the 20 miles to the next larger town to raid the clinic he knew was there. Wyatt was not going to give up, and he knew Megan wouldn't either. Megan started walking really fast again. He walked behind, waiting for her to groan in frustration. Instead, he saw her start spinning around in circles with her hands up and shouting to the heavens. She must have found the milk thistle. He ran over and looked at the plant in all its glory. It was surrounded by a small group of other milk thistle plants in the gravel that ran alongside the highway. It was the most beautiful sight he had seen. When she reached out to grab it, he quickly stopped her by grabbing her hand. "You don't want to get stabbed by those prickly leaves. Let me grab the scissors and the container." He reached into his pack and pulled out the items, carefully cutting the purple flowers from the top of the plant like his mother instructed. It was the tiny brown seeds they needed. He cut them all, just in case they would need more. Megan scanned the area. "I think I see more," she called out excitedly. She darted about 20 feet away, jumping up and down as she laughed. She was giddy, and it was becoming contagious. He was happy for her and Caitlin. Sealing the container, he walked to where she stood, unmoving, her head hanging low. He gently pulled her around to face him. "What's wrong?" She looked up at him, and he could see tears in her eyes. Megan shook her head and smiled. Before he knew what she was going to do, she grabbed him and hugged him. Wyatt dropped his pack and wrapped his arms around her slim figure. They stood that way for several seconds while he relished the contact between their bodies. Megan pulled back, but didn't break contact. Wyatt wasn't going to miss his chance. He quickly kissed her. The kiss was short and sweet, but she didn't pull away. She didn't slap him. They looked at each other before Megan put on her all-business face and told him she had found more milk thistle. She wanted to collect it all, just in case Caitlin needed more than Rosie thought. Anything left could be saved for future use. Wyatt did as she asked. Following along behind her, he snipped off the purple flowers in every patch she pointed out. The walk back to the cabin was done at a rapid rate, with Megan setting the pace. She didn't want to stop to eat, and more than once she went in the wrong direction, and Wyatt would gently correct her by walking in the right direction. Megan would quickly fall in step behind him, but she was in such a rush she usually ended up getting in front of him, and before he knew it, she would veer off course again. It was funny and endearing, but in a real survival situation, if she was on her own, it would be incredibly dangerous. "Megan," he said softly. "Yeah?" she responded, slightly out of breath from her jogging pace. "Remember that bag I told you about?" She slowed her pace a little. "Yes?" "I know I said I wasn't going to push, and while we would all like you to stay, I would like you to stay. I'm going to add a compass to the bag. You need to know the cabin is northwest from town. Just in case you ever want to find your way back to me, us, follow the signs to town and then use the compass to find us. If you are at the lake, we are due north from there. Okay?" She turned, hands on her hips. "Are you saying I am bad with navigation?" He started laughing. "I'm not saying you are bad at it. I'm just saying you could use a little practice. Okay, a lot of practice." She tried to look mad, but she started laughing. "Okay, thank you. But like I said before, you really don't have to do that. I'll be okay." "Just so you know, there's also a gun in the bag." When she started to argue that she didn't need it, he held up his hand. "You never know. You need to be able to protect yourself and your daughter, Megan. This world is no joke. You know how to use it. It isn't dangerous to carry a gun." She sighed. "Fine, but I doubt I will need it. It will just be extra weight. That's if I even need your bag." Wyatt wasn't so sure about that, but had to accept she had managed for 3 months on her own. He wasn't going to give up on convincing her to stay. He knew she was going to stay for a while to let Caitlin heal, but he hoped that once she saw the benefit of them sharing the duties that kept them alive and the camaraderie in general, she would stay for good. "I'm thinking about a goat." Megan stopped, turned, and looked at him as if he was a goat. He realized what he said probably sounded a bit odd. He had a real knack for saying the dumbest things around her. "I mean, I remember Kyle said something about helping a family deliver a goat or something. I think we should see if we could barter some of what we have to get a goat. I have never actually had a goat, but imagine if we could get a dairy goat. Fresh milk. My mom could make cheese." His voice trailed off as he thought about everything they could do with fresh milk. "Why not just get a cow?" Megan asked. "We don't have the fencing for a cow yet, and a few goats would be easy enough to raise, care for, and ultimately breed. I think," he added as an afterthought. He was going to talk to Kyle about what it took to take care of goats and if he knew of any in the area. He wasn't going to tell the guy they had things they could trade for a goat. but wanted to see if he could get any leads. They needed to think long-term, a renewable source of food and more bartering items. A goat kid could be worth some meat, veggies, or even some building supplies. He imagined being able to trade cheese for eggs and other food. That sparked another idea. They needed chickens. He would have to do some scouting to see if there were any neighbors willing to trade a couple of hens. "You look pretty pleased with yourself," Megan said, before turning back and heading up the hill at breakneck speed. He laughed. "I just had a few ideas. I know Chase was talking about building those fences on one side of the property, but what if we made that into a pasture? We could have chickens and goats and... Oh, we could even have pigs. Megan, come on. You have to get excited about the idea of bacon. Pork chops, steak, sausage." She laughed. "Are you hungry? You seem to be pretty hung up on food." He realized he was a little hungry, but the thought of a farm was her fault. He was thinking of the future. Their future. He was thinking of building a little homestead that included her and Caitlin. Having animals meant having a steady supply of food. It meant they didn't have to rely so much on hunting and would have a fresh food source. His mind whirred as he thought of all the possibilities and the supplies they would need to build a shed or barn for the animals. They had a busy few months ahead of them. Wyatt hoped he could count on Megan to stick around and help. Kyle heard them before he saw them. He knew Jack heard the men as well. He sighed. This was not going to end well for Jack. He was already trying to think of what he was going to tell the rest of the group about how Jack died. "I know you heard that," Jack whispered. Kyle nodded. "I did. How about you stay here and watch my line, and I will go check it out?" Jack argued that he would check it out, but Kyle insisted. He grabbed the fillet knife that had been sitting on a rock. They had already caught quite a few small brook trout. They had done some fly fishing upstream, but moved downstream and were just letting the flies float. He walked upstream a bit. The voices were growing closer. He slid the handle of the knife up the sleeve of his jacket, being careful not to slice his hand open. The stream was still a bit too wide for him to cross without sinking to his waist. He waited behind a few trees, prepared to motion his men away. Hopefully they would understand his hand motions and take the hint. They weren't the brightest people in the world. He heard rustling through the trees. He waited and watched. A tap on his shoulder had him spinning around with the knife out, ready to kill whoever was behind him. It was Jack. Both men froze. Kyle had the knife inches from Jack's neck. It was at that moment the voices became clear. "What the hell is going on?" Wyatt boomed. Kyle could hear splashing water and knew Wyatt was coming across the stream. Kyle looked back at Jack. "I'm sorry, man. I didn't know it was you. I heard the voices and thought someone was going to ambush me from behind." He dropped the knife, and Jack took a step back with his eyes wide as he stared at Kyle in shock. Wyatt came up the bank and headed straight for Kyle. Jack quickly jumped between them. "Stop, Wyatt! It isn't what you think." "Isn't what I think? He had a knife to your throat, Jack." Wyatt pushed his little brother out of the way. "You want to tell me what is going on, Kyle, or should I just drown you right here?" Kyle had to think fast. There was no way he could take both of these guys. One of them alone would easily overpower him. "I didn't know it was him." He did his best to look horrified and scared at the same time. Jack quickly explained the situation. He told Wyatt Kyle was checking out the noise when he snuck up behind him, startling him. Wyatt didn't look convinced, but stepped away from Kyle. Megan was still on the other side of the stream and had made no attempt to follow Wyatt. It wasn't exactly the best place to cross. Did you find what you needed to cure the little girl?" Kyle asked as casually as he could. He was hoping they would say no. He'd overheard Rosie talking about the risk of the girl's kidneys shutting down. Without the necessary medicine, she could very well die on her own, which would make things much easier even if it were taking too long. Wyatt nodded. Yeah, we did. We better get going. Jack, you good?" Jack smiled. "Yep. He tries to fillet me again, I will knock him on his butt." The words were said as a joke, but they all knew it was a message for Kyle. "We are going to fill up the buckets so we can all eat well tonight." He picked up the knife from the ground. "Oh, and Wyatt, I want to talk to you about aquaponics. Kyle here has been filling me in on how to get a system going." Wyatt didn't look interested. "All right, we'll talk about it tonight. I need to get to the house." Wyatt went back across the stream. Kyle watched as he bent close and quietly talked to Megan. She looked up at him once, but quickly looked away when he stared back at her. Let them gossip. He wouldn't be around much longer, but they would certainly remember him. Chapter 23. Megan and Wyatt ran the rest of the way back to the cabin. Once they could see the cabin in the distance, Megan surged ahead with Wyatt close behind her. She burst through the small front door, shouting, "Rosie!" Gasping for breath, she rested her hands on her knees, taking long, slow breaths to slow her heart rate down. Rosie had been out back, but quickly appeared in the kitchen. "What's wrong? What is it?" she asked, trying to keep the terror out of her voice. "We got it!" Megan shouted, tugging the pack off Wyatt's shoulder and fumbling to open it. She wasn't worried about staying quiet. If her shouting woke Caitlin up, that was even better. "Oh, praise God!" Rosie put down the basket of laundry and quickly grabbed a pot to fill with water, as Megan still fumbled with the pack. Wyatt stilled her shaking hands and opened the backpack. Pulling out the container, he handed it to Megan, who rushed it over to Rosie. Megan paced a steady course around the kitchen and living room, waiting for Rosie to prepare the tea. She silently wished that the woman would work faster as she shook the tiny seeds onto the counter, then ground them up to add to a cup of boiling water. It took about 10 minutes, but Megan swore it was hours. Wyatt followed the women into the room where Caitlin lay, almost lifeless. Duke lifted his head a mere few inches before staggering off the bed and heading for the door. Megan noticed, but didn't pay much attention to the dog. She was focused on her little girl. She sat behind her and propped her up so Rosie could give her the tea. They all stared at the girl. Rosie's laugh broke the tension. "It isn't instant. We need to give it some time to work on the liver and clean out the poison. I'm going to go finish that laundry," she said, walking out the door. Megan cradled her daughter, quietly humming a tune and pleading with her to open her eyes. "Wyatt!" Rosie called with alarm in her voice. "Wyatt, you better come take a look at Duke!" Megan met Wyatt's eyes. The alarm in Rosie's voice put her on edge. She pulled Caitlin a little closer to protect her from whatever it was that scared Rosie. "I'll check back with you two in a bit," Wyatt told her, giving Caitlin's head a gentle pat. "Holler if you need us." Megan nodded and watched him leave. She prayed her daughter would wake up soon. Rosie had warned her that giving too much of the milk thistle could actually make her daughter sicker. If this didn't work, she didn't know what else to do, but she would be damned if she let her daughter die. It was so painfully obvious that Caitlin was slipping away. Her mother's instinct was screaming at her to fix her baby. She was trying, she just didn't know how. Megan was so grateful for the help of the others. Their friendship and simply being there had helped her to get her through the past few days. Without them, she imagined she wouldn't even be functioning at this point. Wyatt bent down and rubbed Duke's head. The dog was seriously ill, and he couldn't figure out why. The poor guy had barely made it out back before he began vomiting. Duke laid down and groaned. "Stay here, buddy. I'll get you some water," Wyatt told him, standing up to go get his bowl. Wyatt had no idea what could have happened. Duke had been fine up until about a week ago when he first became listless. Kyle said he couldn't see anything wrong with him, but something wasn't right. Duke had stopped eating altogether and was now vomiting. He looked around, hoping Ryland wouldn't see his dog in such bad shape. Rosie was standing near the door. "What do you think?" she asked with concern in her voice. "I wish I knew. Maybe he got into something out on the property." Wyatt stared at the dog, willing him to give a clue about what had happened. Nothing. "I'll get the water," Rosie offered, turning to go inside. Ryland and Willow came around the house, both covered in dirt. It was obvious they had been working in the soon-to-be garden. "What's wrong?" Ryland called out, rushing to his dog's side. Willow looked at Wyatt, tears in her eyes. "Is he sick?" Wyatt shrugged. He didn't know. Sick? Yes. Dying? He didn't know, and he didn't want to make the situation worse by suggesting it. Rosie put the bowl of water in front of Duke. He smelled it, but turned away. "Come on, boy," Ryland encouraged. "Take a little drink. It will make you feel better." Duke laid his head in his master's lap and groaned again. Wyatt looked on, feeling helpless. Tears were streaming down Ryland's face as he rubbed the dog's ears and then his belly. Albert and Chase had come into the house. Hearing the commotion out back, they came to investigate. They both stood and stared at the scene in horror. "Oh, no," Albert murmured. Chase clapped the guy on the shoulder. He would never admit it, but everyone knew Albert was very fond of the dog. The adults formed a small circle around the boy, who was quietly crying and doing his best to get the dog to drink. Ryland dipped his fingers in the water and put them to Duke's mouth, but Duke wasn't interested. "Hey, what's everyone doing back here?" Jack said, walking through the back door. His good mood vanished when he saw his son holding his best friend. He didn't have to ask. "Mom, is there anything you can do?" Rosie took a deep breath. "Well, I can certainly try, can't I? Ryland, you just keep trying to get him to take water. Let me see what I can find," she told him before rushing into the kitchen. Wyatt looked at Jack. "Where's Kyle?" "We caught a ton of fish. He is down by the stream, cleaning them. I came up to get a fire going so we could cook them." His earlier excitement had vanished. They all stood in silence for several minutes, watching the dog and Ryland. It was a heartbreaking scene. Every fiber of Wyatt's being demanded he do something to help the poor dog. He just didn't know what to do. Rosie popped her head back out the door. "How's he doing?" she asked in a whisper. Wyatt shook his head. "I'll make him more of that rice Kyle insisted on. He also mentioned canned pumpkin. I'll check the root cellar, but I don't think that is something we added." The men slowly wandered away to take care of other tasks, leaving Willow and Ryland alone with Duke. It seemed like the right thing to do. Wyatt wasn't sure what else they could do, but felt some privacy would be best. Wyatt and Chase had gone down to the stream where Kyle was supposed to be cleaning the fish to bring him back to check out Duke. The man was nowhere to be found. The fish were in a bucket, but he had vanished. Wyatt didn't like it, but there was little they could do. Maybe the guy went for a walk, or maybe he decided to leave. He didn't know, but figured he would give it until sundown before he spent too much more time thinking about it. There were more pressing matters to deal with. Chase volunteered to finish cleaning the fish, while Wyatt went back up to the house. He had just finished stocking the outhouse with toilet paper when Rosie appeared at the back door. Her cheeks were flushed, and she appeared extremely agitated. Wyatt rushed back, assuming Duke had passed away. Jack had helped move Duke into the downstairs sitting area in front of the wood stove. He had a fire blazing. Ryland insisted the dog had been cold. When he walked through the door, Ryland was still on the floor with Duke. Willow was just removing a pot of water from the wood stove and adding a fresh one. Rosie grabbed his arm.
"In here."
Wyatt followed her into the bedroom where Caitlin had been for days.
"She's starting to wake up,"
Megan said in an excited voice. It had been several hours since they had first given her the milk thistle. Rosie had given Caitlin more tea about an hour ago, adding in nettle and dandelion to the thistle, telling Megan between the 3 plants the poison didn't have a chance. Wyatt turned to his mom, who looked like she was going to start crying. The scene was in stark contrast to what was happening beyond the doors of the bedroom. Albert stomped into the bedroom.
"She up yet?"
Rosie scowled at him. Wyatt knew the guy was acting tough, but they had all grown fond of the little girl. Within minutes, the room filled up. Everyone stared at the little girl on the bed, who started to moan. The moment Caitlin opened her eyes, there was a collective gasp. They all held their breath as they watched Caitlin blink several times before focusing on her mother.
"Caitlin? Caitlin, baby?"
Megan asked in a strained voice. The little girl started to cry.
"Mommy, my throat hurts."
Every person in the room had tears of joy in their eyes. They had never seen the little girl's beautiful blue eyes or heard her melodic voice. Megan was openly crying and laughing at the same time. Rosie wiped her eyes and quickly rushed to get the little girl some water. Even Albert had tears in his eyes. They had all grown so attached to this little girl, and none of them had actually met her. Ryland had left Duke's side to come see the little girl he had been dying to meet, shyly introducing himself. Chapter 24. Megan looked up and was surprised to see all the teary faces. Albert was rapidly blinking, clearly trying to get rid of the tears welling. When he caught her looking at him, he scowled. She smiled. Even the toughest men have a softer side. It was amazing. Caitlin was awake, and Megan owed it to these wonderful people who had taken her in. Without their support and Rosie's wisdom, Caitlin probably would have died. The thought alone made Megan shudder in terror. She'd put her daughter's life in their hands, depending on them, and they had come through for her. For them.
"Thank you,"
she said to the room as a whole.
"Thank you so much for all your help."
Wyatt beamed. "How about we give Caitlin some time to talk with her mom in private?" he said, ushering everyone out the door. Ryland went back to Duke.
"Mom, he puked again,"
he cried.
"Oh my, okay, hold on. I'm coming,"
Willow said, stopping by the basket where they kept their rags. Paper towels were an expensive commodity that couldn't be wasted. The rags were cut-up shirts that were beyond stained or torn. Nothing was ever thrown out. Wyatt walked over and looked at the latest pile on the floor. He bent closer and saw chunks of green in the vomit. In an instant, he knew exactly what it was. Duke had somehow eaten the rat poison that his dad had used in the past. The green cubes were placed in the root cellar and the area where the water barrels were stored. There was no possible way Duke could have gotten into the poison by himself. "Mom, you are going to need charcoal. He's been fed rat poison." Wyatt remembered what she had said earlier about Caitlin and knew right away charcoal was on the menu for the poisoned dog.
"What? Are you sure?"
she asked. The rest of the group looked horrified, sharing anxious looks. "How did he get into the rat poison?" Jack asked. Wyatt shook his head. "I don't know, but I can see chunks of it. It's like the chunks were cut off one of those blocks." Chase ran out the back door to grab the bucket they put the charcoal from the stove into. Since it was an excellent additive to soil and helped add organic matter, they were planning to use it in their future garden. He reached in with his bare hands and pulled a chunk of coal out, handing it to Rosie. She quickly smashed it up into a fine powder, added some water, and made a thick slurry. She yanked open a drawer and pulled out an empty syringe. Duke was just wobbling back in the door, headed for his bed in front of the fire.
"Jack, you'll need to hold him while I squirt this in his mouth. I doubt he will drink it willingly,"
Rosie said, sitting down next to the dog. Between Jack, Ryland, and Rosie, they got the cup of charcoal slurry into the dog's mouth. Wyatt had a sneaking suspicion that their recent visitor may have been responsible for the sudden rash of poisoning. He couldn't prove it, but something was happening. There were too many coincidences. Kyle had been feeding Duke, but that didn't explain Caitlin. Caitlin's poisoning was likely an accident, but something felt off. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he trusted his instincts, and they were demanding to know where Kyle was, because he seemed to be at the center of it all. Wyatt went back to the room to check on Megan and Caitlin. The little girl was sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning against her mother. She looked incredibly tiny.
"Hi,"
Megan said.
"Caitlin, this is Wyatt. He helped me find the medicine that made you better."
Caitlin grinned, revealing what had to be 2 new front teeth that were too big for her tiny mouth. The look was so common among kids her age. It was like a rite of passage.
"Hi,"
Caitlin squeaked out.
"Mom says I can try to walk, but I have to sit first,"
she explained. "That's a good idea." He looked at Megan. "Want me to help?" She shook her head.
"I got it. She's a little shaky, but she wants to walk on her own, and I figured I could take her out to the outhouse to see if she'll go."
He looked at the little girl who was now standing next to the bed.
"Okay, Mom. I'm ready."
The little girl was very unsteady. Her determination to make it on her own was so much like her mother, Wyatt had to smile. So independent.
"We'll be right beside you if you think you may fall down, okay?"
Wyatt took that to mean he was invited on the trip to the outhouse. He was thrilled. This was Caitlin's first time seeing the place, and he couldn't wait to experience it with her. The 3 of them walked very slowly. Wyatt was afraid he would break her tiny little arm if he had to grab her if she did trip. He looked at Megan, who looked only a little concerned. Maybe this was normal. Wyatt hadn't spent much time around kids. It was only the last year that he got to know Ryland. His mind drifted to having his own kids, who happened to look very much like Megan and Caitlin. He didn't know if he would ever make his dream of having his own family come true. He didn't think there would be many women willing to have a baby with the way things were now. Without medicine and an experienced doctor there to make sure everything went okay, women would be risking their lives. Obviously, without the benefit of condoms or birth control, it was going to happen, but it was scary to contemplate. Wyatt decided there was no point in worrying about any of that right now. He needed to focus on what was happening to the family he did have. He would worry about babies and all of that when it was actually a possibility. Megan went into the tiny outhouse with her daughter while Wyatt stood outside. Everyone was already getting back to work. He knew his mom would be in the kitchen whipping up some fantastic feast that would help put some weight back on Caitlin. Jack had asked Ryland to help him take care of the fish in an effort to get his mind off his sick dog. Duke had been left to rest by the fire so Rosie could keep an eye on him, but she was confident he would be fine. She explained to Ryland that all the vomiting was actually a good thing. The charcoal would get the rest of the poison, and within a couple of days, Duke would be back to his usual goofy self. In an instant, their quiet, serene little home burst into a flurry of noise and shouting. Albert's voice in the distance could be heard just barely over the alarm system they had rigged up a couple of weeks ago. Someone was coming. Megan opened the outhouse door. "What's happening?" "I don't know. Can you get her back to the house on your own?" She nodded, hugging Caitlin to her side. "Go inside. Lock the doors. Go into my room. The closet has a false wall in the back. There's a small hole along the right edge. Stick your finger in there and pull open the door. It's a small space, but you two will fit fine," he told her. "Got it. Be safe, Wyatt," she called out as she scooped up her daughter and carried her precious cargo back to the house. Wyatt ran towards the area where Albert was yelling. It sounded like he was in his favorite perch up high in the tree. When Wyatt arrived at the scene, Jack, Ryland, and Willow were already there. Chase and his mom ran up behind him. They all stared down at the owl tangled in fishing line. It had been trying to feast on the fish guts under the line. The owl was flapping wildly, trying to free itself. The security system used a combination of fishing wire and battery-powered window alarms. Chase had secured one contact on the pole, and another was carefully placed on a stick with the fishing line tied around it. If someone crossed the almost invisible fence, the fishing line would pull the stick, separating the contacts and triggering the alarm. The elaborate system was set in this particular corner because it was closest to the house. Wyatt and Chase had plans to add more of the alarms around the perimeter, but because of the proximity to the house and their storage area, this point of entry was of most concern. The fish guts were clearly put here on purpose. Chase quieted the alarm. Between the three men, they managed to free the owl, suffering some minor wounds from a very angry animal who didn't appreciate the trickery. The group didn't have time to wonder who would do such a thing. A faint scream could be heard tearing through the air. Wyatt's heart nearly exploded in his chest at the sound of Megan screaming in what could only be described as excruciating pain. His time in the field on the ground in Afghanistan had given him a harsh lesson in what screams of pain sounded like. He never expected to hear it here, on his own land, coming from a woman who had stolen his heart. It paralyzed him with fear and agony for a split second before instinct kicked in and he tore through the trees that surrounded the cabin. Chapter 25. Megan burst through the back door, using her foot to kick the door shut behind her. Her heart raced at the thought that her daughter might be in danger. She had just gotten her back. No way was she going to let anyone or anything put her daughter's life in jeopardy again. She called upstairs, hoping Rosie or Willow was around. No one answered her. She pushed the door open to Wyatt's room, once again using her foot to kick it shut. Her eyes focused on the closet that was positioned on the outside wall across the room. A stinging pain cut across her left forearm, causing her to shout in pain. She spun around to see Kyle lunging at her with a knife in his hand. Megan turned around, putting her back to the charging man in an effort to shield her daughter. He stabbed her again, this time cutting into the flesh at the back of her left arm. The pain was too much, and she unceremoniously dropped Caitlin to the ground. "Mommy!" Caitlin's scream triggered an emotional and physical response in Megan that she didn't know was possible. Spinning again, she balled her right hand into a tight fist and punched with every ounce of strength she had. While her punch landed on his chest, it was enough to stop the next jab of the knife, but it didn't disable him. She kicked out with her right foot and hit him square between the legs. She thought back to what Wyatt had shown her in the woods that day. She reached out and grabbed a handful of his hair with one hand, twisting his hair in her fingers as she pulled his head down. Bringing her knee up to smash it into his nose, Kyle swung his knife in an arc, forcing Megan to twist to avoid the blade, which weakened her knee raise. His knife missed, but she lost her chance to use her knee to break his nose, and she knew she wouldn't have another. "Run, Caitlin, run!" Megan shouted at her daughter when she realized Kyle was intent on killing her. The last thing she wanted her daughter to see was her own mother being stabbed to death. Caitlin staggered to her feet and tried to get around Kyle, but he grabbed her with his free hand. Megan saw red and quite literally lost her mind. She felt like a wildcat in every sense of the word. She started scratching, kicking, and screaming at the man to let her daughter go. Her attack had surprised him, and she landed some pretty good kicks to his shins and stomped down on the tops of his feet with her boots. She managed to scratch his arms and one side of his face deep enough to draw blood. He pushed her back with such force she landed on her butt so hard she felt like her tailbone had splintered. The blow stunned her, knocking the air out of her lungs. She could only stare in horror as he looked out the door where Caitlin had run. He was deciding whether to go after her daughter or come after her. Megan had to make him come after her. She quickly jumped to her feet and prepared to attack him again. This time, he was ready. He crouched with the knife in his hand and jumped at her. Megan assumed she would probably end up with a knife to the gut or chest. It was inevitable. She only hoped it wouldn't kill her or disable her before she could take him down. She had to give Caitlin time to get away. She thought her life flashed before her eyes in a blur, but realized it wasn't her life at all. It was Duke. The dog flew through the air and latched onto Kyle's arm. The man screamed as Duke bit down. The bite caused him to release the knife as Megan quickly scrambled for it, while Kyle started to beat on the dog in an attempt to get him to release his arm. Megan watched as poor Duke went limp and fell to the ground. She held the knife up, ready to use it on the man who was intent on killing her. Kyle stared at her, clearly calculating how he would get the knife back. She was trying to look brave and unafraid, but she was shaken to her very core. She didn't know if she could kill him, but she would not let him kill her. Megan thought about Caitlin and hoped she had found Wyatt or one of the others. They would protect her daughter should this man kill her. Voices in the distance brought her back to the reality in front of her. Kyle plainly didn't want to stick around. He ran out of the room so fast she didn't have time to blink. He was gone. Just like that, he was gone. Megan stood there with the knife in her hand. She could not believe what had just happened. A noise at the door got her attention. Wyatt and Jack were rushing towards her. She raised the knife, and they both stopped. "Megan, it's us. Megan, we aren't going to hurt you. You can put the knife down. You're okay." Wyatt spoke softly as he slowly walked towards her. "Caitlin?" she whispered. "Mom has her. She was just outside. She's scared, but she's just fine." He reached out and touched the hand that held the knife. She felt him gently unwrap her fingers from the handle and heard it fall to the floor. "She's okay, Megan. You did great." Megan looked at him and collapsed against him. Her legs felt like jelly. Her butt was killing her, and she realized her arm felt like it was on fire. It was over, though. Kyle had run. Right now, she needed a minute, she told herself. A minute to pull herself together. Wyatt held Megan close. He didn't know if it was her shaking or his own that was reverberating through them. Rosie carried Caitlin into the room. The little girl was far too frail to walk on her own. When Wyatt first saw the little girl stumbling through the trees, he was initially thrilled to see her moving on her own, but it only took a split second to realize that was a very bad thing. Megan would never let her out of her sight if she was able. He had yelled for his mom to grab the girl and sprinted towards the back door. Seeing Megan standing in his room, blood dripping down her arm, he didn't know whether to give chase to her assailant or hug her. He chose the latter, hollering at Jack to go out the front.
"It was Kyle," Megan muttered. "Kyle tried to kill us. He stabbed me."
Her voice was leveling out. He had a feeling she was probably going into shock. Jack went after him. "I'm not letting you out of my sight."
"Caitlin, baby, are you okay?"
she wailed when she saw Rosie holding her daughter. Tears were streaming down the little girl's face, but she nodded her head.
"I'm okay, Mom. You're bleeding."
Her voice was hoarse from days of no use. Rosie rubbed Caitlin's back.
"Hey, sweetie, let's go find Willow. She will get you something to eat and drink while I take a look at your mommy's arm, okay?"
They disappeared out the door, leaving Wyatt and Megan alone again. "Here, sit down," he told her, moving her to the bed. She held out her arm.
"I don't want to get blood on your blanket."
It was then she spotted Duke.
"Duke!"
she cried, dropping to her knees next to the dog.
"Duke! Oh, sweetie, are you okay?"
She rubbed his head and bent low to whisper in his ear. Duke groaned and shifted just enough to expose his belly. Wyatt sighed in relief. That was a good sign. The dog wanted a belly rub.
"He saved me,"
Megan said, looking up at him with tears in her eyes.
"Kyle was coming after me with the knife. Duke came out of nowhere and bit him. He bit him good. I wish he would have torn his arm off," she said angrily. "Poor Duke got knocked to the ground. What kind of a vet punches a dog?" she asked in bewilderment.
Wyatt bent down and gently rubbed Duke's belly. "I don't think he was a vet at all. He was a bad guy that wanted what we had. Sadly, I don't think it is going to be the last time we deal with someone who tries to steal from us. But I can guarantee I won't ever let it get this far again." Rosie came back into the room, looked at the dog, and then at Megan.
"We'll take care of him in a minute. Let's check you out first," she said, carrying a small kit into the room.
Megan sat on the bed, and Rosie gently washed away the blood with some wipes. She declared they would both need to be sutured, but they were clean slices and would be easy to stitch. She reached into the bag and pulled out 2 small packages. Rosie explained they were sterile suturing kits. The needle was already threaded. The packages were part of the very elaborate supply closet Wyatt's dad had put together. The pain of the needle threading through her skin was relatively minor compared to the wound itself. It hurt, but she would survive. When Rosie was finished, she dabbed some raw honey over the stitched cuts and placed clean bandages over the area.
"Wyatt, she is going to need a hot bath. There is some Epsom salts in my bathroom. Add some of that to help with the sore muscles and bruising she is sure to have."
She turned to Megan.
"You will need to keep your arm out of the water, hun. If you want to wash your hair, I could help you."
Megan looked away, blushing.
"I'll be okay, thank you. A hot bath does sound good. I need to go talk to Caitlin and let her know everything is okay. Poor kid. She wakes up and nearly dies at the hands of some crazy man."
Wyatt helped her stand and stuck close as she walked up the stairs to where Caitlin was sitting on the floor playing. She was pale, but seemed to be in good spirits. Ryland was asking her various questions about where she lived, what her favorite foods were, and what she wanted to do tomorrow. Megan smiled, seeing her daughter get to do something so normal. Caitlin was leaning against the couch, obviously still very weak, but she had a smile on her face that stretched from ear to ear. The next several hours were busy for everyone in the house. The men searched for Kyle, but never found him. They repaired the alarm system and talked about what could have made him do what he did. Why attack Megan and Caitlin? It was agreed she must have interrupted his plans to steal their food and supplies. Nothing else made sense. Megan had soaked in the tub. Her mind whirred as she thought about Kyle's attack. He was intent on killing her. It was a strange, terrifying feeling to think of someone wanting to hurt you physically. She had thought she was safe here, as if nothing could happen if she was surrounded by others. But it was her depending on others that led to this. She had thought Caitlin was safe here. She wasn't. Safety in numbers apparently meant nothing nowadays. Her life was put more at risk being in a home with lots of food and water because that is what everyone wanted and needed. The events of the day had led Megan to decide to leave. She wasn't any safer here, and she couldn't put her daughter's life at risk again. Wyatt had promised over and over that he would keep them safe. It wasn't possible. He couldn't make such promises. Not now. Just because he had a gun, it didn't make him or his home invincible. She should have known better to think she could depend on anyone. It was best to move on and keep a low profile. No one was going to seek her and a child out. They had nothing. They threatened no one. People would leave them be. She hoped. For now, she would let Caitlin rest and build up her strength. Then, they were on their way, no matter what Wyatt or anyone else thought was best. Chapter 26. It had been 10 days since she first arrived at the cabin with her daughter in her arms. Tonight, the moon was high in the sky, providing ample light for them to see as they walked. Caitlin was a little groggy, but the cool weather would bring her around. Megan had carefully packed her meager belongings into her pack last night after she told the group she was going to bed. Despite wanting to take nothing from the group, she did borrow, as she liked to think, some basic supplies. Granted, she probably wouldn't be returning the items. She promised to repay them somehow in the future. She had filled 2 empty water bottles with water and hid them under the bed after dinner. A few snacks from the pantry and some bandages from the first aid kit were also added to her stash. Wyatt had given her a flint rod earlier that would make it possible for her to start a fire. She still had a few matches, but the flint rod would last for months, she hoped. He had given her a compass instead of stashing it in the hidden bag, just in case she needed it to get around. Wyatt insisted she keep one of the headlamps in her room in case Caitlin had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. That was on the bedside table and ready for her to put on. She took a survival blanket from the stash in the root cellar, along with some paracord. She was hoping they wouldn't miss it since they had a roof over their head and plenty of blankets to keep warm. Megan had tried to think of what would get them through the next few days, which should give her enough time to find shelter. She'd lain next to Caitlin, staring up at the dark ceiling, knowing she would miss all the comforts this place offered. As she waited for everyone to go to sleep so she could make her escape, a million thoughts ran through her mind. She was anxious, scared, and a little excited. The thought of starting over was intimidating, but she wanted to prove to herself that she truly could do it on her own. She didn't need anyone. The fact that Kyle had been able to get so close to everyone without anyone realizing what kind of a person he was proved that depending on others was dangerous, and she was better off on her own. While she had been packing her bag, she had come across the baseball skin from the ball that had fallen into the well so many years ago. Even though she could no longer read the autographs on it, she refused to let it go. It served as a reminder to her of what happens when you depend on others. It never worked. People had been letting her down all her life. The baseball skin was a reminder of that hard lesson, and one she finally accepted. She tucked it back into the inside pocket. Her decision was made. She knew she was going to hurt them by leaving in the middle of the night, but she didn't want to deal with the arguments they would use to try to compel her to stay. She had made up her mind. Wyatt probably suspected something was up. He kept trying to talk with her and pry into her sullen mood. She didn't want to tell him. He would be offended, angry, and likely hurt by her decision. He had shown her kindness, and she was appreciative, but she couldn't jeopardize her daughter's safety. What if Kyle came back? What if he succeeded in seriously hurting or killing her or Caitlin? It was a risk she was not willing to take.
"Mommy, it's too cold out here,"
Caitlin whined. Megan hadn't realized it would be so cold, but the full moon was a blessing and a curse. It provided light for them to see, but it also meant the sky was clear, and that meant for a chilly night. She promised Caitlin a warm fire, but first they had to walk a bit more. She didn't want anyone to see the smoke, just in case someone realized they were gone. After walking for 2 hours, Megan decided Caitlin had had enough. It had started to rain, and she didn't want to risk Caitlin getting sick. She still tired easily, even if she was bouncing back quickly. Megan put together a lean-to structure like Wyatt had shown her. She used one of the shiny emergency blankets to create the shelter, with the paracord to hold it in place between 2 trees. The flimsy blanket had torn, but was an easy fix with the small roll of duct tape she had brought along. She used her headlamp to scout out a few rocks to create a fire ring under the canopy. Wyatt had explained the mylar blanket would reflect the heat of the fire back into the little shelter, making it more effective. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a breeze, which threatened the small fire in the early stages. She needed to cover the one side. She quickly found some downed branches and made a small wall that provided a little more protection from the elements for them and her fire. Wyatt's lesson on sitting directly on the ground was also very helpful. She had used her hands to scrape pine needles into a nice big pile in the shelter. The needles were dry from sitting under the protection of the trees they fell from. Megan got Caitlin settled and had her lay her head in her lap. The shelter helped keep them dry, but it was still cold. Megan tried to close her eyes to rest, but her mind was racing. Had she made the right move? Right now, she and her daughter could be warm and comfortable in a bed. They would wake up and have breakfast. The day would be spent laughing, learning, and being around good people. Instead, she had removed them from that, and they were on their own in the cold and dark. It was too late now. She couldn't go back. She had finally drifted off to sleep, although it wasn't very restful, and it seemed as though mere minutes went by before chirping birds woke her up. She had tried to lean against the tree she'd tied the blanket to, but it was awkward. The cold and wet was miserable. She sighed, which produced a puff of steam. It was definitely cold out, and the morning air was damp. At least it had stopped raining. She needed to stand up and stretch. Her butt was still sore from the fall, and spending the night sitting on the hard ground didn't help. Megan carefully moved Caitlin's head out of her lap. Nature called. Another thing she really missed, the toilet. She grabbed a couple of small sticks and put them on the fire. Wyatt had explained that a small fire was plenty. The bigger the fire, the more wood you needed to keep it going, which meant more time away from the fire, scouting for wood. The sun was coming up, which usually always inspired her. She loved to watch the sunrise when she camped out with her dad. It always felt like you were getting the chance to start fresh each day. Today, it didn't feel quite as invigorating. Today, the sun's rising meant she had to walk potentially for days to find somewhere to live. It was daunting. She couldn't live in the forest for months, at least not with Caitlin. They needed a roof over their heads. Maybe she could build one? That caused her to laugh aloud. She didn't have the skills or knowledge to build anything. Building a box for a dehydrator and a very crude greenhouse didn't exactly count as construction experience. If she couldn't find a house, her daughter would be living in a shack her mother built with sticks. She didn't even have a saw to cut thick branches. Her knife wouldn't last forever if she attempted to use it that way, not without a means to sharpen it. Megan began chastising herself. What had she been thinking? Caitlin's eyes popped open, and she sat up. They quickly ate the leftover cornbread Megan had pilfered and drank some of the water. She wanted to conserve the water just in case they didn't find any today. She did her best to fold the blanket, but it turned into a crinkly mess with a bunch of tiny tears all over. It didn't matter. It was all she had, and it would have to do, just in case she needed it for tonight. They started walking higher up the mountain and into the forest. Megan wanted to stick to the forest in the hopes of finding an old abandoned hunting cabin. She knew there had to be plenty up here. She just had to find one. Of course, it wouldn't be quite as stocked as Wyatt's, and it wouldn't offer the same good company, but it was a roof over their heads, and she was confident she could build from there. As they were walking, Caitlin started talking about Kyle's attack. She, of course, wanted to know why he wanted to hurt them. When Megan told her she didn't know, Caitlin was quiet for a few minutes. Then she started talking again. She told Megan she knew the bad man. How? How do you know him? Megan asked, assuming her daughter was confused or maybe knew his voice because he spent so much time in the room with her while she was sick. Caitlin stopped walking. I saw him hurt another man. What? He hurt another man at our other camp before I got sick. He hurt him, but he was nice. Megan was confused. Kyle, the bad man who stabbed Mommy, hurt another man? Caitlin nodded. You saw him hurt another man? She nodded again. Where, honey? At the big house with Ryland and Duke? With Wyatt? Even saying his name made Megan's heart ache. No, at our other place where we were camping. She was growing frustrated by Megan's inability to understand what she was saying. Megan's mind whirred as she processed what Caitlin was saying. A few days before Caitlin had gotten sick, they'd come across some campers who had spread out in smaller encampments. There had been some children there, so Megan decided to stop and rest for the night and give Caitlin a chance to play with some kids her own age. Caitlin, did Kyle see you? Talk to you when you saw him hurt the man? She nodded. Yes. He said the man was trying to hurt him, so he made him go to sleep for a little bit. She looked down at the ground. He had a small gun and it made a loud pop, but he said it was a toy gun and it didn't really hurt the man. Caitlin didn't seem upset by what she had witnessed. He was very nice, Mom. We had a little picnic lunch. I was really hungry, so he shared his lunch with me. What did you eat for lunch with Kyle? Megan asked. She had a feeling she already knew the answer. Some blueberries, but not the kind you put in my pancakes. Megan was furious. Now she wished she had been able to kill him. He had tried to kill her daughter. The magnitude of the situation almost made her fall to her knees. Kyle had nearly killed Caitlin because she was a witness to murder. She was having difficulty wrapping her mind around it. It was then she realized she had been the one to bring Kyle to the group. Megan had put Wyatt and the others in jeopardy. Kyle was after Caitlin. She thought back to that feeling of being watched while she was taking a bath in the stream. The man must have followed them. He could have killed them all. He almost killed her, Duke, and her baby. They had to get away from the others.
If Kyle was still out there, he would be hunting them. She couldn't go back to Wyatt and his family now, knowing she would bring danger. "Thank you for telling me, sweetie. Now, we need to get going." They walked in silence for about 30 minutes. It was a slow pace with Caitlin, but she was doing her best. Deep voices made her freeze. She clapped her hand over Caitlin's mouth and pushed her into an area where the trees were thicker. The voices grew closer. Caitlin started to squirm under Megan's hand. She pulled it away, quietly telling her daughter not to move or talk. The little girl's blue eyes were wide with fear, but she obeyed. Megan and Caitlin stayed absolutely still as they watched 5 men break through the trees. It was Kyle. They were talking, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Every one of the men was carrying what looked like semi-automatic rifles, AR-15s if she remembered her guns right. Kyle had a holster on with a gun on each hip. Her heart raced as she realized they were heading back to the lodge. They were going to kill Wyatt and his entire family. The men were armed to the teeth and prepared for a war. Wyatt's family would be slaughtered. They were 20 feet away when Kyle stopped walking, held a finger to his lips, and looked around. He drew one of the guns from his hip and held it out. Megan didn't breathe. She silently commanded Caitlin not to move a muscle. If these men saw them, they would absolutely kill them. There would be no fight. They would kill them and then kill Wyatt and his family, all because of what one little girl witnessed. After a very long 30 seconds, Kyle holstered his weapon. "I want him to pay for what he did to me," he announced. "Look at this." He held his arm out, the same arm Duke had bit into. "That guy tortured me. He let his dog chew on me for days. We have to make him pay. We can't let groups like this live in our area. We have to make this place safe for our families, and that means getting rid of the snakes that threaten them." Megan wanted to scream. He was the monster. He was the one who was a snake. The men all promised to avenge him. Megan used her eyes to tell Caitlin not to move, even when the men had walked away. She wanted to make sure they were far enough away that they wouldn't hear the rustling of the dried leaves. She couldn't risk them seeing her or her daughter. The realization that she really couldn't do this alone hit her like a ton of bricks. Wyatt, Chase, Jack, and even Albert were a small but mighty army. They would, of course, protect her. Even the dog had put his life on the line for her. Their small army may not be enough to take on Kyle and his men with all their firepower, but Megan knew Wyatt and his friends were well trained. They had planned for this moment and would be far more capable of winning this war if they knew it was coming. She had grown very fond of them during her time with them, and even had the passing thought that they were starting to feel like family. And living in this bleak, dark world without them wasn't something she liked, especially Wyatt. She had to warn them. She had to protect them from the trouble she brought into their lives. They did nothing but offer her kindness and were so generous with their supplies. She repaid them by dumping a murderer on their doorstep and fleeing in the middle of the night like a coward. How could she be so selfish? Each of them had worked tirelessly to help Caitlin. They were willing to trust her, and Megan broke that trust. The shame weighed heavily on her as she thought about what to do. She had to help them. This was her fault, and she had to make it right. It would be impossible for her to get back to the lodge with Caitlin in tow before Kyle and his men wreaked havoc on the unsuspecting group. She did know of a shortcut, but it meant crossing a rather slippery fallen log to get them across the stream.
Kyle and his group would likely go around and approach the lodge from the opposite direction. Since Kyle had been privy to where all the alarms were and the various booby traps, he would know how to avoid them. He would know where Albert's little bird nest was positioned and how to avoid being seen by coming up the backside of the mountain. If she didn't do something fast, they could all be slaughtered. The plan formed in her mind. It was risky and it terrified her, but it was the only way to save the others. They had put their lives on the line, and now it was her turn to repay their kindness. Her plan hinged on the group realizing she was gone and going to look for her. She had left a note, but deep down she knew Wyatt wouldn't simply accept her departure. He would look for her and he would ask her to come back. At least she hoped he would. If not, her plan could get her and her daughter killed, and the men would still kill the group. It had to work. It had to. Chapter 27. Wyatt headed into the kitchen, started coffee, and waited for Megan to join him. Every morning she rose with the sun. His mom had already been down and was now back upstairs working on her puzzle. Maybe Megan was exhausted and decided to sleep in. He watched as Duke scratched at the door to get in the room. He had gone back to sleeping with Ryland, but liked to lay with Caitlin in bed while Megan enjoyed her coffee with Wyatt. Wyatt had grown fond of their time in the morning when it was just the two of them chatting quietly. He had felt like he had known her all of his life. She was funny, beautiful, and Wyatt was convinced she had been put on this earth just for him. He waited a few more minutes. Something wasn't right. Megan would have heard Duke scratching. She wouldn't leave the dog outside the door. They had bonded after Duke saved her life. Alarm and fear had him moving to his old bedroom door. Tapping quietly on the door. "Megan? Megan, are you guys okay?" Kyle couldn't have gotten into the house and hurt them, not with the new security measures in place, but something wasn't right. He turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door. The bed was empty. She'd left him, running away in the middle of the night. He was mad and hurt at the same time. It was devastating. He had grown to care for her, and she hadn't even said goodbye. Wyatt knew she'd been struggling since the attack. His mom cautioned against pushing her too hard, so he'd given her space. Megan was a loner, and pushing her to stick around would only drive her away. Apparently, it had. Finding the note she left on the dresser, he stared at it. "Wyatt, I can't thank you enough for the kindness you've shown both me and Caitlin. Please tell the others thank you, and I'm sorry. Megan." Nope. He wasn't going to accept some stupid apology written in a Dear John note. She was going to have to face him and tell him she was leaving. "I'm going out," Wyatt told his brother, who was now sitting at the bar in the kitchen. Okay? Any place in particular, or just to stretch your legs?" The question was sarcastic. Typical teasing between brothers. Wyatt glared at him. "Just need a little fresh air." He wasn't sure where he was going. He walked outside and looked around, trying to think where she would go. He didn't think she would go into town. She knew it was best to stay away from the population right now, especially after what happened in the school. But would she go east or west? Wyatt took a deep breath of the cool mountain air and checked his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock already. Hard telling when she left, but he doubted she would make Caitlin walk all night. She couldn't be more than a couple miles away. "You have to let her come back on her own, son." His mom had come out and was standing next to him. He didn't answer her, just stared off into the forest. "You know that old saying, if you love them, set them free, and all that.
She will realize how much we can offer her and how much safer it is for her and her daughter. Have some faith." She reached out to touch his arm. "I miss her too, and I know she was very fond of you, whether she was ready to accept it or not." Wyatt looked down at his mom. Her eyes were glistening, and he knew she was trying not to cry. Rosie had grown to care for Caitlin and Megan a great deal. She viewed Megan as a daughter and Caitlin as her grandchild. His mom was right. It was stupid to go out looking for Megan. He didn't know where she was, and even if he did find her, was he going to club her on the head and drag her back? No. She knew how to find them. When she realized how tough it was out there, she would be back. Another thought crossed his mind. What if Kyle found them first? What if she ran into him? Wyatt hoped she was smart enough to stop and take the bag he left for her. He would have to find a way to stay busy while she found her way, praying it was sooner rather than later. Wyatt knew he'd go out of his mind with worry for her. Thankfully, the weather was mild right now, but it had rained last night, making for a cold, miserable night without the proper gear, and she didn't have any. Megan quietly talked with Caitlin as she led the way through the trees. She was really glad Wyatt had taken her into the forest every day. They had covered a lot of ground, and he had made sure she always knew how to find her way back to the lodge from wherever she was. She was no geography wizard, but she had a good idea where they were. Her plan hinged on Kyle primarily wanting to kill her and Caitlin. It was a terrible thought, but after his first attempt and what Caitlin had told her, she was convinced that was his goal. She couldn't let the others die for her. She had to get Kyle to follow her away from the lodge. She hated the idea of using her daughter as bait, but she was counting on Wyatt, Rosie, and the rest of her new friends to take care of Caitlin should the worst happen. They crossed the stream relatively easily. Now she needed to climb the hill that would put her above the lodge. Kyle's men would be coming at an angle that would give them a clear line of sight to her on the hill. Hopefully, they would come after her and skirt around the perimeter of the lodge. She was relying on Albert being in his perch and seeing the men. He could warn the group about the intruders. Just in case he wasn't, she had a backup plan. "Okay, sweetie, remember what to do?" Megan asked Caitlin, only slightly out of breath after their mad dash up the hill. Caitlin nodded. "Yep," she said with enthusiasm. Megan hadn't wanted her daughter to be afraid, so she'd made it into a game as best she could, while stressing the importance of following exactly what she was supposed to do. Now they waited. They stood at the top of the hill. Megan had unfolded the shiny metallic blanket and stretched it between two sticks. Wyatt had told her how to use the mylar as a signaling device should she get lost and need help. She wasn't lost, but she wanted to make sure Kyle and his men saw her on the hill. Megan thought back to when Wyatt had brought her up to see the water cistern. He had such high hopes and big dreams. She prayed Wyatt and his family would live long enough to see them come true. Lost in thought, Megan jumped when she heard a loud male voice cut through the silence of the forest. "Up there!" Megan felt as if she had been punched. The men had spotted them. That was the plan, but it still scared her. She casually looked down the hill and could see one of the men standing and pointing to where they stood. They were playing pretend, she told Caitlin. They were pretending they were having breakfast on the hill and weren't afraid at all. Megan told Caitlin not to look at the men. She didn't want them to know they knew they were there. Kyle pushed his way to the front. When he saw them up there were some hand gestures. Megan leaned forward. "When I say go, you just do what I said, okay?" Caitlin nodded. Now she looked a little worried. They stood up.
Megan assured her everything would be okay. Megan turned and saw Kyle racing out in front of the men. The men were clearly going to try to flank the hill. That was not what she wanted. Megan took off running down the hill, into the forest and away from the lodge. Caitlin was beside her until about halfway down.
"Now, Caitlin, go!"
Caitlin didn't hesitate and ran off to the side towards a small trail that Wyatt used to climb the hill. It would lead Caitlin right into the backyard behind the blind, while Megan led the men away from the area. She knew someone would be there, and they would take care of Caitlin. She secretly hoped Chase, Jack, or Wyatt would come out to help her, but she assumed they would likely be out hunting, scouting, or doing more work on the fence line. She was on her own, how she always wanted to be, but this time it didn't feel quite so comforting. Right now, it was terrifying. Megan once again felt the sting of tree branches cutting across the skin that had finally healed after her last adventure through the forest. Her face was burning as prickly pine needles scratched and poked. The rough terrain was difficult to navigate. She tripped and fell, banging her knee and scraping her hands, but Megan got up and ran again. When she could hear the men behind her, she didn't think they could see her, but she didn't risk turning to look behind her. Megan knew where she was going and wasn't going to stop until she got there. As she burst through the small clearing, Megan saw the tree where Wyatt and she had sat almost daily. This is where they talked about life, their future, and he told her about his time in the service. The place held special meaning, which is why he chose this place to leave the bag. The bag was supposed to have a gun in it, which initially she rejected. Megan was counting on the bag being there now, with the gun. She looked around and saw nothing. She could hear Kyle shouting for her to stop.
"Not a chance, buddy."
Her breathing was so fast she thought she would pass out. Megan needed to get her wits about her. Leaning against the tree, she put her head back and slowed her breathing. She was going to have to fight the guy. How she could possibly win when he had a gun and she didn't was beyond her, but she wasn't going down without a fight. Opening her eyes, she caught a slight movement. There, just above her, was the bag. He did leave it. She quickly jumped and grabbed the strap of the bag, yanking it down. Snapping the bag open, she thrust her hand inside, feeling around for the heavy metallic item she needed. Her fingers wrapped around the grip, and she pulled the gun free. She checked the chamber and almost cried when she saw it was empty. Emptying the bag onto the ground, she grabbed the box of ammo. Kyle burst through the trees and was covering the ground between them so fast she didn't have time to load the gun. 1 second she had her hand on the box of bullets, and the next she was slammed into the tree trunk. Little spikes of broken branches and rough bark jabbed into the back of her head and her back. He knocked the gun out of her hand and kicked it while she struggled to get out of his grip. "Where's the brat, Megan?" He was seething. She smiled. "You won't get her, Kyle." He backhanded her across the face, making her cheek feel like it exploded. Her eyes filled with tears, but she fought the urge to cry. Instead, she kicked out, but he was ready for her. He smacked her again. The sting from the first blow actually lessened the pain of the second. She could feel blood in her mouth, but smiled anyway. "If you think they will protect her, you're wrong. My men are already headed that way. They will kill them all." Megan shook her head.
"No, they won't. You underestimate Wyatt."
"Whatever. I don't have time for this." Kyle let go of her head and stepped back, pulling the gun from his waist. A gunshot in the distance made Megan cry out. She envisioned her baby being hurt. A scream from the very core of her being erupted from her mouth. Kyle raised the gun with a sinister smile. "You should have kept a better leash on that brat of yours. None of this would have happened if she would have minded her own—" Megan's eyes widened as she stared just over Kyle's shoulder. He turned to see what she saw, but didn't get the chance to react. Wyatt tackled him with the success of an NFL lineman. A loud oomph exploded from Kyle's mouth, but the blow wasn't enough to knock the gun from his hand. He managed to roll and get off a shot, hitting Wyatt at point-blank range. Megan screamed again and rushed to pick up her own gun. She quickly loaded it, keeping an eye on the two men rolling around on the ground in front of her. Wyatt had managed to knock the gun from Kyle's grip, but he was rapidly losing blood, and Megan could see him losing strength as well. She held the gun and waited for the right moment. Wyatt managed to break free of Kyle's grasp. That split second was the only window Megan needed. She took the shot. It hit Kyle square in the chest, killing him almost instantly. The look of shock in his eyes would have been funny if it weren't such a dire situation. Chapter 28. Wyatt lay on the ground, trying to catch his breath. His arm was on fire, and he could feel the blood gushing. Megan ran up to him, tearing off her jacket. "Hold on," she told him, wrapping the jacket around his arm. "We need to get some pressure on it." When he tried to sit up, she told him to lie down. Wyatt wanted to yell at her and kiss her at the same time. When he saw Kyle holding that gun on her, he nearly lost his mind. Caitlin had come running down the hill, shouting her mom needed help. Everyone but Chase had heard the commotion and come running. Jack had shot into the air, signaling Chase there was trouble. They had talked about what they would do should something like this happen, but talking and doing were two different things. He hadn't waited for anyone else. He tore up the path. He knew Megan was going for the gun he had left her. But he didn't get the chance to tell Megan how mad he was and how happy he was to see her. Kyle's men arrived on the scene, and one of the men was going a little crazy. Through the screaming and yelling, Wyatt realized he was Kyle's brother. This can't be good. "What did you do?" A younger version of Kyle was screaming and waving his gun between the two of them. Wyatt pushed Megan's hand away and sat up. His head spun, but he couldn't show weakness. He took a deep breath and got to his feet, with Megan's help. He pushed her to his side, blocking her from the lunatic waving a gun all over the place. "You killed him! You killed my brother! Why? Why would you shoot him?" the man screamed. Wyatt held up his one good hand. His other arm hung limply at his side. Megan was still holding her jacket around his arm. She showed no signs of letting go. "You need to calm down. Your brother attacked her and then shot me." "Because you tortured him! You held him as a prisoner and beat him." Now Wyatt was the one confused. "What? What are you talking about, man?" "Drop the guns. Now." Chase's voice was low and deadly serious. The men who had been with Kyle spun around. Wyatt turned slowly. His head was spinning, and he could feel blackness trying to pull him in. Chase and Albert stood in front of Jack and Ryland, who were standing in front of Willow, Rosie, and Caitlin. They each held a weapon, including Ryland. Caitlin had a baseball bat. She was so tiny, but she looked mighty ferocious. Even his mom, who truly wouldn't harm a soul, was holding a .22 caliber. He wanted to laugh at the picture his little family made looking all tough, but that would probably detract from the vibe. "He tried to kill my daughter and then me," Megan spoke up. "I shot him." Wyatt quickly contradicted her. "I shot him. We were wrestling on the ground, and the gun went off." He was not going to let Megan get hurt for doing the right thing. Megan looked at him as if he was crazy. This guy wanted revenge, and he was not about to let Megan be the one he targeted. Not again. "He would never hurt a child," the man argued.
Evan, what do you want us to do here? One of the men who looked very uncomfortable holding a gun asked the question. Clearly, the guy wanted nothing to do with shooting or being shot. Listen, Megan started. Wyatt could tell she was using the voice a mom used to soothe a toddler who was throwing a tantrum. He knew the voice because his mom still used it on him to this day. My daughter saw him kill a young man a couple weeks ago. Not here, she added when Evan started to shake his head. We were in the forest, maybe 10 or 15 miles from here. Caitlin saw him and he saw her. He fed her deadly nightshade berries and it almost killed her. Megan's voice broke. A collective gasp could be heard behind them. Wyatt didn't know if it was from Kyle's men or from his own family. The world had gone very black and he couldn't seem to focus his eyes. A little voice broke the silence. He hurt him. He said the man was just sleeping, but I know that isn't true. He had brown hair. Caitlin looked around and pointed to Ryland. Like him. The man kept saying he was sorry, but the bad man hurt him. Jesse. The man who had spoken up earlier murmured the name. It was Jesse McCollin, Evan. Kyle said he ran off after he caught him stealing, but Jesse's sister said he saw Kyle. He stopped. He saw Kyle take Veronica into his tent. Veronica didn't want to go into the tent, you know? Wyatt knew exactly what the guy was saying. Kyle had raped this Veronica girl, and Jesse saw it. He was killed because of what he saw, just as Caitlin was nearly killed for what she witnessed. Evan shook his head. No, I don't believe that for a minute. Veronica is a slut. Kyle didn't have to rape anyone. Wyatt mustered up reserve strength to put Evan in check. Don't talk like that in front of the kids. Kyle is dead because of what he did. It's no one's fault but his own. He did this, he said, jabbing a finger at the dead man lying on the ground. Let's go, Evan. The man looked at Megan and apologized. He turned and started to leave. The rest of the men followed, except Evan. No! I will avenge his death! You can't simply kill my brother and get away with it! Chase and Jack put themselves between Wyatt and Evan. Jack looked at him. You can leave now or join your brother. Don't come back and don't ever threaten our family. Evan stared at him for several seconds before walking away. His death won't go unpunished, he shouted before disappearing into the trees. There was a moment of complete silence before everyone started talking at once. Wyatt leaned into Megan, who had her arm around his waist. Megan? She looked up at him. Yeah? He wished he could say something sweet and endearing, but it wasn't going to happen. I'm going to pass out. He barely got the words out before he felt his knees start to weaken. His brother was there before he hit the ground. The last thing he remembered was Megan telling him it would be okay. Chapter 29. The group managed to get Wyatt back to the cabin. He had only been out for a few minutes, but it had them all very concerned. He was clearly not in too bad of shape. He complained the whole way back about how embarrassed he was, how he had suffered worse and never passed out before. At first, everyone did what they could to reassure him he was still tough and it wasn't a big deal. By the time they got him into the bed that had only recently been vacated by Megan and Caitlin, they told him to shut up and let Rosie take care of him. His mom chided him and told him he had always made the worst patient. Megan waited until Rosie was finished tending Wyatt's wound. Fortunately, the bullet only grazed him and didn't nick an artery, but there was still quite a bit of blood loss. Despite the wound being relatively minor, Rosie had ordered him to stay in bed while she fixed him something to eat to help restore his strength after losing so much blood. Hey,
she said, not looking directly at him. She hated how pale he looked. Although Rosie assured her the wound was superficial and he would be just fine, she felt horrible. Wyatt had nearly lost his life trying to protect her. "Hey, yourself," he replied. She looked around the room with its bare walls. She thought back to the few short hours ago when she had been cold, wet, and a little scared. This room blocked all of that out. It was warm and cozy, even if it was a little on the plain side. The people in the home made it feel safe. No, she corrected herself. The man lying in the bed is what made it feel safe. "Megan," he started. She held up a hand to stop him. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken off in the middle of the night." "It's okay. I'll admit I was a little mad, but mostly worried." Megan looked up and met his eyes. "It was stupid. I wasn't thinking straight. I was letting the past cloud my judgment, and it nearly got me, my daughter, you, and your entire family killed." "No, Kyle almost killed us. That had nothing to do with you. That is just a snake doing what snakes do." Megan realized she hadn't had the chance to explain the whole situation. When she finished her story about what Caitlin witnessed and Kyle's attempt to kill her, he looked furious. Megan realized that she didn't want him to kick them out. She wanted to stay, and now he was ready to send her packing because she almost got his family killed. "Good going, Megan. Another smooth move." "I can't believe he tried to kill a little girl. That is one sick man, and I am so glad he is dead. Imagine all of the people that have been following him. The other little girls and boys he would have had killed if they saw something that threatened his plans." He shook his head. "Unbelievable. I'm so glad you guys came here. I don't even want to think about what could have happened." Megan was surprised by his declaration. He wasn't mad that death was delivered to his doorstep because of her. She stared at him. "You're amazing. All of you are." She wasn't one to cry, but his generosity and complete acceptance of her and her daughter was so incredibly giving, it brought tears to her eyes. She looked away, not wanting him to see her cry. His arms were wrapped tightly around her before she knew he was there. "You're not leaving me again, Megan. Don't even think about it. We will fight together. Me, you, all of us. We really are better off together." "Got it. Thank you. Just thank you so much." He pulled her back down onto the pillows with him and held her tight. She relished the feel of his bare chest under her cheek. The steady heartbeat soothed her soul. She wanted to stay right where she was. Megan jerked awake. She had fallen asleep on his chest. The sleepless night and the activity of the day had caught up to her. She raised her head and looked up at him. He was smiling. "Have a good nap?" "Oops. I guess I was a little more tired than I thought." "You had a pretty rough day. You deserved a nap." Epilogue. That night, they all sat around the dinner table, talking, laughing, and making plans for the future. Megan was still tired from her ordeal, but exhilarated at the same time. It had been a crazy 24 hours. Chase and Jack had yet to stop teasing Wyatt for passing out. "The big, bad Navy SEAL," Chase chanted, laughing. "Hey now, I'd just run up that hill, tackled the man, and had been physically fighting with him after he shot me," Wyatt defended. Jack patted him on the back. "Whatever you say, bro. We still respect you. Mostly." Megan watched the guys tease Wyatt, and he had happily dished it back. Every so often, he'd look at her, and when he caught her eye, he'd smile. The kind of smile that told her everything really would be okay. Rosie had managed to redirect the conversation toward the list of projects she was hoping the guys would tackle tomorrow, and Megan quickly offered to help dig the trenches for the garden. Megan was now looking at a future where she could make plans and stick to them. Next to her, Wyatt had bumped his leg against hers, and when he didn't move it, she leaned against his side. When things had gone dark, with no real idea of if or when the world would ever return to normal, Megan had been resigned to a life of hardship. She had hoped she could find somewhere safe for her daughter, but wasn't sure if anything like that even existed. It did. She had found it. In such a short time, these people had become her friends and her family. Once dinner was over, Megan helped Rosie and Willow with the cleanup. Ryland and Caitlin were upstairs playing Battleship. Each of the men had gone out to take care of the various chores. Rosie had told Wyatt to take it easy, but he scoffed at the idea going outside to help bring in more wood for the stove. Although Megan hated Kyle for what he did to Caitlin, she was so thankful his actions led her right to Wyatt. It was kismet. Before dinner, Rosie had taken Megan aside and given her blessing to have a relationship with Wyatt. Megan was a little hesitant and thought Rosie would be angry or disappointed after Megan had put them through so much, but she wasn't. She was thrilled to have Caitlin in the home and said she could use another daughter-in-law. The EMP was the worst and best thing that could have ever happened to her. While the world had been turned upside down, it had also made Megan realize that depending on others didn't mean the end of the world. Under the right circumstances, it was only the beginning. Wyatt walked in the back door to find Megan leaning against one of the massive wooden posts at the foot of the stairs. She looked exhausted. There were dark, heavy bags under her eyes, and her shoulders were slouched forward. She was beautiful, and she was here. 12 hours ago, he had thought he would never see her again, and here she was. He walked closer to her, blowing out the candles that were still flickering on the long dining table. "You look tired. You should probably get to bed," he told her, holding a hand out. She smiled. "I am absolutely beat." She took his hand. "You should get in bed too. Your mom says you need to rest after that whole fainting bit." He jabbed a finger in her side, causing her to laugh. "I'm teasing. It was kind of funny, though." "Ha ha. Make fun of the guy who saved the day." She giggled again. "If I remember right, I saved you." He pulled her close. She had clearly gotten over her initial reaction to shooting and killing a man. He was afraid it would destroy her, but he was wrong. This woman was made of some strong stuff, and when it came to defending her daughter, she would walk through fire or kill a man. What was even better, she was his. She may not know it yet, but it was going to happen. "So, Caitlin and Ryland are having a little slumber party upstairs. Ryland is going to point out the stars. Your mom made them some hot chocolate and busted into her Oreo stash." Wyatt's heart skipped a beat. He didn't say a word, afraid he would either say something stupid or ruin the moment or offend her. Not saying anything was his best choice. She started walking towards what used to be his room, but was now considered her room. She tugged on his hand. It was an invitation to follow. He grinned, but quickly stopped when she looked back at him. "I saw that." This time he grinned and didn't care who saw. Good. He had to stop himself from running to the bedroom. This woman had fallen into his lap, and from this moment on, she was going to be at his side. They were going to kick this apocalypse's ass. This has been Dark Retreat. Written by Grace Hamilton. Performed by Andrew Tell.